Chapter 1251. Non-violent non-cooperation. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The footsteps of neat leather boots on the stone bricks sounded in the streets of Diagon Alley. The unified pace, heavy leather boots, and straight back have become the signature of this arrest team composed of armourers and strikers. Hearing this sound and seeing this situation, the shopkeepers and waiters in those shops hurriedly got back into their shop. No one knew which shop these arrows were going to break into, no one knew who will be the next person caught, but no one wants to avoid it in advance. After all, if the apparition flees or is transferred by flu fans at this time, then these arrows who are monitored will be regarded as a guilty conscience, causing nothing to cause trouble, will inevitably be arrested for review. Therefore, after these shop assistants retreat, except for leaving the next employee to take care of the store, most of them will hide in the warehouse or the internal area on the second floor to secretly observe the situation. The armed arrows will not arrest everyone at once. However, none of the arrested will be released yet. This insecurity has recently made the business of Diagon Alley worse. The leading arrow stopped not far from the Broken Cauldron bar, which made even the neutral families who knew they had not committed any crimes sighed. Many people were afraid that Harris had received the news of their party. Said Voodoo also arrested these few of them. The arrow who took the lead raised his wand and pointed it at the glass showcase, marking a black devil with an times on it, which indicated that the store was proved to be connected to the suspected Death Eaters. The clerk who guarded the room seemed a little frightened, and was quickly controlled by the arrow who rushed in was not the target of the capture, and the act of not escaping would ensure that he would not be in any serious trouble. But the people hiding behind the house have used phantom shift and disappeared in place. This kind of behavior that does not cooperate with the arrow will make them a wanted person themselves. Even if the arrest itself has nothing to do with him, they will escape because of this behavior. Was punished by the Ministry of Magic for his actions. The arrows who broke in searched and compared the room aggressively after entering, and did not miss any corner. The responsibility inside found something wrong when the other party saw the other party's imprint on their own glass in the window on the second floor. She immediately opened the desk, revealing a movable door disguised as a floor, and quickly dodged to hide in. Cover the floor with a magic wand to control the desk and cover it back. In the sound of her nervous heartbeat, Ara entered this room. After searching around, it seemed that the secret door was not found for the time being, but what she didn't know was that the arrows downstairs had been quite arrested after many arrests. With experience, the arrow who was headed before was being held up by his colleagues with the levitation curse. He raised his wand, pointed it at himself, and the thick end pointed at the ceiling of the wall, carefully exploring the inside. The movement. Suddenly, he ordered his subordinates to put herself down. Just after landing on the ground, the tip of his wand that had turned its direction sprayed a spell, and the ceiling split in an instant, and under the shattered wood chips and dust, the thin witch fell down in front of everyone. Now she was cut with several large and small openings in her body by flying debris, and blood oozes from it, especially her face. The spitting sawdust stuck in her face and made her face full. It was all blood, and it was contaminated with the smoke and dust rolled up by the broken wall. It looked particularly hideous, ugly and terrifying. The witch who was in the mezzanine originally thought she had escaped, but the sudden explosion also scared her whole body to tremble. Her hand touched her face, and the blood stained her instantly. A sorrowful wailing, the sound came from this building, which made the passing wizards quicken their pace. Howl, it's all skin wounds. A mailer rubbed his ears, and a tongue-blocking curse passed over and made her tongue stick to the upper cavity, and the two arrows couldn't tell. The witch Sam dragged her out of the shop and onto the street. The previous clerk was left in the shop by the arrows. Foley, Bones, and Longbottom at the Broken Cauldron bar can no longer drink tea and drink safely, watching the outside scene around the window. Harris has lost control of his power. Such a cruel hand to the witch. Faced with so many arrows, unless she is stupid, she will resist violently. This is abuse. Algae Longbottom said angrily. Small down. Don't let them find out." The sudden increase in volume scared Foley next to him repeatedly. Thinking of Ren Harris' gentle and polite face, his tone became more and more frightened. "No, against them. They did it deliberately, and didn't care whether they caught alive or dead. Look at it clearly, Algae. Those wounds are just more bloody. It looks scary. It's a healing spell. Although I have reservations about them not using the healing spell at this time." Amelia Bones shaking her wide chin to express her disapproval of Algae's statement, she said in a deep voice, "I'm even more worried that even if Dumbledore, the first Dark Lord, escaped, he blatantly served as the deputy of Hogwarts University. Principal... Dumbledore is not as fair as ever in Grindelwald. Dumbledore often lives in Grindelwald's house. And Dumbledore, is no longer an opponent of Harris." Even though the fire in the stove was burning vigorously, Hector Foley pulled himself up. The green magic robe wrapped himself tighter. Wait. Scrimgeour is here. Is he trying to stop them?" Algae Longbottom peeked out, trying to see more clearly, and said worriedly, "Merlin, what if he was ousted by Harris by the opportunity, and our life may be even more difficult?" This Scrimgeour brought a team of patrollingerers and patrollingerers in charge of patrolling Diagon Alley. They rushed over. They just gathered around and applauded. The immigrants realized that the momentum was not right and they did not dare to go out. "He gave up the road aloud, and some more sensitive wizards quietly left here." The director of the Auror's office had a pair of sharp eyes to capture the situation on the court. When he saw the blood-stained witch, he couldn't help yelling angrily, "When did our Auror fall like this? When did the Auror become a violent group?" But these armed Aurors didn't even hesitate, each doing its own thing. "If you still recognize me as the head of the Auror office, stop it," Scrimgeour said angrily. However, the armed Aurors had received orders long before, and no one would be able to stop them except for those directly issued by Ren or Albert. Scrimgeour, who has been running around trying to solve the problem with the Ministry of Magic's internal rules for this period of time, has been disappointed too many times, and now the unscrupulous behavior of the armed Aurors has filled Scrimgeour's chest with humiliation and anger. "Very good." Scrimgeour had a sullen face. He walked to the small steps of the shop steps and cast a powerful voice curse on himself. "Wizards, patrolling Aurors and armed Aurors, I am Ufu Scrimgeour, Director of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. In recent days, the Armed Auror and the Magic Law Enforcement Department's joint operation of violently arresting wizards has exceeded the tolerance of my Auror office owner. Obviously, my law enforcement philosophy is obviously in conflict with the personnel in some key positions in the ministry. My objection did not work in the Ministry of Magic. My voice cannot be heard. Orders cannot be executed." Scrimgeour suppressed. I let his facial muscles start twitching. "Now I declare that in order to protest against this violent law enforcement, I will go on strike immediately and will no longer accept the assignment and orders of the Ministry of Magic. My subordinates, if you still with a conscience, please join me, and let us express our heartfelt voice with this last resort peaceful protest. Let those who do not want to listen to us listen to our opinions." The patrolling Aurors, who have always been despised by the armed Aurors, discriminated against and incompetent, did not hesitate. They stood behind Scrimgeour, held their heads up, and silently expressed their support for Scrimgeour. People flashed behind the windows of many shops, and local wizards and immigrants also gathered around to listen. "Thank you, my colleagues, but I have to emphasize that this is a non-violent and non-cooperative movement. In the process of achieving our due results, we must not take any wrong actions. We cannot go because we desire victory, drink the wine of anger and hatred. We must always fight our struggle with high-level character and self-discipline. We must not allow our demonstrations to fight against violence to degenerate into those violent acts we oppose." Scrimgeour's calm and powerful voice made the patrols behind him who participated in this non-violent and uncooperative protest more determined. They began to use the Ministry of Magic Auror emblem they issued to contact their colleagues far away. Chapter 1252? Delay Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The armorers were startled by his words for a moment, but the well-trained they continued to move according to the previous order and only began to send people back to the ministry to report the situation. But the other ordinary wizards seemed to be more flustered, and they couldn't imagine what the security would be like if there were no patrollingers on the street. Especially those immigrants who have already endured an ordeal have stayed quiet and stopped cheering for the armorers' arrest as before. The silent atmosphere is depressing. The local Ministry of Magic in their hometown cannot control social security. This gave the Death Eaters a chance, causing them to suffer so much, and moved to the UK because of his safety. Click, click, click. Algae Longbottom raised the camera in his hand, especially the bleeding witch, and zoomed in to take a lot of close-ups. Are you crazy? What use is this kind of public opinion for Harris now? They even killed people. Hector was frightened, and he looked out warily for fear of being discovered by the Errors, except to anger them. What else can you bring? Scranger has done a good job. This will cause Harris to take it seriously. Algae Longbottom patted the camera in his hand. Of course I am not going to publish this in the media, but to show Dumbledore. Yes, tell him all these things, and then let him come forward to persuade Harris to stop. I don't think the problem is big. Longbottom, don't be stupid. Dumbledore may not be able to solve the problem even if he wants. Harris didn't care about his face too much before. Foley clenched his hand under the sleeve of the magic robe tightly. It's better not to be hard. We should. Sirius. Yes, we should contact Sirius. He and Harris have an unusual relationship. Although he is not good-tempered, he is also very resistant to the pure blood set. But from the perspective of love, the triggered ones are easier to be persuaded. Don't forget our original intention. Just make sure Harris doesn't want to kill all of us in one go. I still have to say, maybe Owen would have this kind of idea, but I don't think Alan Harris would agree with his father doing this. Amelia shook her head and emphasized, the problem this time is that those people overdo it. Yes, first supported the mysterious man and the Death Eaters, and then assassinated Malfoy and Owen successively. It's normal for Harris to have this reaction. It's just that the means have lost some control. If we say, Harris doesn't care, but we are not a blog. The kind of family doing dirty work. Her tone was a little proud, so as long as we make sure that we don't commit a crime, I don't think there is anything to be afraid of. We are actually just helping to find a way to calm Harris back. The magical world has restored peace. Algae did not speak but nodded hard. And self-protection, Foley reminded weakly. Scrimgeour may aggravate Harris' anger. Maybe we should take the initiative to show to the Ministry of Magic. Let our people temporarily help maintain law and order. Rather than sending people to maintain law and order, it's better to take the lead in asking Harris to let the Umbrella guys help, and giving them a reason is much better than sending someone yourself. Amelia Bones helped her to wear it. I also disagree with Scrimgeour's approach. It will cause more harm to the innocent. He did something wrong this time because of his anger, but he deserves more consideration for him. So much the willingness of the patrol era to protest with him is enough to prove his personality, and we should try our best to keep him. At the Minister of Magic's desk, Owen was leaning against the leather swivel chair and stroking his forehead, while Lun sat straight across from him, holding a roster in his hand. Father, Mafalda Hopkirk of the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Magic has formally submitted his resignation, and I have approved it. Lun pulled the personnel information form belonging to the witch from the roster and put it in Irving on the desktop in front of him. According to your previous instructions, in order not to let the staff feel that we have to set off arrests internally, so as to avoid causing turmoil in the ministry and having a bad influence, we gave her a dignity and allowed her to resign. Did not arrest her. It's just an ordinary assistant, mainly responsible for clerical exchanges. It's of no value. Irving picked it up and took a look, and threw it back on the table uninterestedly. Where is the Runcorn with the same name as Albert? Father, the warning letter and the trial letter from the Ministry of Magic were issued by Hopkirk. She leaked part of the list prepared by the outside and inside. and was caught by the armorer as evidence. Lun said to the little grey-haired man, a little bit on the witch's head, as for that Albert Runcorn, father, you know, he is always more domineering and fierce. Many people in the ministry are afraid of him. Of course we are not afraid, but I haven't accepted yet. I will continue to put pressure on him. Once you get the handle this time, you must not allow them to stay in the Ministry of Magic. If you are unwilling to resign, give them a warning. If you don't want to. Owen stood up, his voice condensed and his palms were pinched together. Don't worry, just catch it directly. After this time, it won't be so justified. Yes, Father, we are kind enough to them. We can't grasp the opportunity and we can only blame them. Lun immediately stood up straight, turned out a part of the roster in his hand and handed it to his father. Father, it's a new batch of names related to the purebloods and Death Eaters from the interrogation. Do you think you want to continue the arrest? Our recent actions are not very popular with the British Aboriginal wizards. Of course, we'll catch it. After we clean up the reputation, we can do some shows and we can get it back. The results of the interrogation came out. Who did the bombing? Irving flipped through the lists at will, then put it aside. A little bit he gritted his teeth and asked, the result of the interrogation came out, but who did the bombing? Why haven't I seen it? Which one wants to assassinate me? Still no one admits that Veritasium is useless. Even the Dementor masters in the ministry did not get any useful information from them. Seeing his father's angry expression, Lun said quickly, but I figured out who sent the potted plants to assassinate Malfoy. This was done by the Burst family. I guess the bombing was a private action by some pureblood, because many of the pureblood interrogated were very angry about it. I think it was the bombing that triggered our wanton arrests and therefore killed them. Let's focus on the bombing first. The evidence for colluding with the Death Eaters is solid. Irving frowned and emphasized that this attack on him made him very annoyed. It would be better if it was injured, but the result was not. He hurt him, but he got a strange smell. For this reason, Morgan Le Fay made him not be able to go home and sleep for several days. If he took the time to go home and take a bath, get a change of clothes and something, he would be rejected by his daughters. In fact, my father, you are reading www.uukanzu.com, many pure blood think. Lun paused and continued. Book was emotionally broken during the interrogation. And he even believed that this was our Harry C. did it himself. For this he ridiculed us, saying that we were deliberately creating chaos just to trigger arrests and suppress dissidents. Continue the trial. Irving casually slapped a thick publication with a face on the spine of the book on the table in front of him, and the face let out a painful moan. I still use it now. For this purpose. Smear the big dung egg on myself? Exclamation mark. Cough. Lun hurriedly lowered his head to hide his father's amused look that he wanted to burst into laughter, and barely suppressed the smile in his heart. He raised his head and held his glasses. His cheeks were a little red because of his smirk. Father, the person who did this must either hide too deeply and not be caught by us, or practice taking Veritasium when nothing happened to exercise his resistance. And he must also be a wizard who is good at occlumency. If my father doesn't let Alan come over and make predictions, then he will have no way to hide his traces. Lun said embarrassingly. In fact, this attack is indeed a bit weird and too amateurish. I think this kind of rumor is very marketable. No, don't trouble Alan. This will delay him from being complained by Mr. Lovegood. This kid is already lawless and we can't manage, so we should learn a little lesson. Thinking of the situation that the youngest son might face, Owen momentarily I feel that he has said generously recently, actually, it doesn't really matter who did it. I'm just angry. Then, there were a lot of messy footsteps and some shouts outside, and Owen was a little frustrated. When is the Ministry of Magic as noisy as the market, and their education? Push one book, Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Title, The Chef in Chinatown. Author, Cool Watermelon. Introduction. Boss How, congratulations on winning this LSP Cup God of Cooking contest. Do you have anything to say to your supporters? Zwayagwans said, All destiny gifts of delicacies have been marked on the scales. I hope everyone enjoys them when they encounter delicacies, and don't be afraid of gaining weight. I don't think Zweig has said that. And you'll never call a person who pretends to be thin without being fat. Then let me change another sentence. Marquez said, what really matters in life is not what you have eaten, but which dishes you remember and how you remember them. I hope everyone can cherish the memorable food. It sounds serious, but Marquez hasn't said that either. Don't worry, he'll make up another sentence. Maupassant said that sometimes I may be so fragile that I burst into tears with a bite of food, and sometimes I find myself walking a long way hungry. I hope everyone will cherish food and don't waste food. Do you need it? I have prepared a lot of such famous sayings. Thank you very much for accepting my interview. Reason for recommendation: Lao Liang did a lot of homework for this book. His QQ circle of friends is full of food pictures every day. And he also mailed me many delicious foods, mostly cakes. I think my weight has increased. Lao Liang bears the unshakable responsibility. He also checked a lot of information for this book, TOEFL, and I also got a copy of the Great British Dark Cuisine he presented, including the Black Death, bacon slices pretending to be almond paste, Ravenclaw and Mauhart and other weird dishes. This book is very energetic, suitable for everyone to taste. Cracked Wall recommended. Chapter 1253, Security Regulations Loopholes. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Lun, who walked out to investigate the situation, quickly turned around. Father, it's Scrimgeour. The director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department said in a hurry. He launched the patrol airstrikes to protest our actions that bypassed him during this time. Calm down. What do you look like? Owen frowned. A lot of people respond to him. Yes, Father. I was dissatisfied that we were deliberately excluded from patrolling the Ura. Scrimgeour was very prestigious in their eyes. Len immediately responded, we have to stop them immediately, otherwise the security situation in our magical world may be quick deteriorating. The personal and property safety of wizards cannot be guaranteed. The biggest advantage we can attract immigrants to is that the British Ministry of Magic can ensure the safety of the British magical world. Owen's fingers habitually tapped on the table rhythmically. He pondered for a while in Len's eager gaze, and then asked, why stop it right away? Ren anxiously said, Father, don't worry about them. Let them go, let them go. Irving waved his hand to interrupt Ren. If necessary, let Punlo take the umbrella and the armed forces of the Red Umbrella Department on top. We are the Ministry of Magic, but also Harris. Father did this, Lun said hesitantly, let the umbrella to maintain law and order, and the armed forces of the umbrella will be mixed with the forces of the Ministry of Magic. This is not more likely to make people misunderstand that it is our Harris control. The Ministry of Magic. Didn't it make people seize the truth? That's why I told you not to stop it in the first place. Irving increased his tone meaningfully, walked to the window, watched the patrolling Uras leave the Ministry of Magic on their backs, and sneered, wait for real when there is a safety issue. People's priority is only on safety, not on what to ensure their safety. I know that many people now sympathize with Pure Blood and sympathize with Scrimgeour. We should let them think clearly now that they can be like now there is still time to sympathize with who's safe days who brought it. Lun was finally calmer now. He pondered for a while and figured out the relationship. And because Scrimgeour's sudden strike behavior caused social security problems. What face does this office director have to stay in the ministry? At the time they were tried on charges of negligence of duty, and justifiably let him resign. We should make ordinary wizards realize that danger is always by their side. Armed Uras who have always been in action are the root cause of not making them refugees. Let them realize that Uras are not acting, and danger is approaching. The risk of. Irving smiled lightly. The experience of those refugees is our best brochure for local British wizards. The office door was knocked suddenly. Coming. With permission. The door was opened and Albert walked in. Albert first greeted Lun, and then walked to Owen, feeling a little low. Sorry, Father, I think you know because Scrimgeour is on strike now because of the armourer. The armourer has done nothing wrong from start to finish, Albert. Lun corrected his elder brother immediately after having an abdomen. Don't talk nonsense. Owen looked at Albert and noticed that his elder son's face was strangely heavy and frozen like Yan Bing. It seems you have other bad news. Yes, father, the result of the bombing case came out. Albert said in a guilty tone. The fat man who is good at explosives has determined the whole story. The result has been thoroughly investigated. This explosion was not done by pure blood. Oh, who is that? Are those Italian immigrants who made trouble some time ago? This kind of half-hearted attack does have Italian style, Lund said, and realized that Albert was not in the right mood, and he asked in astonishment, Isn't it Italian? In fact, we concluded that this explosion was not an attack. Albert looked a little ashamed. The development of Floating City was too rapid. The employees' safety awareness did not keep up, and there were loopholes in the safety regulations. That day the thing is that there was a wizard worker who wanted to come over when you were giving a speech, took the anti-static foot cover in advance, then ignited the combustible dust in the room and caught fire, and finally exploded the warehouse of super-powerful dung eggs. Owen frowned and leaned forward. Are you sure? Is there any possibility of being manipulated? Albert said in frustration. I asked Alan to help personally and restored the scene with prophecy. The stunned Lun recalled, so no one of Bojin and the others would admit that they did it. And that we did it ourselves, saying it was a conspiracy theory. Owen turned and sat back behind the desk, quietly concealing the embarrassment that was floating in his heart, and then he suddenly remembered something and was startled, and then angrily yelled at the elder son, You don't know which one is lighter. Which is more important? You asked Alan to help. This kid escaped from Xenophilius! Father, stop joking. Albert was obviously not joking. There were fine beads of sweat coming out of the tip of his nose, and his fists were tightly pinched together. How should we deal with this situation? Alan told my father you will have the way. Apart from you and Penelo's team about the explosion, does anyone else know the results of the investigation? Irving said seriously. There is no outsider, because we are afraid that the General Armourer and Pure Blood will secretly destroy the evidence. Albert thought about the possible consequences of this incident, and said sympathetically, But, father and them. After all, they didn't really attack you. Albert, even if they did not attack his father, it is true that they support the Death Eaters. Lun felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the wizards who had been censored by his own hands, but he recovered his calm when he changed his mind. So father, or else during the trial, we focused on their collusion with the Death Eaters and those illegal transactions. Since this matter has now been used as a pretext, the wizards who colluded with the Death Eaters have been arrested. You read www.uukanzu.com. Scrimgeour also went on strike for this. Almost all the wizards at home and abroad are paying attention to the progress of the situation. The reason why many people still feel that our actions are too cruel instead of directly opposing it is because you have suffered first. Assassin. Albert also reluctantly knew this. Under such circumstances, father and younger brother were absolutely unwilling to reveal the truth. Originally supporting Death Eaters, even so many pure blood could be arrested, but without the assassination of his father as a reason, the Ministry of Magic could only use the usual methods and could not allow the arrest and interrogation to do so. Cool, but if you admit that you have caught the wrong, it will damage the reputation of Harris and the Ministry of Magic. Not to mention, as the Magic Law Enforcement Department who directly ordered, Len may have to take the blame and resign to calm the public outrage that felt deceived. Even if these pure bloods don't do this, they deserve it. Albert, you don't have to have any burden in your heart. Since you are investigating by yourself, you let the Wolf Mother take care of the mouths of the people below him, especially the fat guy. It's not Inara's job. Irving shook his elbows on the table, clasped his hands together, groaned for a while, raised his head and yelled at Albert. Besides, you know what happened to Scrimgeour. You go back to prepare the team, and immediately take the Era under his team to maintain the important position in the wizard gathering place as much as possible. As for those who are scattered, there is no need to guard them if there are not enough manpower. Let the floating city make room for them. If you are willing, if you go live in. By the way, now you go and call Punlo for me. Albert responded and frowned when he heard Punlo's name. He understood that his father might have some means, but although he was more upright, he was also a Harris, so he retired very competently. Chapter 1254 Copyright Ministry of Magic Underground Building Arson Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Chapter 1254 Arson in the Underground Building of the Ministry of Magic. As everyone can predict, after Scrimgeour's strike, there was a problem with the law and order of the British magical world. In just a few days, with the deliberate support of some domestic and foreign forces, the number of cases filed by the Magic Law Enforcement Department has increased rapidly, which has had a bad impact on the reputation of the Ministry of Magic in the magic world. Wizards dare not go out alone at night. Even if they go out during the day, they try not to go to relatively remote places, and they will not bring the pocket watches, jewelry and other items used to show off their wealth. In relatively remote streets or alleys, if it is a soloer or striker, it may even be provoked by criminal gangs. At present, there is only the floating city belonging to Harris, because it can be maintained by the armed forces of the Umbrella, and it maintains everything normal. The part of immigrants who had gathered to protest before due to issues of faith and inequality became one of the key targets of the Protection Umbrella to maintain stability and prevent. Under the unprecedented vigilance of the floating city, the immigrants were unable to hold protests on the floating city. They focused their attention on the British mainland and used this time to patrol the areas to strike and try to spread their ideas to other people. This behavior, contrasted with the safety in and outside of the floating city, aggravated the dissatisfaction of the wizards who stayed on the ground and deepened their antagonism. Until someone frantically set their goal on the Ministry of Magic building itself, which was insufficiently guarded by sending out armed Eras. On the seventh day, when Scrimgeour announced the strike, 3 o'clock in the morning that night, the few armed Eras who remained in the ministry responsible for patrolling noticed strange noises in the main hall area located on the 8th floor of the Ministry of Magic, and ran to check it out. There were rolling and rushing sounds everywhere. He had an ominous hunch, and everything he saw later proved this bad omen, making the members of the elite Era guards who belonged to the armed Eras horrified. All the fireplaces connected to the flue nets burned with raging magic flames that were not flue fans. The beasts and monsters transformed into by the raging flames were raging in the main hall, devouring everything they passed, and everything they went into became after the ashes. Some flame monsters got in along the elevator, while some just got out of other elevator shafts. Furious, someone set fire at the Ministry of Magic. The Eras did not choose to extinguish so many fierce monsters at the first time, but quickly passed the news through their bow ties. Armed Eras were dispatched to maintain order in those key places. The current guards of the Ministry of Magic, the strength is too weak compared to before. Then, these left-behind Eras began to tacitly form a team and rushed into the main hall. After a period of fierce fire, they had enough time to use the devoured things to strengthen themselves. They noticed that the living creatures were close to these magical energy immediately, pounced. More flames began to deform and became a large group of beasts composed of fire snakes, Kemala, and fire dragons. They rose, fell, and rose again. Their fangs' mouth swallowed everything, and they grew sharp. The claws' feet tore everything apart, and the hellish fire engulfed the decorations accumulated by the Ministry of Magic over the years. The Eras tried their best to use all curses and fierce fires to counter curses, keeping these fierce fires in place as much as possible, making it more difficult for them to develop themselves on other floors. But in this dilemma, the Magic Brothers' fountain in the main hall of the Ministry of Magic was inevitably attacked. Those flames were reflected in the eyes of horsemen, fairies, and house elves who had worshipped infinitely. The fiery fire snake sprang from the top of the wizard's wand and hung on the horseman's arrow, and from the tip of the fairy's hat, the house elves ejected from both ears. The group of pure gold statues that were larger than the real person were also burned by the fierce tongue of fire, and the tongue of fire turned into a fire snake, walking down from the top of the wand held high by the noble wizard, where it passed by gold. All melted and burned the wizard beyond recognition. The melted gold fell on the face of the beautiful witch beside him, as if it were tears of blood. There were ding dong and the sound of water crashing around, accompanied by the burning flames. The sound of pops and pops occupied the entire hall, and soon the messy footsteps of the wizard came. When the armorers who were keeping law and order rushed back to the ministry, the fire was far more fierce than people imagined. The left-behinders had driven most of the flames to the main hall, but those who got into the ground from the elevator were not left behind. What Leos can only know is that even those building areas where fireproof magic is applied are not spared. The Magic Sports Department on the 7th underground floor of the Ministry of Magic is completely plunged into flames. This level of the British and Irish Quidditch Alliance, the headquarters, the official Gobish Club, and the Comic Product Patent Office have all been destroyed, and the Phantom Transformation Test Center of the Magic Transportation Department upstairs has also been combated. However, with the help of a large number of Aurors and Strikers, the fire in the main hall began to be controlled. The Wolf Mother and the Umbrella team greeted several Aurors who belonged to the Armed Auror Special Operations team. They put down their beak masks. I additionally used the bubble head spell to store some fresh air, and then took the lead in riding a broomstick from the elevator shaft to the elevator shaft, and then tacitly divided into two teams. The Wolf Mother, besides leaving Victor as a commander, the people holding her rushed to the 7th underground floor where the fire was more intense, and Victor led the special operations team to continue ascending into the 6th underground floor. Because the fire on this floor was not big, Victor and the others moved fast in the Department of Magical Transportation, and found the culprit of the arson in the underground building of the Ministry of Magic in the door key office. This crazy-looking, short-bodied wizard stretched his feet into an iron bucket, and some sporadic fierce fires shot out from the tip of his wand, causing this room to start burning too. It shows that it is of the door key, and this man is waiting for the near activation time to prepare to escape. Seeing the Aurors coming in, it seemed unexpected to the wizard. He immediately pulled out his wand, with some accented call signs, and began to brew the power of the black spell with the tip of his wand. However, the professionally trained Aurors discovered him the first time, and they immediately understood that the one in front of him was obviously the culprit who burned the Ministry of Magic and made them feel restless tonight. The quicker, armed Aurors cast all petrification quickly and silently, trying to stop the wizard and capture it alive. But at about the same time, Victor also shot an obstacle and heavy curse, which hit the door key iron barrel with precision. And the wizard, who was struck by the petrification curse and turned into a standing posture, his original leg in the iron barrel was closed with the other one, which made the iron barrel, under the influence of the obstacle's curse, drive his power ratio. It was supposed to be much bigger. After the wizard rubbed the iron barrel for a certain distance on the ground, he turned like a straight branch that was thrown out several times in the air, and then plunged into it. In the fierce flames ignited by him just now, the shocked Victor flashed, and quickly grabbed the wizard's lower body that hadn't caught fire, and dragged him out of the flames that hadn't grown a monster yet, at least part of him. In the short burn before Victor's fierce counter-curse was cast, the person above the collarbone had been burned into something like carbon in a short time, and when Victor dragged him out, it was accompanied by a clicking sound. A black mark has been drawn on the ground. The Auror who cast the petrification curse was shocked when he rushed over. Until novel.com, he didn't mean to kill the suspect at all, and other investigations behind it required him to live. In addition, when the Auror looked at Victor there, he felt uneasy and felt a little overwhelmed. This was the son of the minister's confidant John Barser, and the best guard in the Auror Guard to protect Harris. One of the Aurors, If he were to be investigated for responsibility afterwards, he would definitely not be held accountable, but some of his own people with no background would be implicated. Victor, who was frowning in irritation, felt their sight and gave them a few stern glances, without pursuing their fault, and he hurriedly said, "What are you doing stupidly? Come here to verify the identity of the thug." The heroes looked at each other, their tense nerves relaxed a lot in an instant, and hurriedly gathered around to search the wizard in particular detail. Victor's attitude meant that he would not pursue it. Now let them find it. The identity of this person can be regarded as making up for it. Victor himself took most of the people and started the fire extinguishing work. The hero who had just cast the spell and 2 colleagues started the detection work. The wizard's head has now been burnt to coke, but the heroes did not change their organization. There is this kind of spy training to exercise their investigative ability. Based on the memory of this man's appearance just now, those relatively curled corners of the eyes and mouth, and shouting with an Italian accent, it can be preliminarily concluded that this person is from Italy. The heroes continued to search the wizard's pockets, sorted out all his belongings, and confirmed from the documents that he was indeed an immigrant. Then the heroes took off his shirt and let out a low whisper. There was a mark on his arm. A large python appeared from the skull's mouth like a tongue. This belongs to the Death Eaters. The Dark Mark. Chapter 1255? Smoothly Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The Ministry of Magic continued to emit smoke under the night, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. On the top of the Ministry of Magic headquarters, around the Whitehall in central London, it caused a scene more panic than wizards. If the Ministry of Magic is the administrative centre of the British magical world, then Whitehall is the seat of the British government. Many departments including the British Ministry of Defence, the Royal Cavalry Guards Parade and the British Cabinet Office are located here. So Whitehall, the term, is also synonymous with the British central government. At this time, only a small part of the heroes who returned went in to put out the fire, and most of them had already taken over and surrounded this area. The hero of the Ministry of Magic and other departments are now slowly pointing their wands from the ground to the sidewalks and the sky around Whitehall. They set up an invisible energy field at the corners of the streets and at the same time placed a large number of mull expulsion spells to stop them. They approached with mulls. Before, due to lack of manpower, they just surrounded the Ministry of Magic itself. As more and more mulls were alarmed and wizards returned, they began to expand this in order to maintain secrecy. The isolation range expands the entire Whitehall area on the ground into the energy field. Rows of policemen with live ammunition stood there blankly, their eyes lost focus. Many fire trucks have arrived at the scene, but the firefighters did not carry out their work. Like the police, they and some senior mull government officials who rushed over are being reversed by the Ministry of Magic's Incidental Incident Team, Memory Cancellation Command. Mull. The wizards of the Problem Mediation Committee took control and began to gradually erase and reverse the bad memories of tonight. Many mulls have turned around and left after their memories were turned into a night fog in London, and went back to do their own things step by step, as if no abnormal situation had happened. Like a silent reef, the Mull Prime Minister, standing in the middle of the street, just watched his colleagues, bodyguards, army, police, these familiar and unfamiliar faces dull, and then came back to life. In front of the wizards, those agents did not have any power to fight back and were controlled by the wizards, leaving them at their mercy. Although the Prime Minister knew from previous contacts that the power of wizards is not comparable to that of ordinary people, he witnessed the control of such a large-scale ordinary person with such a disparity in strength, which made his heart full of fear and despair. The muscles of the thighs, stretched from the neck to the shoulders to the thighs, are stiff, and the whole body seems to have been under a freezing spell, so cold and unable to move. The Prime Minister also knew the reason why he was able to stand here soberly. He saw with his own eyes the confession of the Russian opponent who had been his subordinate before, under the alias Christopher Lee, so that he did not have to be erased. But that's all. The Prime Minister's former men did not say a word to the Prime Minister, so he left the Prime Minister here, as if he was transparent. and then he noticed the British Ministry of Magic, the arrival of Minister Owen Harris. The Prime Minister immediately pulled up his mouth and smiled in a mask. He wanted to say hello to his acquaintance Owen, but at this time Owen was anxious to go down and did not care about a mole. He turned around and noticed the Long Eyes, and said, "Long Eyes, you come to entertain the Prime Minister." Before Long Eyes responded, Owen walked directly to the phone booth elevator that had just been repaired, ignoring the mole Prime Minister, as if he hadn't seen him just now. Unlike the usual friendly hospitality when we get along, the mole Prime Minister, who feels neglected and deflated, pinches his palms, tries his best to control his emotions, greets the approaching Long Eyes, and tries to make his voice sound brave. Lee, you are yours. I mean, what's the situation with this fire? Your Excellency, a Death Eater ran over and let out a stern fire. The long-eyed tone was as gentle as ever. Don't worry, the arsonist has been killed by us. Death Eaters are the people you talked about. They fought back to the UK. The Prime Minister was a little annoyed by his long-eyed tone, but after hearing the content, he pinched his palms so that his voice didn't sound so horrified. The disasters caused by the previous Death Eaters' attacks, he estimated that if they do it again, the public would not believe any hurricane or other reasons. Oh, Your Excellency, you are worrying too much. Actually, this is their last struggle. Longyear noticed the Prime Minister's concerns, and he decided to reveal some facts to the other party to strengthen the other party's confidence. The minister's son Alan Harris, the headmaster, defeated their leader, the Dark Lord, some time ago, so our Ministry of Magic arrested the family that has a connection with the Death Eaters in the country a few days ago. This is just their dying struggle for revenge. The Prime Minister asked in surprise, Mr. Alan Harris defeated the mysterious man? There will be no bad guys or dementors coming to the mole world to make trouble? Your Excellency, just like you can't guarantee that there are no criminals in your country, and I can't guarantee that no one in our world will continue to commit some crimes. At least some people forget to activate the stealth mode from time to time to drive a flying car in mole world. Quite a lot. Longja responded. And then he smiled at the Prime Minister, but it is true that large-scale vicious incidents are rare in the British mole world. That couldn't be better. The mole Prime Minister was greatly relieved. Today's events have caused the mole Prime Minister to be frightened. Some of the economic professionals who already know the inside story of the mole Prime Minister have speculated from the cooperation project that the British Ministry of Magic is estimated to have received economic sanctions from other magical countries. And he understood that it was the sanctions that made their current relationship with the wizard look good because of cooperation. However, the Prime Minister was wary of this kind of close relationship and being happy because of the growing economy, but the subsequent contact and the other party's current practice made him a little grateful. The other party seemed to have no intention of ruling the world. Even wizards generally have always looked down on their ordinary people with this kind of bad sense that they have been discriminated against in the past. You reading www.umshu.com now makes the mole Prime Minister feel some sense of security. Later, on the ground floor of Whitehall, in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, there was no obvious fire or smoke at the scene of the fire. The ERA and Ministry staff have stopped casting spells to fight the fire, which means that the fire has been effectively controlled. Only part of the debris inside the Ministry of Magic is still smoking. Although various decorations and objects inside have been burned, the main structure of the Ministry of Magic has been preserved. The Harris who rushed over and the staff were ignoring the tired organization. The staff will perform statistics and repair. As the Minister of Magic, Owen took out his handkerchief and wiped the dust on his cheeks that had just been stained by the commander. After completing the initial layout work before, he stood behind a porch and accepted various departments to carry out the report on the damage, and the presence of personnel takes the overall picture. With the entire Ministry of Magic operating at high speed in an organized and deployed situation, the tone of the Minister of Magic speaking to the heads of these departments who came in turn, when Punlo came out from the elevator shaft to report, Owen was completely gone. After the impatience just now, He seemed as peaceful as usual. Report. The girl lowered her arms and strode towards the corner where Irving was. Her posture at home was different on weekdays. She stood upright at this time to show respect for Irving. "Thanks for tonight," Irving said in a tone of encouragement and approval, and then asked with concern, "Have you encountered any difficulties? Is there anything that needs additional support from the ministry for this mission?" "Please rest assured, Minister, I have always done things clean and tidy," Punlo replied confidently, with a rather arrogant voice. This time the task was completed smoothly, and Victor did not encounter any difficulties in finishing work. Extra support. Chapter 1256, Need This Fierce Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Punlo, have the family been used to life now? The magic world is not peaceful recently, but the guards have to be more careful. Owen raised a few wrinkles on his forehead. Luna and Alan are too. They are also weird in Ravenclaw Academy? He shook his head and sighed. Morgan Le Fay told me that you are very careful and take care of others. I remember that you were in the academy. The president of the Girls' Student Union must be very good at educating future generations. If you become a mother, it will definitely make people more at ease. Punlo, who was suddenly asked about irrelevant topics, was stunned, and then confidently said, "I also believe that I can take care of my children. I have learned little Patricia well recently. Things can't be done. I think so. Since your tasks are done for a short time, there is nothing to do. Let this kid Alan take you to relax for a few days. Don't put all your energy on work. Family only, it is the most important thing." Owen asked with increasing concern. Punlock restrained her constant excitement. She felt that the other party's words actually contained a hint of meaning. She was the daughter-in-law most recognized by Harris' parents. This made her lips upturn, and she felt it feels as refreshing as if I have taken fooling even the child's name has been figured out. Minister, Mother Wolf leaned over, and her slightly hoarse magnetic voice sounded, interrupting Owen and Punlo's conversation. "Amelia Bones from the Magic Law Enforcement Department is here, saying that she wants something. Negotiate." Owen patted his feet on the ground lightly, and he groaned for a moment. These neutrals. It seems that they also understand that Scrimgeour's position has become precarious after the fire. Annoyed, the position of this fellow Scrimgeour puts Albert and us in his throat. "Since Miss Bones wants to come to me, it depends on their sincerity." Hearing Scrimgeour, thinking of the conflict a few days ago, Punlo's face was also clouded, and he coldly turned the wand in his hand and walked out without saying much. In the daytime after the Ministry of Magic suffered a fire, in front of the shrine in Ravenclaw, the floating city of Hogwarts, the Armourer replaced the Umbrella Red Department to maintain order here. The Ministry of Magic is temporarily in need of maintenance, and meetings will be arranged in the chapel temporarily arranged as a meeting room in the Ravenclaw Temple. The arson incident at the Ministry of Magic building had already caused a lot of noise overnight, and the media flocked to get first-hand news. They gathered outside the interception line pulled up by the Eras, trying to interview everyone who entered the Ministry of Magic, until the arrival of the Minister of Magic Owen. The reporters immediately gave up on the subject in front of him, carrying long guns and short cannons, and squeezed in front of Owen, straightened their arms and extended the microphone to the interception line, asking questions loudly, trying to get Owen's response. "Minister Harris, are there any suspects? What action will Secretary Harris take? I heard that this is a conspiracy of Death Eaters." Owen stopped and turned to face the media, which was different from the usual gentle feeling of the people. At this time, his face was full of anger. He raised his right hand and 5 fingers together and pointed in the direction of the temple. "This fire is a signal from Merlin and Ravenclaw. We have been retaliated by the Death Eaters, and we will retaliate back." Hearing Irving's angrily and confirming the rumors that the murderer was a Death Eater, reporters winked at their cameras and asked them to capture the scene in front of them, but they didn't make much noise so as not to affect Irving's speech. In the previous stage, the Ministry of Magic obtained some conclusive evidence that pureblood families supported Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and thus carried out a fruitful arrest and interrogation. which further attacked the forces of the Death Eaters. But now the arms have the black mark. The Death Eaters, disguised as Italian protesters, blatantly set fire to the Ministry of Magic. This is their revenge and provocation for the Ministry's previous actions. We have reason to suspect that this was a less sophisticated prison robbery. Owen appeared to be in suppressing anger. Although the mysterious man and his Death Eaters don't seem to have bright brains to make the action fail, there is nothing particularly precious and irreparable on the upper 2 floors of the main hall that was burned, but it belongs to our British seat. The Magic Brothers fountain has been consumed by fierce fire and is inevitably destroyed. This is a shameful crime. It is a provocation and insult to the British magic world. This is a shameful punishment. I believe there must be more criminals behind the scenes! Exclamation mark. Minister Harris, does this mean that the previous arrests will continue? Minister Harris, does the Ministry of Magic have any plans to maintain the stability of the magic world in the future? Minister Harris, does the attacked Ministry of Magic need to return the armed arrows sent out to maintain law and order to the Ministry of Protection? The Ministry of Magic will not be frightened by threats from any person or force. Arrows will not give up protecting the people and come back to protect the safety of us Ministry officials. The Ministry of Magic will continue to strengthen public security prevention and control and give priority to protecting ordinary wizards. Fully protect their personal and property safety. As for the issue of arrest, yes, the arrest will not end. The Ministry of Magic will not adopt the old style of turning big and small things into small things. As long as you commit a crime, as long as you collude with the Death Eaters, we must not escape the sanctions of the Ministry of Magic. Owen said with his head raised, and he waved his hand. As for the staff of the Ministry, we are prepared to endure hardships. Since the defense force is not sufficient, we can definitely stay in the Ravenclaw Temple in the floating city. Temporary office location to handle affairs. Faced with any provocation by any forces, we are not afraid of any difficulties that will be encountered, and we will never waste our resources, and we will concentrate our efforts to safeguard the lives and property of our ordinary wizards. Rita Skeeter and Owen in the reporter group looked at each other, and she asked loudly, Minister Harris, as the Arrow Office Director Rufus Scrimgeour led the Patrol Arrows strike, there is a serious shortage of manpower to maintain law and order. What solution does the Ministry of Magic have for this? Who should be responsible for the turbulent situation? The families of Bones, Longbotham, Foley, etc. proposed to use the armed forces of the Umbrella to assist the Armorers in maintaining public security. How do you think about it? The issue of the Umbrella will be discussed at the meeting. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Owen faced the camera, but with the Umbrella to participate in the work of maintaining public order at the national level. I hope Rufus can be faster back to work. Irving appeared very sincere. Now that the fountain, which is an iconic monument in the British magic world, is destroyed, our civilization is under attack. I think even if there are differences in law enforcement, we should get it. Discussions at meetings like today. As for the occurrence of this arson, as long as Director Scrimgeour still belongs to the Ministry of Magic, I, the Minister of Magic, must be responsible for my subordinates. Representatives of the reporters, Rita, took the lead in giving some praises of consolation. Owen took out his pocket watch, checked the time and stopped being interviewed by reporters, and walked towards the Ravenclaw Temple. The reporters wanted to follow suit, pursuing the question. He was immediately stopped by the Arrows who protected Owen. Algie Longbotham, who was walking into the temple, clasped his hands in front of him, and his head slightly tilted to Hector Foley beside him, sarcastically saying, Owen seems to need this hard work more than Herbert in prison. Fire. Foley closed his mouth tightly and determined not to make any comments on Harris in public, but he knew in his heart that the other party using his own people to mention Scrimgeour was a warning and pressure on these neutral pureblood families, to ensure that they will wait for the action at the meeting, suggesting that the Umbrella intervene in the security inspection is just a trivial matter. Scrimgeour, who was stimulated before, has not been persuaded by them to stop the strike. And in essence, since Burns invited Owen to talk with them in the early morning, Scrimgeour's own problems are no longer a big problem. Today's meeting itself is the key to determining the future direction of the British magical world. Chapter 1257 Review Committee Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The Ravenclaw Temple on Floating City does not look like an enlarged version of the Ravenclaw Temple in Diagon Alley. There are huge, elegant arched windows on the walls, with blue and bronze silk hanging. The ceiling is a dome, the main background above is decorated with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars. On the dome, many ravens dance and roost under the stars, adding a lot of mystery to the temple. Many members of the Ministry of Magic, as a member of the Pureblood family, have not personally visited the temple, even if some of them personally experienced the goddess when the former headmaster of Hogwarts was driven away, but there is no rich life. It is difficult for them to change their past habits to believe in what to pray for. But at this time, they slowly stared at the scenery in the temple that was rare even for the silent people of the Department of Mysteries. They couldn't help but have a feeling of hearing the thunder rolling by. I will be a wizard for myself, and I am proud that someone of my kind has built such a majestic magic temple. When the visiting wizard raises his head, he will see some deeds of Ravenclaw as the Queen described on the mural, and find the huge statue of Rowena Ravenclaw and as a relief sculpture of a headless dragon on her mount. Some ravens raised inside fly around under the stars on the ceiling. When looking up, the themes of those frescoes and reliefs became Ravenclaws. When they were still humans, everyone's familiar deeds, such as the Creation Academy or spreading knowledge, can only be learned by wizards when they are looking up. I found my own kind in the painting, and between the murals on the wall of the temple, there are countless huge bookshelves, like Ravenclaw's common room. At the forefront of it, the usual preaching desk and blue upholstered benches have been temporarily arranged to look like a conference room. Noting that the Minister of Magic came in, the silent wizards sitting on the bench made themselves quieter, avoiding their voices being too conspicuous in this temple where the existence of gods has been confirmed. Cause of the temples. The internal structure is similar to that of the Mole Church, which has been specially designed to increase the sound as needed. The tall and open space and the dome above are the spatial features to make the temple music emphasize the ethereal effect of multi-voices. The wall is punched, and the ceramic pots are embedded in the wall. Techniques are used, and the height of the platform that Owen is going to raise, while making full use of ground echo to improve the transmission of speech sounds. The domes on the upper part that are outlined as the universe also become more important. They cannot be echoed by the cast, so as not to cause the echo to interfere with the speaker due to distance problems. But the whole temple, no matter in terms of structure or atmosphere, will make people unable to bear the slow pace when speaking, and it seems slow and calm. Later, the meeting officially began. Everyone, from now on, the temporary office of our Ministry of Magic will be set up in Floating City. Today is our first meeting. Owen squeezed his hands on the preaching stage and scanned the ministry staff in uniforms. Ours. His voice was also a lot slower than usual. The arson that happened last night was a complete trampling on our Ministry of Magic. Britain welcomes wizards of different customs and religious beliefs to join us with an inclusive and open attitude, but this is based on these beliefs and customs of theirs do not affect other wizards. Now, some extreme protests caused by Italian immigrants about their native religious beliefs have seriously affected others, and even been used by Death Eaters, causing us. The Ministry of Magic has suffered heavy losses. Owen waved his palm down heavily. The members of the Ministry of Magic sitting on the benches listened quietly. Everyone knows that the words in the opening scenes were revealed to ordinary people outside. The reason is not the point. What measures will be taken to counteract it? Today's highlight. In order to build a peaceful and safe living environment for wizards in the British magical world, I think the Ministry of Magic will further strengthen supervision. Owen's tone became tough, and he raised his head and said incontrovertibly, I ask the Ministry of Magic to establish this aspect. To establish a review committee, which will be led by Morgan Le Fay Harris, who is currently in charge of TV review work, and expand this function based on her department. The members of the committee will be loyal to serve. It is composed of British native wizards, Bones, Longbottom, Foley and other families that have continued to contribute to the development of the magic world, as well as members of some wizard families that have performed well in the Ministry of Magic this year, such as Grimson and Barcelona. Suddenly, the location of these family members named by Alan became the focus of the wizards' attention. Some wizards who were not named were obviously not prepared for this. They did not expect that these owners would also take measures in Harris. In the list, this makes them deeply disturbed. Let's talk about the current assumptions of the functions of the Supervision Department. Given the identity of the suspects in the arson case, all demonstrations and other protest actions must be reported to the Supervision Committee with detailed materials. The factual information has incited wizards' emotions, and has had a negative impact on the stability and harmony of the magical world. The Supervisory Committee will continue to clean up and rectify the publication market to ensure the authenticity of reports. In view of the fact that there are frequent incidents of funding illegal organizations in China, the committee can review their accounts with the permission of the Law Enforcement Department, and any companies and families that have previously been found to have funded Voldemort will not be subject to this restriction. Amid the uproar and the noise of the errors maintaining discipline, Owen said loudly and forcefully. The sound of his application of magic and the special structure of the temple were clearly transmitted to the ears of every wizard. In short, the Supervisory Committee now has the right to investigate these situations so that the British magical community can obtain peace and stability. These British purebreds who were still in the Ministry of Magic instantly understood the members and functions of this department. Bones and Longbottom had left them alone. They no longer maintained relative neutrality, but instead and to Harris. Now there is no doubt that this department will make these people a member of the new ruling class. All opponents will be sanctioned by this committee and labeled illegal. The wizards who were originally in the core ruling class of the magical world realized that they were kicked out of this level, and their family and personal interests would be damaged. They were in an uproar and could not accept the feeling of losing their rights. Like tumbling boiling water, these wizards stood up angrily in an instant, waving their palms and arms, gestures to Owen's accusations, protesting protests. Some of the wizards of the pure-blooded family who had maintained neutrality secretly regretted themselves. When the victory or defeat was already clear, but because of hesitation, he did not seize the opportunity and missed the opportunity to get on the train and become the new ruling class. But as one of the parties involved, at this moment Amelia Burns raised two thick eyebrows, and the monocle seemed to be about to slide down. Beside her, Algie Longbottom's round face and mouth were open. Frozen, this moment showed a blood relationship with his nephew, Neville, and looked very similar to Neville's days. The content just announced by the Minister of Magic, Owen, is quite different from the content they discussed in the early morning. The previous discussion said that the audit was only for the family connected with the mysterious person, and the black magic and the black industry were too many families. The decent ones hope to make the British magic world cleaner, and they can also annex these family legitimate industries to gain some benefits. But now in Owen's mouth, they have become targeted at everyone, but they themselves don't. There is no intention to set aside other families. Minister Harris, I object. Amelia Bones stood up from her seat, seeming to have used a lot of pause to organize the language because of an accident. This behavior of expanding the scope of the review too extreme can easily lead to magic. The uneasy atmosphere in the world has increased, and many families have made no mistakes before. Algie stood up immediately as he reacted, and said with a thick voice: I don't understand. This doesn't tell us. I agree. Suddenly, Josephine Harris' clear and cold voice interrupted Longbottom, and she stood up, raised her head and adjusted her wide-brimmed hat. Following in her footsteps, the senior management of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures stood up and expressed their approval. Some people tried to stand up and expressed their opposition, but were surprised to find that their voice seemed to be less powerful in this temple than the original. He shouted a lot. I agree, I support. With Lon, Daisy and Albert taking the lead, their forces also agreed. John Barser followed closely, and Grimson rubbed his red nose. His falcon-like sharp eyes glared at the wizards who expressed opposition, and also expressed his attitude very seriously. These wizards who have completely invested in Harris stood up one by one, and the voices of consent were endless and almost converged into a coherent note. These wizards who stood up almost joined together www.mentalnovel.com, occupying more and more temples space. In this form, with the exception of the wizards who were irritable and opposed and shouted loudest, more and more people were encumbered to stand by the sound of consent. Bones looked at the changes in the scene in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to continue to oppose the defense. She was held down by Algae by her side. She looked at the other side suspiciously. Following the other side's sight, he saw those who were forced to stand up and agree. The neutral pureblood family is hostile to their eyes. It's useless to say anything. Foley said in a low voice, there is no other choice. If you object at this time Bones will not only be kicked out of the committee, but will also be completely isolated. It was put on by Owen. Now the Ministry of Magic is indeed Harris's people occupying most of the advantageous positions. But if they and these neutral families are in the same pace as before, they also hold a certain number of them should be able to hinder or make Harris more constrained. The function of the committee, but at this moment when the seeds of their mutual distrust have grown, they understand that if they do not oppose, at least they will be accepted as the new real ruling class. If they do, they will not only not be able to change the status quo, but will also affect the future of the family. Compensate for development potential. Amelia, forget it. Algae Longbottom didn't seem to be as urgent as before. He looked at the aggrieved witch. We are still in the review committee. At least, we are kicked out than we are in it. Isn't it better to ensure the fairness of this organization? Amelia squinted her eyes tightly, and the edges of the monocle were sinking into the flesh. Listening to Longbottom's words, she was entangled, not enough, and finally gave up to continue to protest and argue. Of course for the so-called she didn't agree with the bottom line, but it didn't matter anymore. Chapter 1258. Don't talk nonsense. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The wind and snow roared, some frost stuck to the arched glass window of Luna's room. The burning fire in the fireplace reflected on Luna's face lying on the chair. Helena stood behind her mother obediently. Learning Narcissa's previous gestures gently kneaded Luna's neck, making Luna look more drowsy. Miss Ravenclaw, you should be more comfortable after eating and sitting for a while before going to bed. After putting the carefully cooked meals on the table, Narcissa respectfully exclaimed, even if Luna's appearances to the trance was unreliable, and under the influence of Black's tutoring, she could not neglect this little witch, who she considered to be extremely distinguished. In fact, Narcissa's attitude towards Luna has completely exceeded that of Morgan Le Fay. Respectfully, call me Luna. Luna corrected. Okay, Luna. Narcissa responded with a loud mosquito, then picked up the tray and stood up. Then I will come again later, Miss Ravenclaw. Call me Lou. The goddess seemed to finally give up correcting the problem of mortal address, and she waved her hand to focus on things. Sorry, Lavin. Narcissa closed her mouth. She smiled at Helena, and looked at Ellen who was making potions like a cauldron on the side of the room. Without saying a word, Bother just bowed slightly and left the room quickly with an empty tray. Luna sighed. Fortunately, I am not a monkey face. Otherwise she would be more respectful. I don't think you are enjoying it, otherwise I would have cured your leg long ago. And you will not go to eat. Alan stirred the hot wand in front of him, his tone a little disgusting. Darcy began blamed me for making you so serious. Luna rolled over, tilted her head and did not respond, but suddenly looked out the door with dim eyes. Your father is here. The door opened automatically before it was knocked. Owen stood at the door in embarrassment with his hand he was about to knock on. Then he pulled it back and straightened his clothes and stood outside the door and hit the two people inside. After greeting, He looked at his son. Ellen, come out for a while, I'm looking for you and I need you to do something. Dad, I'm boiling potion in the cauldron, I may not be able to walk away. Alan turned sideways so that Owen could see the layout of the room. He pointed to the bubbling cauldron in the room behind him. It will take a while. Time. What are you doing with potions? Owen was a little surprised and angry. Luna's injury is not healed yet. You beat her harder last time? Exclamation mark. Ouch. Luna let out a fake moan, put down the silver spoon, and then stroking her left knee with her hand to frown in pain. Helena looked at her mother in amazement as to why she thought that good leg would pain. You got better. You hurt your right foot. It's not Suok's knee. Alan's forehead jumped with blue veins and said in Rowena's native dialect, then turned to look at his father. Dad, don't let her. You lied. Just tell me something. Luna don't want to be my stupid son. You can rest for a while and make sure to fully recover before walking. I heard Morgan Le Fay say that she took good care of you. Owen walked in, his face stretched out with a fatherly expression. After a few words in a mellow manner, he turned his head and glared at Alan. He looked at Alan with disgust. Alan, you are not injured. Recently, you are too lazy. The family is busy. Just you. She hides in the room every day. Since it's not the problem of her injury, what kind of potion do you make? If you are free to play with potions, you will deal with it. Father, my mother asked me to come back. I have to take care of Luna personally to be able to be forgiven. Alan glanced at his father. You see, my task is so important. Of course I can't go out everywhere. Xenophilius when he comes. The white-haired wizard had a lingering expression on his face. I have to make sure that I am in the room when he comes. No delay. Tonight, Longbotham Burns and I had something to discuss, but now they actually moved Dumbledore. He went to Scrimgeour and wanted to be our mediator. Owen sat opposite Alan, who was standing in front of the cauldron again, frowning in dissatisfaction. Since Dumbledore is here, I think it's better for you to talk. Oh, Daddy, you are afraid of Dumbledore? Alan suddenly realized aloud. Don't talk nonsense. I just put them together a few days ago. If Principal Dumbledore comes over, I'm a little emboldened. Owen exclaimed, a little annoyed. You go for me. Scrimgeour can no longer be the office director. Stay. This is too serious for us. You can figure it out. You have been doing well with Dumbledore recently, isn't it? The location is in Lord Grindelwald's mansion, so I think you are more suitable than me. Up, Father, you don't need to worry. Since the bill passed, these people have not jumped out to oppose it. Dumbledore is indifferent to this kind of government affairs, as long as it does not harm the interests of most people. I don't think he can handle himself. I also saw that Borgin and the others are not pleasing to the eyes. Alan raised his brows, and said with some embarrassment, look, I can't walk away here. Luna at home needs my care, and my potion experiment has not been completed. Since Scrimgeour will not be arrested, I think those families can accept it. The only thing you have to convince is Scrimgeour, the stubborn lion itself. So Dad, you can go by yourself. You should learn to be independent when you are so old. I'm your dad, not you, my dad. The blue veins on Owen's forehead also jumped. Don't you want to be lazy? Don't you have a clone? Just one to continue your potion experiment, one to accompany Luna. One just go to the meeting for me and just mention what conditions do you have. Then help me comfort Xenophilius. Alan immediately said the request. You know, he was dissatisfied with Luna's so young and pregnant with her baby. I took her to her a few days ago. I broke my leg. I can't stand it. He smiled flatly and started acting like a baby. Dad, my good father. Shut up. Owen was disgusted. He frowned and said, you get things done here. He will be very busy on the TV station, and will explain to ordinary people what to appease. I want to make a request. Luna sounded in a daze. Some sleepy, she tilted her head to look at Owen and muttered, the Department of Mysteries. Except for the curtains, to the floating city. Owen's gaze froze for a moment, and he looked at Alan for help. He knew the girl spoke English, but he often didn't understand what she wanted to express. Father, Luna meant that you arranged to move the Department of Mysteries to Floating City, except for the curtain that was used as a death penalty place. Alan saw his father's confused expression controlling himself. The idea of teasing, although he didn't know Luna wanted to make this request before, he understood the intention of her request in a flash. Owen thought for a while, and then gave his son a reason. This is not a big problem. You two are silent. As long as the other Sol Crocker doesn't make trouble, you just write an application and I agree. This is mysterious. The internal affairs of the Department of Affairs. Other departments can't control you. The thing about Tom before shows that the conflict between Luna and the of Death is greater, and the risk of getting close to the Veil is much higher than before. And you are also watching the Nether Scrolls to study these things sooner or later. You are reading. It's safer to separate them from the drapery on www.ucan'tsu.com. Alan and Luna looked at each other and said these reasons, then turned to look at their father. And other than that, the Ministry of Magic arson was caused by your father. Penlo controlled the Italian fanatic to burn it, and gave him a dark sign. But before Scrimgeour was dealt with, the armorers were all sent out, and the umbrella to protect other places is still a bit. 10,000. Any criminals who really want to emulate the crime and cause the Department of Mysteries to be destroyed and lost. That would be too wrong. Well, you are thinking well. But we can also change the things we are studying. Recently, because of this bill, Harris has been a bit conspicuous. It is too blatant to give everyone in the family a silent identity. Owen nodded in agreement, and then he noticed that Helena, who had massaged Luna, was staring at herself. Ellen, don't talk nonsense. How can you say this in front of Helena? She turned to Helena and explained kindly, don't misunderstanding. Helena, your grandfather is all bad guys. I understand, Grandpa. I'm just listening to you. Helena waved her hand quickly. In fact, as a Ravenclaw and a medieval person, she had seen the dark side not less, otherwise she would not be keenly aware of it before. Most people approach her because she has a founder mother. Don't worry, Helena has done a lot of bad things, and the teachers don't care about her. Luna yawned lightly, and dropped her inattentive eyes as if she could never focus. Many pets have died. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Helena suddenly looked anxious, and she stopped Luna in annoyance when she felt the fire burned on her body. The rebellious Helena also liked the Dark Lord. Alan cooperated with the child and his mother began to tease the child. Father, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 1259? Barn Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. On Wednesday morning, Alan brought Hermione out of the school and arrived at the new home of Grindelwald, Vice President of Hogwarts University, at the agreed time. The exquisite and elegant residence in front of the house is brightly colored, with browned and cheshire-based walls and white lines, forming a checkered facade. The ground floor of the building is made of masonry, and the floor is made of wood frame. The components are exposed, the arrangement is dense, and the decorative effect is strong. Its spire is exceptionally sharp and tall, like a souled sword, with an attic inside and a dormer window. The round or octagonal staircase protrudes outside. This typical German-style house is concealed in the dense shade of green trees in the winding path of the front yard outside the house. It lies quietly beside the green grass. The cooking and processing places built in the yard on Halloween are different. All the necessary decorations such as kitchen utensils have disappeared. The trails in the courtyard are clean and quiet, and the fragrance of flowers maintained by magic is rich. Just stepping into it, this building, which looks similar to a mole house, set up a tall barn in the yard, and it was hidden by those vegetation outside the yard for the first time. This block is more like a mole house than our house. But what is this barn doing? There is no wheat growing in the floating city. Because of the talks today, she deliberately got up early to clean up her image and put her hair behind her head. She elegantly rolled up a bun. Her little smoky and plain lip makeup is very fanciful. Wearing an umbrella uniform, she can reveal a mature and stable temperament that is not in line with her immature face, which is a bit contrary to her. Getala's taste is still good, Maybe it's for his cannibal restaurant as a storage cabinet. Alan touched his bare chin and glanced at Hermione. But it's still not as famous as the Grangers. It won't be scary again next year. Hermione bit her lip and snorted furiously. That's because no one will dare to go to your house next year to be frightened. Alan smiled when he saw Hermione's wide-eyed eyes. Wait for a while to finish the business. Don't go back to school anyway. Go to your house and see Delphi. Besides, I want to consult your parents about some potions. Potion? My parents? I can understand the words, but I don't understand the serialization. Hermione looked a little bit savory. How do you talk like Luna recently? They had this idea when they heard that the energy nuclear power increased before. Alan explained quickly. Maybe it's just that the predecessors won't have the opportunity to be as extravagant as us. Good morning, Ellen, and Hermione. Please come in. Amelia and the others are already inside. It is unwise to stay at the door for too long in cold weather. It seems that Irving will not come. Dumbledore appeared at the door. His silver white hair and beard hanging down to his waist, a pair of brand new half-moon glasses on his hooked nose, a purple brown magic robe, and a top hat on his head. Good morning, Albus. Alan, my dad thinks it is more straightforward for me to face Mr. Scrimgeour. After a few more greetings at the door, Hermione asked, Dumbledore, is there anything you care about getting a barn in the yard? It's just to miss the knick-knack of the lost youth. Dumbledore's complexion was ruddy. Author's note, their blood oath is said to be concluded in a barn. Ah, you are here. Grindelwald, who heard the movement, also walked out and rescued Dumbledore from his embarrassment. Grindelwald wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and a grey grid-striped vest, but an apron around his waist was obviously spotless. He stood behind Dumbledore. I'm preparing lunch for you, camellia pudding, a tower made of a gallon of primrose, fish-flavored ground meat pie. Hermione, you couldn't come for some reason on Halloween. Be sure to try my craft. Thank you for your hospitality. Hermione's lips were slightly pursed and said dryly her own failure cake made her uncomfortable with the experience of being sent to the magic hospital. Was greeted and entered the house, a chandelier hanging from the roof, covered with brown wave-striped wallpaper occupying all the walls. 3 brown bookcases full of books stood against the wall. On the wall there are also several ornately decorated tapestries, on which are moving figures and weird runes. Slender flower windows inlaid with sunlight-stained glass spilled in, adding a touch of magic to this room. Bones and the others were a little surprised to see that Alan was here. They stood up and welcomed them and asked, Principal Harris, Miss Granger, how are you? Is the minister not coming today? When Algie Longbottom saw Alan, his expression was a little unnatural, but his previous experience of being taught by Alan at Hogwarts taught him to be cautious. Don't worry, my dad thinks that things have reached this point now because Scrimgeour has some deep prejudices about me and umbrellas. Alan is no stranger to these people. He was in Hogwarts before. He had dealt with all the time, and he calmly said, as for how to deal with Mr. Scrimgeour who incited the strike of the Eras on patrol this time. Although I am only a silent member of the Ministry of Magic, I shouldn't take care of these things. But I think after tonight I can still provide the minister with some advice on how to deal with this matter. Principal Harris, I actually have another thing, Burns said cautiously. After all, it was Alan instead of Irving that was facing him. There are some things that you don't know. But what the minister announced at the first meeting of the Ravenclaw Temple is not the same as the results of our previous private consultations. And I am very worried about the authority of the current review committee. I don't know if Minister Irving in this regard, what explanation did you give you? This was obviously beyond the expectations of other families, and Dumbledore, Agile Longbottom, who was sitting at the side, became nervous in an instant. He didn't expect that things had become established, and Amelia would take it out. Say something, Amelia. Principal Harris certainly didn't know about this. We were for Rufus, Foley said eagerly, afraid that it would be more difficult for Harris to deal with Scrimgeour. He was a little upset that he shouldn't listen to Dumbledore's opinion, thinking that Sirius, who was also close to Harris, should be invited to help. Amelia, I think you can talk to Minister Harris in person later on these issues. Let's talk about Scrimgeour first. Dumbledore looked at Amelia from the hook nose. Took over the topic. First, some of Mrs. Rosie Matter's best oak ripening mead. Dumbledore did not wait for a response from others. With a light wave of his wand, a clean wine bottle and 5 glasses flew out of the wine cabinet. The bottle automatically turned sideways to fill each cup with honey yellow liquid, and then the cups floated towards everyone in the room. Very sweet aroma. Maybe I should ask the giant squid to drink a bucket. Alan took a sip, and then turned his eyes to Amelia, who had obeyed Dumbledore, but looked as serious and cold as a stone. But Miss Bones has doubts. Before we talk about Rufus Scrimgeour, let me explain it for you. Chapter 1260. Explanation. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Principal Harris. Let me first talk about my thoughts. The supervision authority of this organization is too great. If it cannot be restrained, it is difficult to guarantee that someone will withstand the temptation not to abuse it and use it to suppress other families for their own benefit. Amelia Burns' eyes widened slightly, as if she felt that her lines were too serious and accusing her. She paused. Principal Harris, please forgive me for being so ignorant. I believe the review committee is here. Our hands shouldn't become an abused weapon yet. But I don't believe that all those who take over will be able to do this. Miss Bones, let me explain this to you first. Hermione raised her hand before Alan answered, and found that everyone looked at her and realized that this was not a classroom, so she put it in embarrassment. Continued, our vision is not limited to the magical world. I think the establishment of the review committee is indeed to prevent too many incidents like the recent ones, and affect the peaceful development of the magical world, so that we don't have to be like before. That's endless internal consumption. I have prepared some information. Please wait. Saying that, Hermione took out the bound information from her pocket. She didn't use a magic wand to click on it with her finger, looking up at the number of people on the scene, duplicating the information and duplicating it to the number of people needed. Excellent non-stick casting. Dumbledore praised Hermione without looking at the information, and then he looked at Alan. The students at Hogwarts did learn better than when I was in office. You are more responsible than me in this respect. It's also the students who practice well by themselves, Alan said with a normal expression of humility, a little ashamed in his heart. In fact, he spent much less time in school this year than Dumbledore, who used to be satirical and often absent from school. Alan allowed and encouraged the students to develop that everything should be solved by magic first, and the spellcasting restrictions in each area were opened. We got a lot of practice opportunities. Hermione praised Alan while sharing the information with the rest of the people. By the way, these data are the number of new industries and sales volume that our magical world has brought after cooperation with muggles, as well as the expected profits that may be generated after the development of other businesses. Bones and the others looked at the data in their hands and nodded blankly, not because they were indifferent to the wealth, but because Hermione's more statistical method made these purebloods who were not proficient in mathematics understand. Hermione had already anticipated that the other party might not be able to understand. She further explained, it is very obvious that our development speed and momentum this year has exceeded any previous year. Under the premise that there are other huge profits that have not been developed. Because I want to exploit the uncoveted family industry of some families, and create an organization specifically to ruin their reputation. I think everyone here must understand that no one but an idiot will do this. What Hermione is talking about is actually our explanation. Although the ending may not be the same as when you talked about it before, we really set it up more for the stable development of the wizarding world. Alan took over and emphasized, of course, in front of Albus and you, I have to admit that this will undoubtedly make Harris less scolded in the process, but this is more aimed at those who are dissatisfied in this era of replacement. We are all people who cherish our reputation. Like Hermione said, if we don't care about abuse of power for such a small profit, I don't think anyone else does this except Tom, who is crazy. Miss Bones' attitude has eased a lot. and Hector Foley is staring at the figures in the data at this time, a little dumbfounded, because he often personally takes care of the family's business, unlike the political bones and the families being caught by the Neville Longbottom controlled by Grandma. He quickly understood the above expectations, but the above numbers were so big that he felt that he didn't understand. In fact, there is the easiest way to make everyone feel at ease. Alan leaned on the sofa and spread his hands freely. For him, he said in a very indifferent tone, "Albus, do you have considered becoming a member of the review committee? I think if you, the White Wizard, join in, people will always feel relieved." This invitation surprised Burns, who had always supported the Order of the Phoenix. The decorative chain on her monocle swayed. She turned her head to look at Dumbledore and asked expectantly, "Albus, if you can join, naturally everything will be nothing." "There is a problem. Actually, I'm very satisfied with my current semi-retirement life. And I think Alan's answer has satisfied everyone, right?" Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed behind his crescent glasses. "I have to remind you, we are not here today for this, but for Rufus." Longbottom and Bones were disappointed that they did not try to persuade. Foley sat aside and shook his glass. He knew that Dumbledore, who was unwilling to serve as Minister of Magic, would not be willing to be anything now. "Members of the review committee. That's really a shame, Albus. Then let's talk about business." Scrimgeour did something like this time. "What do you think?" Alan shrugged indifferently and turned back to the topic anyway. The floating city of Hogwarts has been converted by him to the British Ministry of Magic, which can basically be regarded as his private property. Whether Dumbledore participates or not, he will not be bound by the organization established by his father. "I have to admit, Ellen, Rufus has indeed done a great job of inciting the Armdra to strike. Anger blinded him," Dumbledore said. "He has always disagreed with me for a long time. I have had a lot of conflicts with me, but I have to admit that he has been working hard to fight the Dark Wizard all his life." "So Ellen, in my opinion, since everyone does not conflict in nature, they are all in a certain sense for the better development of the magical world. There are only differences and misunderstandings between each other. I think we should eliminate this misunderstanding from each other. I beg you, please try to give him a chance. He is an excellent error. Just like you tried to tolerate him as much as possible before, Albus. We Harris have always tolerated him very much. If someone else was as rude and obstructed the work of the ministry like him, he would have been dismissed and reviewed." Lun shook the wineglass indifferently, and the honey yellow wine in the glass appeared a bit shining in the sunlight floating in the window. He took a sip and looked at Longbottom and them. "I understand what you mean. Everyone Mr. G's friendship is moving. But I don't seem to see Director Scrimgeour himself here. So we are now talking about this. What is his personal attitude? Has he already admitted wrong?" Miss Bones was stared uncomfortably. In fact, with the support of these pureblood families, Scrimgeour could keep her position against Harris for so long, and this method is in line with the justice she usually respects. The violation made her a little bit emboldened. Algie Longbottom was drinking silently. In fact, this old lion was very stubborn. He still insists that the protest itself is what he should do. He thinks the losses are all to avoid greater damage, and he has calculated that Harris will use this umbrella without really harming ordinary wizards. "Principal Harris, I have an unsympathetic request," Hector Foley asked hoarsely. His voice was very loud, but he didn't dare to look into Alan's eyes and reveal his guilty conscience. "Skelina, come here later. We hope you can come forward and explain the ideas of the Ministry of Magic, Harris, and Umbrella clearly to him. This way, we can solve the misunderstandings between each other. Maybe Scrimgeour will no longer be stubborn on strike. This way you can save a good error." Alan took the initiative to explain to Scrimgeour. Hermione seemed to be irritated by the other's thoughts. She put the wineglass on the table, quickly sat upright, raised her chin and pushed the hair away from her face. "Is this too unfair? It's not Alan who is at risk of being dismissed for doing wrong things. And those purebloods really support the Death Eaters." "It's okay, Hermione. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. We were here to talk about things." Alan held Hermione's hand, and he looked at everyone. I came with sincerity. Imrightlinji did not contradict the explanation of these things, but I have to ask, don't you think that Scrimgeour can still keep his position as the head of the office this time? Especially when he called to patrol the Ura no longer to travel himself. After the duty, the purebloods wanted to talk, but Dumbledore stopped them. It doesn't matter whether Scrimgeour's position is the head of the Ura's office in the future. He did something wrong, so he should pay some price. Dumbledore looked at the pureblood apologetically, then turned his head to Alan. Said, but equally, the important thing is that we are now saving a person who is on the wrong path because of anger, so we should tell him our thoughts to resolve the misunderstanding. Right, Alan? He is an excellent Ura. I also hope that even if he is no longer the head of the office in charge of all Uras, don't be punished too harshly for this. Don't let him lose the position where he can use his talents. Of course, the system and regulations are not very clear, but this is my personal request and wish. Alan stared at Dumbledore. He understood that the other party was actually bored with these political things, as long as it did not involve too much behavior that endangers the magical world. The White Wizard had no interest in participating. The previous Fudge and Umbridge's the action did not affect him, and Dumbledore himself did not have a good impression of Scrimgeour, who loves against him, and this time he was willing to come forward only for the justice he believed. Albus, I understand. But I still have to ask, where is Scrimgeour now? I must at least see him to explain it to him, right? Chapter 1261. What are your requirements? Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Because of Scrimgeour's stubborn character. The time we agreed with him is a bit later than yours. Bones looked at his pocket watch and readjusted his monocle apologetically. We think that communicating with you first will be more conducive to the development of things. Hermione looked a little unhappy when he heard this. It was obvious that he had done something to ask for mercy, but it turned out to be the same as them. But Alan was still calm. During the next time they were in the magic world, some of the news chats on the topic are relatively relaxed, and no one mentions the controversy about the previous actions of the Ministry. Just as Dumbledore's mead bottomed out, a bright green flame suddenly emerged from the empty grate under the marble fireplace in Grindelwald's house. Just watched Scrim standing now in the middle of the flame, as fast as a top. The earth turned non-stop. A few seconds later, Scrimgeour crossed the grate. His dark brown hair and bushy eyebrows were stained with some ashes. He stood on the exquisite carpet in the living room, and a feather duster automatically flew over and dusted his blue-black cloak. The ashes on the sleeves. When Scrimgeour raised his face, Alan found that he was much older than the last time they met. His grey hair was a bit unkempt, thin and haggard, but his expression was stern. His eyes, as sharp as the prey, also fell on everyone. After that, it ended up on the empty glass and bottle. The atmosphere in the room froze for an instant, and Foley was a little uneasy, and instinctively moved in the direction of Burns. It seems that the negotiation is over. Is there a result? So I decided what to do with me. Scrimgeour waved away the feather duster, took off his outermost cloak, and put it on his arm. Straight to the left. I sat down on a single sofa that was vacated, on Dumbledore's right, facing Ellen. I'm here today for peace talks. Foley turned the glass in his hand. Although Scrimgeour didn't know what was good or bad, he still calmed down and said, Rufus, we talked about some other issues before. This is what I am rushing to negotiate. Rufus, there are a lot of misunderstandings between you. Dumbledore conjured another wine glass, poured the little mead into the empty glass, and directed the glass to fly to Scrimgeour. I'm not mistaken, Harris and the others have an obvious purpose in controlling the British magical world. Scrimgeour obviously didn't buy Dumbledore's ease of atmosphere. Unlike Burns' almost superstitious worship of Dumbledore as a hawk, he and Dumbledore have often disagreed with Dumbledore for many years, and he would show this without hesitation and politeness. When Algie Longbottom saw him talking to Dumbledore so unceremoniously, the eyebrows and beards on his round face were all wrinkled together. Rufus, Pay attention to your attitude. Albus is here to help you. How many things have been caused by the tantrum strike? For your business, we are here to mediate for you. Dumbledore does not owe you, nor do we. Scrimgeour snorted. I thought about it before I went on strike. Before I did this, I'm just going to jail. If this evokes Rufus, Dumbledore interrupted the head of the Auror office. He smiled. You know we are here for peace talks, but you are here now. I think this is enough to show that we are all willing to listen to each other. My heart, isn't it? Pointing to the cup that flew to Scrimgeour. Can I buy you a drink now? Scrimgeour's expression was like a slap in the face. His back stiffened, and he squeezed his finger bones. In the end, he did not reprimand him angrily. Instead, he reached out his hand or took the wine glass and sniffed the wine. Looking at them blankly, he drank the wine in the glass in one sip. Immediately, although Scrimgeour's tone was still very blunt, he said a little softer and alive, So Dumbledore, what do you want to say when you invite me over? Or did the headmaster Harris tell me? The head of the Auror office? What instructions? Alan, who didn't speak, just touched Hermione's hand to prevent her from refuting, and just shrugged at the apologetic look cast by Foley. Rufus, this arson has exposed the harm caused by the internal division of the Ministry of Magic. We are gathered here today to eliminate the differences between you, so that ordinary people in the magical world do not have to suffer from your disputes. More hurt. Dumbledore folded his hands on his knees, and his long silver beard fell to the ground. Misunderstanding? I witnessed with my own eyes that the rights of our officials who did not fall to Harris at the Ministry of Magic were emptied a little bit. As the director of the Auror office, their actions began to bypass me completely, and I saw Harris how they were the violent law enforcement. That evil witch. Scrimgeour put the wine glass heavily on the table, staring at Alan with cold eyes, but in the end did not say the words Penlow. If I abuse my power like this, if I never protest, no more action. The Ministry of Magic will no longer be the Ministry of Magic for ordinary British wizards. Rufus, don't blindly blind you from seeing the truth because of your prejudice against Harris. Dumbledore still had a smile on his face, but his eyes became colder. You have been dedicated to fighting the Dark Wizard all your life. Respectable. But Harris has been the same for the past few years. Scrimgeour looked at Dumbledore with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. I don't believe you haven't heard of their violence, Dumbledore, because witches work in their family. The wizards who were arrested, you were reading www.uukanzu.com, they are all connected with the Death Eaters, and they resist arrest violently. Hermione threw Alan away from her hand and sat upright, like it is a sharp-edged Gryffindor or sword. According to the law, Auror has the right to use force in this situation, giving priority to protecting his personal safety, and then successfully arresting the target. I don't think those female shop assistants pose any threat to our well-trained Auror. Scrimgeour asked. So, do you plan to pursue a career in magic law in the future? Miss Granger. No. I hope to do something good in the world, Hermione retorted. Now the Aurors can get the right to fire at this time. If I remember correctly, it's Mr. Scrimgeour. You were in the World Cup with Harry. Ministers united to promote this. This is your own law. Rufus, legally speaking, Miss Granger's words are nothing to blame. Bones retorted Scrimgeour disapprovingly. Foley felt more and more that supporting Scrimgeour was a mistake. Supporting him for so long hadn't been rewarded, so he didn't need to say that he liked to do things. And this old lion who doesn't know what it is too stubborn. And now even Hermione Granger, a well-known witch who actually has no conflict of interest, speaks ironically. When Alan saw the other party talking about Hermione, he spoke in a very calm tone. So, what I have never actually understood is, Mr. Scrimgeour, what is your appeal after the strike? Unlike those Italian wizards, they at least I made crazy demands, demanding to build a temple of my faith on the floating city and even expel the Ravenclaw temple. But I noticed you patrolling the Auror, and more just shouting and protesting the ... But your request, what is it? Chapter 1262. One young woman on the right beside the vertical heart on the left. Sincere thanks to the leader. Harry Potter, Invincible, find the latest chapter. Scrimgeour was stunned by the question. He was angered, and he was basically opposed to Harris' atrocities because of his anger, but he did not think deeply about his purpose and demands. The Ministry of Magic shouldn't ... and Harris ... Well, Scrimgeour's thick eyebrows wrinkled and refused to give up. And then he realized that it was impossible to expel Harris from the ministry. All actions should follow the law. It is illegal to use excessive violent means to achieve a goal, no matter what the purpose. Harris' power should not override the law. Mr. Scrimgeour, you are unwilling. I understand that. Alan looked straight. Harris hates the Dark Wizard and Death Eaters no less than you. And maybe you don't approve of our methods. But we are also fighting these bad guys who cast terror everywhere. I can't see the difference between Harris' current methods and the Dark Wizard. Scrimgeour said stubbornly, and you are not only attacking the Dark Wizard. Am I the Dark Wizard? Foley's fingers kept rubbing the jewel ring on his hand. Scrimgeour was willing to give up. Is he trying to offend Harris completely? It was too reckless to accuse Harris that they were Dark Wizards. Algae Longbottom also did not expect Scrimgeour to go straight to this level. This kind of behavior is close to a warrior in his eyes. Longbottom felt that the purpose of getting together today may be difficult to achieve. Scrimgeour further offended Harris. It doesn't make sense to be louder, Hermione said immediately. Mr. Scrimgeour, you incited a strike. This is not in compliance with Ministry of Magic regulations. Scrimgeour ignored Hermione, just looked at Alan. Alan cocked his mouth, raised his glass to Scrimgeour, and drank the remaining mead in the glass. Scrimgeour shook his head, refusing to admit defeat. That's also because you took the lead in raising me and didn't value the ordinary era, otherwise so many people would not follow me. Mr. Scrimgeour, I have a few questions that you want to ask you to solve for me. Alan seemed to be serious about asking for advice. Although the questions are similar, I think it's best to ask them one by one. Scrimgeour looked at Alan with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. After considering whether it was worth continuing to tear his face and vent what was in his heart, he shrugged, then cleared his throat. Principal Harris, please tell me. Spit out every syllable very clearly and firmly. Are those Death Eaters considered a Black Wizard? Of course. Scrimgeour did not hesitate, but increased his vigilance in his heart. This should be the consensus of the magic circles in the world at present. Is Tom Riddle a Dark Wizard? Alan's tone was still calm, even with a smile on his face. Scrimgeour pursed his lips and nodded, then he sarcastically said, I think there are only 2 Dark Wizards who can match him in the world who are still alive. Scrimgeour's words aroused the anger and fear of many people present, and Burns gave Dumbledore a worried look. Fortunately, the other party was not angry because Scrimgeour said about the first Dark Lord. Alan, who held Hermione's eyes fixed on Scrimgeour, very well, then, in that case, are the families that are connected with the Death Eaters and use funds and resources to support their terrorist operations, are they Dark Wizards? I never thought that they were not Black Wizards. But the Ministry of Magic's method of arresting these suspects was too violent. Scrimgeour felt that he understood where Harris wanted to attack him, and retorted strongly, if this use is ordinary. Mr. Scrimgeour, what you said is what you said. When will the speculation become evidence? This is your personal idea. Alan leaned back in the chair and interrupted Scrimgeour easily. Like you were opposed to the Ministry of Magic's entry into Gringotts to search for Voldemort's Horcruxes. You were worried that these goblins would betray as before, but you see, even if Harris set up the Wizard's own bank, they have nothing in fact threatening actions, so in fact they didn't have the guts to rebel at all. Next, Harris will further squeeze the living space of Gringotts, forcing them to agree to the Ministry of Magic to go in and take out the Horcrux. I know, you are trying to do this in private. I have contacted the fairies and made this effort, but I think my method is more useful. Don't they? Now fairies in other countries are also beginning to fear that the Ministry of Magic in other countries will follow our example. In order to achieve the goal, use illegal means to solve the problem, and simply ignore the legal system formulated by the Ministry of Magic. Today, the Ministry of Magic can deal with the Dark Wizard by any means, then in the future it may also leapfrog and violate the rules to deal with the opinions of those in power. Wizard Scrimgeour scratched his unshaved cheeks, and said irritably, in fact, among so many arrests, many people's actual crimes are not at the point of censorship, but was arrested violently like this. I'm afraid you have any misunderstandings about the law and Harris' style. Alan shrugged. Alan's understatement irritated Scrimgeour, and he went out and shouted, am I wrong? That Punlo I saw her work style, that kind of enjoyment. I feel completely worthy of her Devil's Win comment. You are reading www.ukanzu.com. Principal Harris, who can guarantee that she will not abuse violence to satisfy her own desires. Anyway, I won't believe it. Ask me to say if it's not a young woman on the left by the vertical heart on the right. She should have entered Azkaban long ago. Rufus Scrienger. Dumbledore raised his voice and spoke, and was interrupted by Alan, who became angry when he heard the words a young woman on the right beside the vertical heart on the left. His face turned ugly, and everyone present was startled. Thinks Scrimgeour, this stubborn donkey. Completely annoyed Headmaster Hogwarts. Scrimgeour, I ask you about Harris' style of work because, as the director of the Auror office, I don't seem to know the law at all. Alan raised his voice, and he finally became annoyed. You have been accusing us of breaking the law. So, what law is specifically violated? Because when facing someone else's arrest, or what? You have to be clear, all actions, we are not breaking the law. Maybe you can think it is unnecessary, but all this is in compliance with the regulations. You can say that we emptied you, but emptied you is in compliance with the regulations, because your boss is also the law enforcement department, which is not illegal in itself. And I don't think there is any problem with this kind of exclusion, because this is exclusion. He kept saying that he wanted to fight the Black Wizard, but he didn't take any actual actions and even became the director of the Auror office of the Black Wizard's umbrella. When Lynn faced the angry Alan and didn't back down, he immediately countered, what are you talking about? When did I become the umbrella of the Dark Wizard? Is it because I hinder you from using violence against fairies and pureblood? Don't you think that your hindrances are not? That's very simple. Let me ask you a few more questions. Help you clear up the relationship. Let us see what you have done since the First War. Chapter 1263 Achievement. Sincere thanks to the leader Chang Buai deity. When I just went to Hogwarts to study, that is, when I was in the first grade, because of the Philosopher's Stone incident, I fought against the souls of mysterious people. Although not necessarily known to everyone, Principal Dumbledore could help me to testify. I would like to ask, that was probably from 1991 to 1992. During that time, the director of the Auror office, what did you do in this regard? Scrimgeour was a little surprised and didn't speak, but Alan didn't stop. He raised his fist and extended like he was not good at math. When I was in my second grade, I used the teeth of the basilisk to solve Tom's Horcrux diary in the secret room incident. The director of the Auror office, what did you do that year? In my third grade, I personally captured the Death Eater Pettigrew Eater, and collected enough evidence to return Sirius Black's innocence, exposing the Ministry of Magic's corruption at the time, and let Mr. Crouch for my mistakes paid the price. So maybe like you said, this helped my family fight for power, but these are all struggles within the limits of the law, aren't they? Besides, the director of the Auror office, what did you do in 1 year? When Alan stretched out 3 fingers, just like Scrimgeour, except for Dumbledore and Hermione who were inside, everyone in the room was a little stunned. Although they had heard about it, they are now being told by Alan. Later, I was surprised to realize what the boy had done when he was a child. In the 4th grade, in the Witchery Wizard tournament, I cooperated with Dumbledore to try to eliminate Tom's resurrection. Although I wanted to save the moles who were deliberately attacked by the Death Eaters to delay the time, this purpose was not achieved, but in the end I also personally arrested many Death Eaters. The director of the Auror office, what did you do that year? Oh, you did something this year. You were in the goblet of fire with my father, and the cooperation has given the heroes the right to fire that they now have. After the 5th grade, Voldemort tried to use illusions and lies to lure Harry Potter to the Ministry of Magic. It was me, Harris, and I, who in turn took advantage of this. I set up ambushes and resurrected in my Department of Mysteries the mysterious man of drove him away in a duel, and almost lost his life after being caught in the curtain for a surprise attack by the of Death, but fortunately, I went back to the past and met Rowena Ravenclaw, and so did in this year. The Ministry of Magic did a lot of wrong things in Fudge and Umbridge for their dictatorship. We did seize power, but you can ask yourself, before and after my father took power, whether the Ministry of Magic and Zymu deceived with lies. Is the period better or better now? The next 6th grade and I, who should be considered as a 7th grade student in theory now, in the duel once again publicly defeated Voldemort and drove him to Europe. After that, I also went to trouble with Voldemort, who was raging in Europe many times, and snatched him. His wealth was returned to the ordinary wizards, freeing the hostages of the wizards he kidnapped. Alan, who raised his other fist and stretched out his 7 fingers, uttered in a straightforward manner, but he seemed to slap Scrimgeour's face severely. Scrimgeour's face and palms burst. He felt humiliated when he came out of the blue veins, but he could not refute it, because he was active during the First War. Although he also caught a lot of dark wizards afterwards, he was undoubtedly compared with Alan's achievements. Little Trouble is not mentioned. The other purebloods around, and Dumbledore couldn't help but compare them internally, and found that no matter what the magical world has now, they are not satisfied with, but it is indeed much better than before. Mr. Scrimgeour, I heard many people say that you are a vigorous and resolute person, and most of your energy after joining the work is devoted to dealing with the Dark Wizard. I actually regarded you as an eagle like me. And it's not a dove like Albus. Alan nodded slightly to Dumbledore, as if to apologize, then looked into Scrimgeour's eyes. For so many years, before my father became Minister of Magic, and after becoming Minister of Magic, after I did so much in my way and did not actually commit any illegal acts, what achievements have you made in your way, and what famous ones have you caught? Dark Wizard, have you ever confronted a mysterious person? What stand do you have to use your delusional unnecessary speculation to accuse me as someone who is really doing something? Foley leaned back and made himself more concealed. After thinking about Scrimgeour's achievements for so many years, he increasingly felt that it was a mistake to lose the family's interests and protect Scrimgeour. Longbottom couldn't tell words, but in my heart I have to re-admire the little wizard who is just an adult. Bones has some pity for Scrimgeour. This kind of feat is not something ordinary wizards can do, but such a small child can continue. For so many years of fighting against the Dark Lord on this matter, it is enough to show that Harris has no problem in the big right and wrong. In fact, fighting for power is something that almost every pureblood family will do except the Weasley family. This is not better, more accusatory. Realizing that she was blinded by the other's success and pressure, the Fair Witch looked at Alan later and her eyes softened. I respect rules and laws very much, and have always tried to use the rules of the law to solve problems, and have been fighting against the Dark Wizards for this reason. Although I have never over-promoted my resume, I am really doing this, including the greater evil that many of you don't believe in, Reaper. Yes, you don't know this, but when I rescued the hostages captured by Voldemort for the last time, he briefly appeared and saved the Dark Lord. I am magic. You mere mortals can't understand what the world is doing. Alan ignored the exposed things his father did that were not in compliance with the law and only used the word he scolded. Political struggle is political struggle. Fighting evil. It's fighting evil. These are two different things. You try to confuse him. We have been fighting against other evils. The political struggle has existed since the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. It's just that Harris has won, and many people are unbearable to win more. That's all. But this is only within the scope of political struggle. And Scrimgeour, in order to protect your own position. mentalnovel.com even in a sense has become an umbrella for supporting mysterious people. The strike you incited it is beyond the scope of the political struggle, and violates the law, and this is just your selfish desire to be unwilling to fail in the political struggle. It is not the kind of selfless reason for the magical world that you paralyze and hypnotize yourself. Scrimgeour kept telling himself that he had done nothing wrong in his heart. It was Harris who did not do things according to the regulations. But at this time, he breathed out like Harris violently enforced the law, and his rights in the Ministry of Magic were emptied. Harry, the fact that the Sis squeezed out those who did not move closer to them also happened, so he always felt that his actions were worthy of his heart, but from this perspective, he did become radical under the influence of anger, and directly subconsciously took Harry. C regards it as a dark wizard, so he feels that everything they do is wrong. Scrimgeour sat silently in his place, even now that even if he thinks Harris's statement has their reason, Scrimgeour cannot agree with this unscrupulous value in order to achieve goals, but he does not know how to respond. But finally the anger and hostility of the whole person has been reduced a lot. The sound of their arguing finally affected the people in the kitchen. He noticed that the atmosphere outside had become stagnant. Grindelwald activated his prophetic eyes in the kitchen. After he had grasped the information, he smiled and then turned himself. Some of the prepared dishes were put on a tray and carried out. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1264. Handling opinions. Walking out of the kitchen door, Grindelwald put on a black suede coat, with a rotating pin on his lapel. From the tray, he put a plate of pie whose skin was shiny because of icing sugar on the table. The sweet smell made people lean slightly toward the plate. A very clean napkin flew over and flew in front of everyone. Everyone, please allow me to interrupt. After talking for so long, I must have been hungry. Hunger affects emotions. Reason suppresses impulse. Please try this fish-flavored ground meat pie I made first. Outside the window in the sun drifting in, Grindelwald's short white hair and well-trimmed beard gleamed slightly, and there was a soothing power in his voice. This is using the most plump carp in the Black Lake and today's Udmel fishermen in Plymouth, Wen County, minced eel meat. I combined salmon and boiled eggs with date palm slices. In order to take care of the taste of albus, I added a layer of icing was applied to wrap it, and the bottom was covered with thick cream. Knives, forks and small plates flew in front of everyone. Dumbledore stood up with a smile, held a cutting knife, and divided the fish pie for the guests with a sense of ownership. Algie Longbottom held his plate, just in the tense atmosphere, and now Grindelwald is so warmly entertaining, as if everyone is really here for a party. This contrast makes him a little uncomfortable. In Foley's view, the atmosphere had changed from tension to horror. He had just been worried that Scrimgeour would be uncomfortable and have a greater quarrel with Alan Harris, or even fight. But now, he just shrinks his figure more and more into the corner, burying his head and enjoying this fish pie. The taste of icing melted in his mouth, but he was a little bit unaware of it. This was made by the first generation of the Dark Lord himself. Although he knew that the other party was already considered good, but the other party was so welcoming, whether it was courtesy or fear, had to bite the bullet and carefully make enjoyment. Dessert is the cure for all unpleasantness, Dumbledore asked with a smile. Gelat, it seems I have to sprinkle some frosting today. Alan Rufus, do you want it? Thank you, but I'm not as sweet as Albus. If you have a butterbeer, please give me and Hermione a glass of juice. Please. Alan waved his hand and rebuffed do. But Scrimgeour did not reply but shook his head. Counted as a response. Hermione pursed her lips, and Scrimgeour's words against Punlo made her feel uncomfortable. At this time, she heard Dumbledore's words and noticed the icing fish pie and raised her head. He noticed that Dumbledore, who was putting icing sugar on himself, opened his mouth. In the end, he did not choose to say that too much sugar is bad for the elderly. I thought you would prefer to drink Coke. Grindelwald responded to Alan's. His knuckled fingers summoned 2 glasses of butterbeer from the kitchen, but her eyes were already very keenly aware of Hermione's look. Hermione, indulgence occasionally will not have a big impact on you. I promise you won't cause any problems if you eat a piece of it. In addition, I prepared some eel jelly and brought it to your parents when I left. They invited me to eat it a few days ago. Although the taste was a bit heavy, it was not bad, so I tried to reproduce it. Thank you so much. You are so talented in this area. Hermione took the butterbeer glass with a dry tone, and she panicked about the guarantee that there would be no problems. Albus is a lot worse in terms of how to eat. It's still a child's taste. Give him enough sugar to satisfy. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and smiled with dozing eyes, then he stood up, sweeping around. Then when you are temporarily inconvenient to speak. I also heard your quarrel just now. Do you want to hear what an outsider like me thinks? Bones, who didn't move the tableware in front of him, thought that the matter had not been resolved. This Mr. Grindelwald was a bit untimely when he came out to say something to eat, but now she understands that the other party has other intentions. Mr. Grindelwald, please don't worry. Although express your opinion, looking at the problem from another angle can help us see the facts better and clarify the way we do things. Thank you, Bones. Everyone has their own position, but often only outsiders can see and understand many things. Grindelwald looked at Bones with a pair of strange eyes as if he didn't need to blink at all. Slightly nodded and thanked him and continued, is there any dispute over the methods of the British Ministry of Magic? Harris methods and processes. As an ordinary person, I don't really care much. What I care about is what I can see by myself. People are obviously a little smile at the first-generation Dark Lord's description of himself as an ordinary person. Scrimgeour's look shows his attitude. After all, the Dark Lord's ability to bewitching people is well known. Haha, at least I can only be regarded as an ordinary wizard now, am I? Grindelwald smiled self-deprecatingly with their looks in his eyes. As everyone knows, I have been to the magic world in many countries. Although I don't know much about it. It's British, but I've heard of it. I still know the shortcomings and advantages of these magic governments, but as I said just now, it's not important to me anymore. After all, I will no longer. What did you do with them? He looked at Longbottom, Bones and Scrimgeour in a mischievous manner because of his words, and then nodded in satisfaction. But after I came to Floating City, everything in front of me was me. I have never seen it before. My history of magic is pretty good. As far as I know, it is estimated that only some fairy tales will have such a prosperous scene in such a short period of time. Gertler, too acclaimed, Alan said with a smile. He understands the direction of Grindelwald's conversation, but as the person involved, it is not convenient for him to mention too much. Alan, you are too humble. What I want to say is, whether it is Director Scrimgeour, Alan and Hermione, or Dumbledore and Bones, or even myself, whatever you do, all the purpose is only one, and that is to hope that the magical world can achieve better development, so that the wizards can live better. Grindelwald looked at Scrimgeour. Now Alan has done this, right? Floating City. Every day more and more foreign wizards have come to settle in Floating City. With the help of the Miser Energy Core, new bookstores and new alchemy workshops have been established one after another. There is an Italian female illusionist who opened a shop 3 streets away. The noble ladies in the neighbor's house can use this fashion-proficient illusion to make so many makeup and hairstyles that they could not imagine before. They are especially suitable for dinner parties. Of course, you have to remember to go home before the spell disappears. Amelia Burns asked suspiciously, Mr. Grindelwald, what you said is to explain. This kind of prosperity used to be the dream kingdom of wizards I wanted to build. More importantly, it seems to benefit the moles and achieve a win-win situation. Grindelwald smirked. The rise of the country, society, or ideology is accompanied by violence and destruction. According to my previous thoughts and experiences, in fact, my best vision would not have such prosperity and potential. But even if I want to achieve my vision, you reading www.uukanzu.com thinks of making the magic world prosper. The process is much more violent than it is now, isn't it? You don't have the habit of underestimating the power of others, although you are very concerned about the ministry's reputation, even if it requires justice. The generation. And from my eyes on Mr. Scrimgeour's judgment, maybe you will even allow innocent people to be arrested when you get to the Harris site. Gellert. Don't mention the old things. Don't abuse your eyes. Predictions are not necessarily accurate. Dumbledore raised his voice to remind his comrades to stop him. He looked at Scrimgeour apologetically. Rufus, please don't care about those speculations, but I think ... Gellert's statement also has some truth, which is why I will try to come to your political battle today to help Harris persuade you. You care too much about some small details, so you can't looking at the problem in a broader career. Rufus, you are also a Gryffindor. I think we should be more adventurous. Maybe you should continue to give them a chance and give yourself a chance. Scrimgeour moved the chair closer to the sofa, and his mind about Ellen's previous conclusion theory and Grindelwald's words and his own stubbornness kept flashing in his mind. And as time passed, the sun outside it should have been more angled that the sun rose above the hedges, dazzling. So now, I want to hear Harris' opinions on the handling of me who called the strike and my subordinates who participated in the strike. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1265. Need to use some of your blood at this time. In front of Grindelwald's house, the sun in the sky was still bright but not as dazzling as it was at noon. Delph, that's really a gifted child. We met the Grangers pushing her out last time on a walk. She waved her hand and snatched the chocolate frog in my hand. Dumbledore smiled and pushed away. The courtyard door sent 2 little wizards out. The mistletoe tree vines planted at the door swept his long silver hair. The wizards like Bones, who did not live in the floating city, had already left with the fireplace. It looks a bit like his father in this respect, isn't it? Grindelwald lifted his arm and took off Dumbledore's branches, then inserted it into the food container holding the ale jelly, and handed it to Hermione. But the child did. You shouldn't eat chocolate, Hermione. Your parents did a good job of discipline. She has developed some bad habits with mysterious people, but she can definitely be corrected if she is still so young. Without Scrimgeour and their presence, Hermione just stood quietly behind Alan and heard Grindelwald's words hurriedly thanked him. I really thank you for your good offices today, so that the matter can be resolved peacefully. Before I came, I didn't expect Scrimgeour to give up his position as director so easily and would like to stop the strike. The most important thing is Rufus himself. Although he was like a stubborn donkey when he thought of me as a weak old man, he was always decent. Dumbledore waved his hand to Alan and nodded. You also gave him enough tolerance. I didn't expect you to allow him to remain in the era and serve as the deputy director. Unlike Bock and the others, I have always tolerated this kind of decent people. The deputy director did not have the highest jurisdiction, but he was also given the opportunity to lead the era to continue arresting the Dark Wizard. Alan straightened standing in front of the door. He said frankly, I think it will be good for us to let him focus his energy and time on his lifelong career pursuit instead of his unskilled intrigue. Saying goodbye to the White Wizard and the former Dark Lord, Alan chewed the sugar-free gum from Hermione, and the two strode towards Granger's house not far away. The left and right sides were neatly trimmed and tall. The hedge extends far away. But even when she was going home to see her parents, Hermione had difficulty raising her interest. Scrimgeour insulted Penlow, but Hermione felt it was like a hot slap on her face. Of course Alan felt the depression of Hermione around him. He was very annoyed before, racking his brains to figure out a way, and finally he took Hermione from behind and put his chin on top of her head. Comfort her. Hermione's shrunken front teeth bit her lips, gradually becoming relaxed under this comfort. Alan turned Hermione away, but she faced herself. The laws of Floating City are in our own hands. I think we should give the wizards some freedom. Ellen, Okay. Hermione sighed and kicked a stone off the road unhappily. Let's go. Delphi has been condoned some bad habits in the mysterious man. My parents corrected it several times. It seems that good results have not yet been achieved. As a foster father, you should think of a way. Alan pulled Hermione frontally and didn't let her turn back. His eyes were fixed on him. The blue in his turning eyes seemed to be taken from the sky. By the way, Hermione, Christmas is coming soon. What gift have you prepared for me this year? Can I make a request by myself? Ellen, what do you want this year? Hermione was a little bit more interested. For them who lacked everything, every gift giving became a big problem, because they connected the gift recipient many times. It's hard to think of what she wants. She quickly circulated her thoughts and said vigilantly, 3 cans are the bottom line. I would not agree with you to drink 2.5 liters a day. Alan was taken aback for a moment, and then deliberately showed an annoyed expression. Okay, what else can I do? Hermione did not answer immediately. She carefully organized her words. It's okay if it's not related to this. At this moment, Hermione suddenly felt that Alan's eyes staring at her seemed to make a low voice, but all she heard was her own blood flowing. And Hermione looked at Alan in a daze. That's good. My Christmas gift needs some of your blood. Alan put down her hand on Hermione's shoulder, stretched out to her waist, and drew out the small dagger used for dissection at her waist neatly. The light reflected by the sun on the blade was less warm, and there is more sharp and cold breath. Also feeling a bit cold from the warm environment is Rufus Scrimgeour, who is walking out of the fireplace in the very deserted home. He still meticulously patted the ashes on his body with the feather sheet at home, and then lit the fireplace. Let this cold room begin to heat up. Without the usual big steps to cover up, Scrimgeour's lame leg exposed his defects more clearly. He hung his coat on the coat rack near the window, and he looked a little uneasy. Step by step, he walked to the middle of the living room and sat on his chair. Scrimgeour lay his head on the back of the chair, suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand and grabbed the era badge he had pinned to his bow tie, and leaned towards his lips. Sivish, please inform me, after we rest today, I will return to work tomorrow. Yes.mentalnovel.com. The problem is basically solved. You will not be punished. As for the reason, we will go to the Broken Cauldron Bar tonight. I will explain it to everyone in detail. After the notification, Scrimgeour put down his collar, put his hands on the armrest of the chair, and leaned on the lean, closed his eyes and thought about the process of the conversation, a little entangled, wondering if this kind of fornication is correct. After a long time, he opened his eyes and wanted to get up, but noticed that a spider was lying on the ceiling with some black marks left by Humizzy and was forming a web. This made Scrimgeour sit up straight and his eyes swept deeply to one of his own windows. That's where the spider on the ceiling should have been. Some spider silks are still hanging on this window that has not been opened for a long time, and on the other side of the window is endless bleak white snow like the floating city slowly floating in the sky in southern Europe. The weather in Britain is cold. A lot of. Realizing that the window had been opened, Scrimgeour, the excellentor, immediately drew out his wand as much as possible to avoid any friction. He slowly took off his shoes, and then walked carefully to the middle of the room. One hand held a magic wand and aimed at Scrimgeour in the corner of his brother's corner of the house. He watched carefully, and his expression seemed to see something terrible hidden behind the smooth piano or tall sofa. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1266. Blood. Scrimgeour, who did not find any results, continued to observe the surroundings. From the small table next to the wall to the picture frame on the desktop, there was nothing wrong with it. In the picture frame on the table, he was a distant relative of the writer Brutus Scrimgeour. I was also closing my eyes as if resting in a photo frame. This made Scrimgeour's pupils a lot of surprises. Although the author of Battler's Bible often closed his eyes very dull, but also because Scrimgeour did not like to make noise and did not allow the portraits to talk freely, But the experienced knew at a glance that his distant relative had been subjected to a coma spell. Scrimgeour, who proved that someone had invaded, was not as reckless as he usually performed. He immediately used apparition to leave but found that the cast failed. Realizing that the intruder was prepared, he immediately used his wand to himself. I wrapped myself in an iron armor body, and then he was about to pull up to call for support. But some rapid clicks leaned towards him behind him, and then, who was still turning around, he just saw the shadow caused by the huge inhuman monster on the ground, and the iron armor shield that had been cast before was extinguished. At the moment before the shield collapsed, immediately afterwards, a strong flash of light made his two arms slap against his sides. His legs stood upright, and his whole body became almost without delay stiffened. He swayed in place a few times, and then fell to the ground with a plop, looking as hard as a wooden board. Scrimgeour's upper and lower gums were locked together at this time, and he couldn't speak. Only his eyes were turning to see who the big assailant was. The blood began to flow out from the back of his head because of the broken skin floating in the sky. "Ellen, what are you doing with your knife? Be careful not to bleed yourself." Hermione. Before making this Christmas present, Alan's feet rubbed a few times on the ground. His eyes rolled around. He raised his head and looked at Hermione, who raised his lips and smiled. "I have another one. You must be told, Hermione. I don't want to keep it from you." "What gift? What else is it? So serious?" Hermione stared at Ellen curiously. "You really drink Coke? Do you want to punish yourself?" I did drink it secretly." "Wait, I didn't mean this." Alan was taken astray by Hermione, and he uncomfortably rubbed the scalpel behind his magic robe. "Did you think the other day is Luna fat? I knew it a long time ago." Hermione waved her hand when Alan was quite magnanimous. "Do you think I didn't know? Of course I know that you keep drinking secretly behind me, otherwise she can get lucky." "Let's not mention Coke first." Alan was a little embarrassed to see that the other party didn't answer the conversation in a normal way. He considered the words and whispered, "She is gaining weight. But not because of Coke, just like my mother." "Same as Morgan Le Fay. Hermione moved her gaze from the badger to Alan's face, finally noticing the error in Alan's words, and feeling like she was thrown by someone with a petrification spell. She gave up her life and her tongue seemed to froze. She asked roundly, "Alan, what do you mean? Luna has a baby?" Alan nodded. "Ellen, you are committing a crime." I mean, she is not yet 17, and she's under the standard of a wizard." "You are still the principal," Hermione exclaimed. She had never thought of violating school rules before. This possibility, and then it took a long time to let her excited and incoherent thoughts return to normal. The happiness on Hermione's face disappeared. Her face grew longer, and she was biting her lip. There was sluggishness and helplessness left. A sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of my heart. Alan and Luna already had it, with the second child. The bond between the two seems to be deeper than anything else. Actually, in fact, Luna is over 1,000 years old. Alan scratched his head, but then he felt that he shouldn't continue discussing this topic. So he held the knife with his hand and stretched out his robe. After making gestures on his palm for a while, the last shot made a small wound with a blade. Hermione, who was sad, saw Ellen's self-harm behavior and exclaimed, "Ellen, what are you doing?" Alan, Ravenclaw, screamed because of physical pain and did not answer, but reached out to Hermione. At this time, the bright red blood from the small wound began to gush out and imprinted on Hermione's pupils. Blood oath. Hermione understood it. Her heartbeat speeded up and murmured, thinking about all kinds of information about the blood alliance that she once thought. Some countries would call it a blood alliance or a blood contract, but the essence is two close people. The blood oath can be made through blood blending. This connection will make two people have a closer bond than those twin brothers and sisters. Many like-minded or loving wizards will feel that ordinary relationships cannot express their feelings for each other. To conclude this contract, as long as it is not broken, the two people who have entered into a blood alliance will not be able to attack each other from now on. and can know the status and whereabouts of each other at any time through this thing. This effect makes most ordinary wizards not like AI when they get married. Bert and Fleur have used this kind of magic like that, so the blood alliance is often regarded as a symbol of the supreme love between two people. Thinking of Hermione, who had been envious of seeing Albert's engagement in the 4th grade, Hermione was envious for a long time. At this moment, her eyes looked at the bright red blood on Elaine's pale palms, and the fortress in her depressed and dull heart seemed to be opened a hole, throbbing. Looking at Elaine's injured palm and the expression in her eyes without speaking, Hermione thought and remained silent for a long while, then took a deep breath and said to herself in the bottom of her heart, "I have Helena anyway." Then, Hermione stretched out her hand and took the knife, and without hesitation, she slashed her palm open. This deep and long wound immediately caused blood to gush out, reflecting a reddish-brown light in the sun, which looked like a spark was flashing in the center of her eyes. Hermione's eyes were fixed on Alan's erected palm, and she moved closer to Alan's direction. She lifted her palm to touch Alan's touch. You were reading www.uukanzu.com with her fingers bent and silky. Interlocking like a seam, 2 bright red blood beads flew from each other's squeezed palms, entangled and merged in midair, and gradually turned into a badge, which is similar to Hermione's vomit badge, in the sun shining red and golden light. There is a crystal bottle in the middle of the badge. The blood of the 2 people is stored in this bottle. With the shaking, the blood that is almost red and amber flashes like a streamer. The blood oath is completed. Levitating in the badge, slowly falling into Hermione's white and slender palm, Hermione's fingers gently stroked on it. It is indeed not as exquisite and beautiful as Fleur and Albert's finely carved badges with the omniscient mark, although it's a bit regretful in appearance. But Hermione seems to have not seen enough, so she cherishes it in her palm. I didn't expect the final result. It was that you gave me a Christmas present in advance. Without giving Alan a chance, Hermione pinned the badge to her collar. Do you have both of them? Now my blood oath is only this one in your hands. Alan's voice was gentle with some kindness. Seeing that Hermione's mood was finally stable, the scumbag didn't want to stimulate her to play a word game to avoid the key word of the problem. The blood oath made by Ellen and Luna before has been used in her resurrection ceremony, and the only thing that still exists in Hermione's hands is indeed https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Push 1 book reading benefits give you a cash red envelope. Follow the VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to receive it. Title: I Have a Suite at the End of Ming Dynasty. Author: T.X. Chengzi. Introduction: The chaos of the Ming Dynasty. Natural and man-made disasters, flames everywhere, blood flowing into rivers. This is an age of corpse mountains, blood, seasoned blood. This is an era when human lives are as cheap as ants. However, for Quanxu, the end of Ming Dynasty was his paradise. Let's look at how Quanxu, who can travel through time and space, builds a super empire that spans the world and the end of Ming Dynasty. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1267 His. Is this also Harris calculated? Hermione, since Delphi has robbed Albus Chocolate Frog, we have to find a way to correct the strange habit she developed in Tom. Alan suddenly said softly. Hermione was a little bit unable to keep up with the other party's sudden change of subject. She was stunned and nodded, and then speculated. But maybe it also shows that the mysterious person is the same as your original speculation. I mean, I thought she would live in fear. However, since she dared to grab things at will, it shows that this is at least allowed and condoned by the mysterious person. Since the mysterious person indulges her, it means that the mysterious person at least treats her. Hermione. Alan interrupted Hermione's thoughts. He waited for Hermione to look at him and said solemnly, "Don't care about Tom's problem. Let's talk about Delphi first. I mean, I think that in addition to stopping her with these bad habits, She should also learn to share friendships and other situations. I think maybe she needs the company of some younger siblings in Granger's house. The main way for children to learn is to imitate. Delphi does need a good role model. Well, at Granger's house, Hermione stopped talking and looked at Ellen suddenly. At this time, Alan was approaching with a sullen face, but his eyes were ambiguous. Nonsense. Hermione felt her face burning up, and her eyes sparkled. I haven't graduated yet. Ha ha. Alan smiled happily. Let's go to your house and talk about things, and take a look at Delphi by the way. Oh, wait, I asked Anka to bring Nagini over. I think it's the same. What do you want to see? Are your parents afraid of big snakes? My mother is a little scared, but it's okay. Hermione replied. It would be nice for Nagini to come and see to correct the snake's character. I heard it used to be cannibal. Then she was puzzled. Said, Ellen, you said before that you wanted to ask my parents what is the problem with potions. They don't know any magic. Alan was in contact with Anka. He waited a few seconds before regaining his spirit, and looked at Hermione's puzzled expression. Maybe this is the problem I can solve. This made Hermione's expression even more puzzled. But before she asked further, the flames flashed in the air. Chuck! Immediately there was a loud and crisp scream, and the fast-moving anchor had suddenly landed from the sky, and its claws grasped the back of the neck of a giant snake, twisting its sturdy body. At this time, Nagini's snake face with a snake letter looked very hideous, and he constantly struggled and twisted in the air, trying to use his tail to search for the entangled phoenix. This scene scared passers-by on the street to avoid. After teleporting over, seeing Alan and their ankly claws loosen, Nagini tumbling from the air and struggling to fall to the ground. Due to huge inertia, Nagini rolled on the ground uncontrollably for several times. The snake's tail swept across the hedge by the roadside, knocking branches and leaves off, raising a cloud of smoke. However, this obviously could not hurt the giant snake, whose surface was covered by scale armor. It regained control of itself and then climbed up, snorting angrily, making a puff sound. The fangs of the phoenix, who appeared suddenly and attacked it, suddenly showed up. At this time, Anka had already flown to the shoulder of Ellen, who was trotting over here. It folded its wings and gently landed on Ellen's shoulder. His dripping eyes glanced at Nagini with disdain, as if nothing had happened. Use your beak to comb your feathers. Ah. Sorry Nagini, Hermione and I are just going to visit Delphi. I asked Anka to bring you over. Obviously she misunderstood her way. Alan came over to help Nagini pull away those in it. The debris on his body cleaned up the dirty things, waved his hand to repair the damaged things. The surrounding passers-by have returned to normal. From time to time in the floating city, there are some drunks who may drive car floats into other people's rooms, or whose undead creatures are too close to someone's garden to let others plant flowers. It quickly decayed. This kind of thing is not strange to them, and it is only because the perpetrator of this time is Alan Harris, the owner of Floating City. Nagini's upright snake can see that the scales on the back of its head have been scratched, revealing some flesh and blood. Nagini hissed a snake letter and complained to Alan in a snake-like voice, and his cold eyes froze. Anka angrily, Wizard, next time you will tell me in advance that I can come by myself. My head has been caught. Nagini cursed. She was watching the series at home without any provoke, but this one suddenly appeared. The disgusting phoenix caught suddenly and was teleported before it could react. Hermione looked at the wound of the giant snake. Anka sometimes does not make a serious move. Harry's Hedwig was rescued by Anka last time, but he was also scratched by his paw for several weeks. Sorry, Nagini, next time I will pick you up by myself. Alan also responded with a snake's hissing sound. Seeing the giant snake's wound was quite deep, he was embarrassed to caress her with his hand. Hearing Ellen's snake language, although Anka, who didn't understand the snake man strong, couldn't understand the meaning, after seeing Ellen stroking each other with his hand, the jealous phoenix immediately flicked his beak with dissatisfaction. Alan pecked on his earlobe, and Douse Big Eyes looked at Nagini even more maliciously. Don't make trouble. Anka, her former master's child, was adopted by Hermione's family. She loves that child very much. I just asked you to bring her over and let her see the child. Alan hurriedly brushed his other hand after Anka's golden and soft wings, softly soothed, "Don't be angry. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with the snake. You are the best." Anka was right now. It rubbed Alan's cheek intimately, then raised its head and screamed at Nagini shortly, as if in a demonstration. This scene fell into the cold snake eyes, and Nagini's snake body, who wanted to continue complaining, was frozen in a twisted posture. It watched the entire interaction between Alan and Anka in this posture. It's just that this kind of interaction between people and birds is getting more and more wrong in his eyes. This kind of pampering and soothing look. Nagini suddenly thought of the spider he had seen before and the wizard in front of him. Interactive. Hiss. This white-haired pervert can't even let go of the birds. Nagini, who reacted suddenly, was stunned. Wait, he called me her and once said that I was an elegant lady. This terrible thought flashed through the snake's head. This cunning pervert said that next time he will pick me up by himself. Hiss. This is what Harris has calculated. He takes me as his next target! Exclamation mark. Then, Hermione and Alan inexplicably watched the giant snake jump forward strangely and stiffly. The lady part of Nagini's mind urged it to quickly walk to Hermione's side and let the witch take it. Separate from Alan. This puzzled Hermione. She knew very well that because of the influence of Voldemort, the giant snake had never shown good feelings and kindness to herself and Punlo, who were born in a mole family, when they met at home, but always follow the pure-blooded Helena and Luna or stay in front of the TV with Ellen's mother and sister. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Does it mean that my family is taking care of Delphi? Hermione felt that she had found the reason. Some were moved by the friendship between the giant snake and her adopted daughter. Hermione couldn't help but reached out and touched the snake's head. Attention is all on alert that Ellen's giant snake did not resist, but this change made her feel happy and made her feel that Ellen and her reforms to eliminate the concept of wizard blood are more promising. After all, they are now with Voldemort. The giant snakes can change their wrong ideas. Seeing that the snake he was holding just now approached his nest again, Anka's small eyeballs on Alan's shoulders turned. The paws under his feet tightened, and then the dazzling phoenix spread its wings. It flew directly to Hermione from Ellen's shoulder, and it fell on top of Hermione's head in Nagini's gaze, who raised the snake's head vigilantly at the sound of the wind. Anka closed her wings, and her long tail feathers flicked to maintain her balance. She felt that the feeling under her feet was different from the past. It moved its paws and messed up Hermione's smoothly combed hair this morning. A short tweet to Nagini, like a demonstration, declared his sovereignty. Anka, I said, my hair is not your bird's nest. Hermione, you are very cute like this. Keep it like this before you go. The Grangers will want to take a picture of you. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1268 befooled at Scrimgeour's home. Punlo, who had recovered to a human form, gave Scrimgeour a cold look, and stepped on Scrimgeour's hand holding the wand with riding boots. Her black hair was black and shiny, which made the witch fair. His face even looked pale, feeling the cold of the winter floor, but the body was as stiff as a stone sculpture. The sharp pain from Scrimgeour's hands made his heart colder. He rolled his eyes in anger and stared at the female's heart running at high speed, speculating on the opponent. What is the ultimate goal? While looking at the killing intent in the opponent's eyes, Scrimgeour suddenly realized that if this was the instruction of Alan Harris, feeling that the riding boots stepped on his hands had increased his strength, Scrimgeour could only endure it abruptly, and anger swept across Scrimgeour like a storm. He secretly vowed in his heart that if he could get rid of the present in crisis, he must expose Harris' hypocrisy and viciousness and fight with them to the end instead of holding a fluke. Click. Scrimgeour's hand bones were crushed together with the wand. #888 #follow VX. Public account book friends base camp, watch popular works, draw 888 cash red envelopes. These shameless bastards, I have been fooled by them. Scrimgeour couldn't cry out, but in his heart, he realized that Alan Harris didn't want to let him go at all, but lured him into Dengblido and Bones reached a settlement under their witness. So now that he himself is killed, Dumbledore and the others will become Harris' innocent witnesses instead. Damn. Look at your shriveled old face. How long I have been waiting here. Pinler yelled. His boots loosened and kicked out again. Let you hinder Harris. Scrimgeour's stiff body slid off the floor for a while, and the sound of leather shoes kicking sounded, and Pinler gradually came over, stepping on Scrimgeour's heart. Dog bastards, dare you bring those idiots on strike to make Harris trouble? Who borrowed your courage to make Harris unhappy? How dare you call me and Alan the Dark Wizard? I don't deserve to stay by his side. Leo said something dirty quickly and loudly, cursing Scrimgeour bitterly. She pulled out her wand and pressed Scrimgeour's chest, angrily made Pinler's voice even a little metallic scratching sound. It sounds very harsh. Since you said I am a dark wizard, then I don't do anything, but I am sorry for your recognition of me. But at this time, Pinler's words did not scare the lion. On the contrary, Scrimgeour's heart rang like a huge deep hong-song. The witch before him thought they were still on strike. That is, she did not. I don't know what happened just now. She also came here with Alan Harris behind her back. This made Scrimgeour's eyes flashed with an even more unstoppable anger, and her pupils shrank terribly. This stupid female error. She and Harris have reached a reconciliation, but she acted so recklessly and evilly. So his judgment of her was completely correct. This was a real black wizard. It is true that Pinler came here alone and did not tell others, because as far as this kind of major matter is concerned, if the Wolf Mother knows about it, they will undoubtedly notify Owen or Alan, and just like this peace talk with Dumbledore, Alan and the others, I also didn't inform others in advance, because the outcome of the peace talks was not clear before. If the outcome is not as good as people want, there is no benefit in saying it. At this time, Penny completely ignored Scrimgeour's full-faced anger. In fact, the more angry the other party, the more happy she felt. The past few years of getting along with the previous arrests, plus the previous Owen's treatment of Scrimgeour, the complaint made the girl finally decide that she had to do something. Without you, presumably those who can't pass the military training will be willing to go back to patrol. Pinler scolded a few words and seemed to have lessened his anger, but the killing intent in his eyes was better. But I have to be honest. Let me tell you, you may not believe it, but whether it's the pure blood or Lockhart, at least in theory I am not a wizard who has really killed an innocent. You are the first. But before I finish, Pinler stared at Scrimgeour's angry eyes, but after only a moment, she tucked her brows together. It seems that you want to suffer more. Very good. Just to my liking. Pinler unconsciously tapped her palm with her magic wand for a while. She took a deep breath and lifted her wand to the upper right. Then she drew a sand funnel in the air that was almost popping out. The curse hit Scrimgeour's chest. The forehead of the imprisoned Scrimgeour instantly burst into blue veins, as if a pair of invisible big hands were manipulating. His body bones were distorted and deformed, and his limbs and torso showed strangely shaped postures. Those deformed bone spurs pierced his subtle nerves. When he reached his internal organs, the unbearable pain was transmitted to his brain along the nerves. Be aware of it. If you don't want to suffer this kind of pain anymore, let go of your brain. Let me see who is supporting your strike, and confess your list of confidants on patrolling the Ura. Threatening words seemed to squeeze out of Pinler's lips, and it sounded very cold and fierce. She had just taken Scrimgeour into her mind, but as a famous Ura, his occlumency is also very good. Extremely, Pinler couldn't pry into his mind no matter what, which also made her realize that the office director in front of her was mostly trained to resist Veritaserum. But the torture couldn't shake Scrimgeour's heart at all. He stared at Pinler's high head with eyeballs. It was clearly defined but looked like the jawline of a sharp knife to him, which made his heart groan. Determined, never bow to this evil witch, Just like in the original timeline, after he failed the raid on Voldemort, he was tortured in a more cruel manner and he did not confide Harry Potter, who was not against him. The trail is average. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Punlo frowned. She used this torture curse that caused intense pain and cruelty. This curse was taught to her by Alan. It is said that he used it when Alan was in the first grade. This has been used against enemies, used on Jews and Indians, and the effect is very good. But it was clear that Scrimgeour was more tenacious than the enemy Alan encountered in the first grade. Faced with Scrimgeour's provocative target, Punlo raised his brows and understood what the opponent meant. Do you want to force me to use the drill spell? Want me to use the unforgivable spell? Do you think I will be afraid? Punlo laughed out mockingly. Her eyes were gloomy and cold, and her wand was again aimed at the wizard at her feet. Thinking about the trouble that this person had been in front of her for a long time and her own displeasure and the trouble that Harris had brought to Harris, Punlo gritted her teeth. And another spell shot. Scrimgeour's body seemed to be pierced by thousands of knives at the same time. His pain and anger made his cheeks pale, and the pain in his body was like countless ants gnawing his flesh, bones, marrow, and heart, and even his pupils. The focus was lost briefly, and the eyes were blurred. Although he didn't mean to beg for mercy, Rufus Scrimgeour was fortunate that there was a petrification curse at this time, so that he would not scream in front of the Black Witch in front of him. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1269? Sleep into a beach. Granger's house today has a Hagrid's style. A variety of magical animal creatures are gathered in this living room, although the atmosphere does not seem very harmonious. The eel jelly brought by Grindelwald was put on a plate by Mrs. Granger, accompanied by those sugar-free snacks and pumpkin juice, and brought it over. It was just a giant snake who came to the house as a guest, and the mole who was afraid of snakes deliberately walked around. Lou sat a little further away from Nagini, but she still asked her husband to get her food for the snake. This shocked the swallow-tailed dog Emma, who was under the dining table, although the owner's command made him not tremble and growl at the giant snake entrenched in front of the baby cradle. His ears were raised and drooping. The stiff and forked tail all showed his vigilance. Similarly, Dobby was very unfriendly to the giant snake in front of the Dark Lord. When he was at Malfoy's house, he knew some secrets of mysterious people and knew the origin of the giant snake, so he was not as usual. When guests came, they preferred to hide in their own room, but insisted on hiding in the TV cabinet. The protruding green eyes like tennis shot from the crack in the cabinet door, and never left Nagini. However, its long fingers have been facing Nagini's direction, ready to go. Gertler's cooking is good. Mr. Granger scooped a little gelatinous eel into his mouth and nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes quietly glanced at the big snake that was focusing on the crib, as if worried. It ate the child. Alan doesn't move the spoon very much. Shall I give you a lemon to taste? Mrs. Granger was more concerned about the person-in-law in her mind. She noticed Alan's face embarrassed. Getler seems to be cooking. I added some wine to taste. I'm sorry, I actually don't like eating eels. Alan looked at the slippery jelly-like things on the plate with an awkward expression. Eel jelly is a kind of gelatinous substance released by the boiled eel during the cooking process. After being frozen in the refrigerator, the eel meat is wrapped in the condensed gelatinous substance and becomes eel jelly. But the most frightening thing is that there is no condiment in it. The eel produced in this way is super fishy, even if Grindelwald added some wine without authorization. Mom, Alan likes to eat some food with a richer taste. Hermione helped her mother explain Alan's taste, and then she turned to look at Alan. Alan, don't want to eat it for me. At least it is very health. Chuck. Anchor, who can already understand more people, heard Hermione's words and flew directly from her head to Ellen's side, and began to peck at the eel jelly. It recalled that Ellen had eaten it and Luna threw it to it. The vegetable understood his spouse's aversion to this food, came to Hermione to help him out. Moreover, for Phoenix, The taste is different from that of human beings. There is no messy seasoning, which only highlights the fishy smell of eel. For Anchor, the dishes restore the original flavor of the ingredients very well. Thank you, Anchor. Alan stroked Phoenix's chin, then noticed Mr. Granger's gaze. Oh, please don't worry about Nagini. Although she looks not too friendly, please don't worry, she will never attempt to harm Delphi. In fact, she protected the child. Even she used to be an elegant and beautiful human lady, but unfortunately she has a blood curse. Talking, Alan recounted the situation of Nagini, and even willing to sacrifice himself for Delphi, using some artistic deletion plots in front of the Grangers. Originally, her own affairs were mentioned by Ellen, which made Nagini feel that her privacy was offended, and the snake-tail patted the ground with dissatisfaction. She wanted to complain to Ellen, but Ellen praised her again for her grace and beauty, which reminded her of her right. This sorcerer's delusional speculation about being murdered made the snake dare not speak except hiss a few times, pretending not to hear, and continued to look at the crib without twisting his head. But after hearing about Nagini's background and the various actions Delphi made, even Mrs. Granger, who was most afraid of snakes, was no longer as scared as she thought. She wanted to comfort this who sounded very a hard-working woman, but the opponent's body is now stiff and somewhat distorted, and her hideous appearance still deterred her. Mrs. Granger, who had already wanted to get up, turned her attention back and looked at her husband. My dear, do you think we should remodel the house? Leave a doorway for Miss Nagini? Mr. Granger nodded. Attention, if she wants to visit Delphi, we are always welcome. Alan, does Miss Nagini have anything to eat? Let's make Dobby prepare. Hermione's mouth moved, and the words "it likes to eat people" were flattened in her belly. Alan was stunned, recalling that the snake was not picky about eating everything, so he talked about a rumor. I heard that she liked to eat croissants when she was still in human form, but I didn't know. What's going on now? Author's note. During the filming of Fantastic Beasts 2: The Crimes of Grindelwald, a bread-eating scene was filmed for several weeks to capture the sunset, and Nagini's actor injured the croissant. Nagini also heard that Mrs. Granger was going to leave a door specifically for it. She was already deeply affected by Voldemort. He hated Mole Nagini. Only then did Mole Nagini look at Granger, who had been ignoring her attitude with cold snake eyes. Couple G. After noticing that the mole couple was also looking at it, the upper body of the giant snake slowly climbed upwards and reached a certain height. To Mrs. Granger, the upper body was down for a short section, just like to them. He gave a salute, then turned around and continued to look after Delphi. And Nagini's attention was basically all on Delphi, who was sleeping in the cradle, blushing. In the baby girl's cradle, those clean swaddlings exuding sunshine, and the toys hanging on the cradle, it is obvious that Delphi has been very carefully taken care of. Compared with the time when it was first sent, Voldemort's daughter has grown a few times. The silver blue head on top of her head that was originally sparsely grown is very dense, because now the growth environment is no longer cold and all day long. The eyes are shining from the ground. The only thing that contradicts is that there is a black bird standing on the shelf on the top of the cradle. Nagini has flicked his tail several times but failed to drive it away. It is not afraid of the giant snake but just a little dazed. Stand in that place. On the third day after Delphi was sent here, this bird didn't know where it came from. It doesn't look very beautiful. Mr. Granger noticed Alan's gaze and gestured to the black bird. After a while, listen to Gitala. What is called the bird? It won't be harmful, but do you wizards find it unlucky? It is very close to Delphi. I even saw it still use the quilt to cover Delphi with the quilt, so we didn't drive it away and kept it. Mrs. Granger said, yes, not much to eat the food we give it. Yes. It is a bird. In the magical world, it is also called the Irish phoenix. Many wizards think that when they cry, they indicate death, so they think it is unlucky. Nestled on the sofa and said that she had torn apart her previously tied hair bun so that Anka, who had eaten the eel jelly, could squat comfortably on her head. Mentalnovel.com. Mother will meet next time. You can just write to the school and tell me about something, instead of asking Grindelwald for everything. You have a prejudice against our neighbors. Mrs. Granger shook her head in disapproval, and then looked at the Thunderbird, who squatted on a huge cushion by the sofa, half squinted and slumbered since the morning. Cotton joked, "Fortunately, we didn't ask your opinion for this bird, otherwise Delphis Gradle must not bear the weight now." "Mom." "Cotton, but you fed me at home." Hermione's voice was a little anxious. She pointed to the two beaches of pets and wanted to defend herself in front of Alan. Hermione's movements caused Anka, who was half squinted, to throw off his golden tail. It followed Hermione's hand and dangled it around Cotton with its small eyes, and ignored the fact that it couldn't fly. A bird that can only nest on the ground. It feels that Alan will definitely not like such a big fat bird, and besides, this Thunderbird and that little black and dark bird are both males, which makes the female phoenix feel safe. Ellen also wanted to tease Hermione, but he was forced to hold her back in front of the others' parents so that he couldn't complain. But his sight attracted Mr. Granger's attention this time. "Hermione, but you fed Crookshanks by yourself." Mr. Granger pointed to the big fat cat Crookshanks that he had just noticed that Alan's eyes were focused on a pool next to the stove, instead of the prospective son-in-law, made up for the daughter. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1270. Maybe like Neville. Ellen, you said that you wanted to consult my parents about something. Seeing the greetings, Hermione asked about the topic that Alan mentioned before entering Grindelwald's house that puzzled her. "What can the medicine help you?" "Answer. Potion?" Mr. Granger was puzzled. "Ellen, the only potion we have ever had is the elixir that you sent us. Apart from the taste, there is no special feeling." "Does the floss mint that Hermione often brings back as a potion?" Mrs. Granger said uncertainly. "They can protect your teeth." "It's not the elixir and candy." Alan smiled and shook his head, then pointed to the direction of Hogwarts Arena outside the house. His expression became serious and said, "I heard Hermione talk about it before, the floating city this time, as well as the city teleportation meeting. Both of them seemed to feel the magic fluctuations. Indeed, it was a kind of comfort that I had never experienced before." Mr. Granger recalled the situation that day, but that brief comfort was more of a panic. "The wizards who behaved suddenly and abnormally made us a little panic. With hands and feet ... Their reaction seems to be more intense than ours. It's a bit scary. I thought they were going crazy." Mrs. Granger also had lingering fears, but it felt very comfortable. The power of the two energy nuclei was much greater than in the past. The entire Hogwarts was governed by pure high concentration magic power, which is much higher than the concentration that can damage electrical appliances in the previous academy. But also as a result, I had an immature idea. Alan increased his tone, calmed his thoughts and said, "If you can feel the magic, I'm thinking, then is there a way for you to use magic?" Realizing what Alan wanted to do, even though she didn't know his method, it also made Hermione, who was still wondering why she didn't mention the potion, even felt numb on her scalp, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was confused, and this explosive news flooded her head. #888 #follow VX. Public account book Friends Base Camp. Watch popular works, draw 888 cash-red envelopes. Ellen, you thought of a way to let moles like my parents use magic. Hiss. Hermione, who was a little trembling, sat upright, and Anka shook her body, and her paws subconsciously grabbed her. Hermione sighed from the pain. Hermione didn't care about Anka's dissatisfaction. She rubbed her scalp, her voice trembling. Moles can also use magic. Then there are no two worlds. The estrangement. In fact, there won't be two worlds anymore. Alan didn't immediately answer. He stretched out his arm and let Anka, who was trying to grasp his balance, fly back to his shoulder. Hearing the conversation between Alan and his daughter, in order to control his excitement, Mr. Granger stubbornly grabbed the arm of the sofa, so he didn't let himself eagerly ask. The pumpkin juice on Mrs. Granger's hand was spilled. She paid no attention to her white sweater. For ordinary people like them, when living in the mole world, no one used magic. As a high-status dentist, they have always lived decent and respected. No, in Floating City, everything they are all novel, but the people around them can use the magical power of magic to do all kinds of magical things, but they can't use it. As far as the new environment is concerned, although the people around them show great respect for them, they understand that this is because of the relationship between the daughter and the prospective son-in-law, not because of themselves. And from the bones of the wizards, the invisible discrimination who do not see magical people like them called moles, knowing that they might be able to master magic like wizards now, the two will inevitably get excited. Hermione, let all moles be able to use magic. I can't do it. Alan explained that when Hermione thought about the result too well, spread his hand and patiently explained, you know, a dumb gun like Filch. The magic power in him is not enough to cause him to riot out of control, so it's not enough to let him cast any spells. So no academy will write him an invitation letter to him when he was a child to study. But Harry told you about him. Have you secretly signed up for magic correspondence courses? Hermione nodded and added, yes, Alan. Harry said he saw his letter in his drawer. He wasn't willing to be just a dumb gun. He secretly signed up for the quick spell magic correspondence course. Although this is obviously useless, he still can't use magic. The Grangers frowned, and they said that they shouldn't read other people's private letters without authorization, let alone take out other people's shortcomings and privacy. They talked all over. They don't want to interrupt the thinking of Alan and their daughter, and influence them to find a way. My husband and wife have also become wizards. Filch's ability to attend such a long course shows that he can feel the magic to some extent. Perhaps because the original concentration of Hogwarts can make him feel ... but his own body is not enough to perform it. I think you can feel it without using nuclear radiation. Alan speculated, and then looked at Hermione. The magic herbs planted in the Nepetu area before the Mage Tower can make a potion. Hermione, I drank it myself. What do you think would happen if the dumb gunners drank it? Alan, do you want to use the magic enhancement potion? The magic enhancement potion can greatly increase the magic power of a wizard if it is used on the dumb cannon. Maybe the ability to cast this way can be obtained, although the effect may be only can dumb cannon be a wizard who can mobilize magic power. Maybe it's like Neville. Sorry. Hermione's brain was twirling and thinking. Hermione took Alan's words and took the analogy of her classmates. Realizing that the classmate shouldn't say something bad, she apologized, and then fell into contemplation. This simple reasoning made her even more puzzled. Alan, what you said is very possible. But in that case, why not before? Does the wizard think of using magic-enhancing potions on dumb artillery? Hermione, you want to make a mistake. It's definitely not only us who thinks of this. The most indispensable person in the world is smart people. Alan smiled, and then changed the subject. But I can think of good attention and capital. It is estimated that it is really only us now. Even if someone who loves children too much has done this before, I don't think he would talk about it everywhere. Oh right. Hermione suddenly realized, even in ancient times when the medicinal materials are easier to find and the formula is not lost, this kind of medicine is too precious. Even if there is a chance to have it, the wizard will choose to drink it for himself or let the family have talent. Take it, let them support the family. Even if someone thinks about it, no one will be extravagant to experiment with this kind of medicine. Even if they are taken by their own dumb cannon offspring because of fear of extinction, this increase in magic power is estimated not let them have the magical powers of ordinary wizards. Then out of worry, they will not announce that their family has such formulas and materials to make others malicious. Seeing that Hermione was able to think through the problem so quickly, Alan nodded in satisfaction. So we have the arcane garden and the seeds left over from ancient times. Now we can only know the possibility of this kind of experimentation. Sex. Even if there is something secretly within the family that can make it, but I don't think they would have the intention to use it for this kind of experiment. But, Ellen, my wife and I are nothing. Dumb guns. Our husband and wife are just ordinary people. Mr. Granger heard that his hands were clasped together, and he had already understood that after spending some time in the magical world. Some basic things. Dad, it's not like that. In our Granger's family, at least one of our ancestors must be a wizard, because even a mole-born wizard like me, strictly speaking, is because there is a wizard ancestor in the veins. The bloodline of magic is activated. Maybe you can understand it as the ability to cast spells only after the genetic manifestation. Hermione's eyes were shining. The founder of Mr. Hertog Dagworth Granger was related. I denied it as a matter of course. But in fact, Chenyun helped me investigate. Dad, we do have some distant relatives with them. Hermione, you were reading www.uukanzu.com, then why don't you tell us? Is this man in the floating city? Mr. Granger heard a little strange. Mrs. Granger thought she knew the reason. Hermione, it's because we are ordinary people. Is this gentleman unwilling to contact us? Oh, it's not like that. But you know we were fighting with some pure blood a while ago. Hermione is still very famous for her umbrella. Alan said carefully, Mrs. Granger. I think Mr. Dagworth Granger would be very happy to recognize you. But Hermione should have thought about this for a while so that the two sides can have a more peaceful way of contact. Then Ellen, you said before that we can all use magic. Mrs. Granger's tone was implicitly worried. Hermione's father has distant relatives in the wizarding world. But are there any wizards in my family ancestors? Am I a dumb gun? Mr. Granger shook his wife's hand, and he realized that if he had also become a wizard, and his wife was the only one in the family who could not perform magic, then she would be even more lonely in this city. Mom. You shouldn't count. At least the long eyes didn't investigate anything. Hermione also reacted and shook her head. She was surprised when she thought of Ellen's words just now, and she immediately turned her head to face Ellen because the speed was too fast. Let her thick hair shake. Ellen, what you just said was to let them. You can still let the moles have the ability to cast spells. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1271. Bloodshift. Yes, I have an immature idea. In the hopeful eyes of the Granger family, Alan said the answer they wanted, and this made the serpent who had been persecuted with delusions turned his head back to listen if Alan had away. This was undoubtedly a greater mockery for her former master, Voldemort. If the magic enhancement potion can make Mr. Granger like a wizard's blood, the person who is essentially a dumb can gain the ability to cast spells. Alan took the pumpkin juice to moisten his throat and slowed down his speech. I said every sentence clearly. From this I came up with this idea. How can ordinary moles also have the magical blood of wizards? Hermione sat up straight, unable to restrain her excitement, and asked in a quick and crackling tone, did you think of it, right? What kind of magic conversion? Or can Luna rely on her power? The daughter's question made the Grangers even more confused. They could barely understand with the magic conversion, but what is the magical power of Luna, the little girl who even they know the famous nickname Mad Girl? It's not magic. It's not divine power. Hermione. Alan smiled in a mischievous way. It's actually moles' method. Although moles lag far behind wizards in medical treatment, it is precisely because they cannot use magic to do something that can be solved by a potion for us, so we have invented many strange ways to treat some diseases, and the method I envisioned is because I saw a mole cure. Our way, Ellen? Do you mean that our ordinary people's medicine can give us magic power? Mr. Granger was not angry when he heard Ellen's words. In fact, he had broken his teeth in the magic world. The therapeutic method of taking a cup of Shengiling to grow back has long been convinced. Yes, Mr. Granger, You are a doctor. Alan nodded to confirm and then smiled and asked, "Do you know anything about bone marrow transplantation techniques?" "Although it's not my major, I do know, but it is limited to understanding, without in-depth research." Mr. Granger nodded. When discussing knowledge, his expression was very serious. Like his daughter, marrow transplantation is hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, which refers to the collection of donor hematopoietic stem cells through extracorporeal blood circulation and transfusion into the body of the needy to help them rebuild the blood system and immune system. Then I think you must know that when performing allogenic bone marrow stem cell transplantation, the method is to transplant the bone marrow of a healthy person to the patient. Therefore, if the blood type of the patient and the donor are different, after the transplant is successful, the blood type of the patient will become that of the donor. Blood type. Alan continued to ask, with a calm tone, blood type changes are also one of the signs of a successful transplant. Mr. Granger raised her head suddenly and looked at Alan with joy. She moved forward a few times and said excitedly, "After the successful treatment of allogenic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, the transplanted person's own hematopoietic stem cell function gradually deteriorates to the point that with complete loss of function, the transplanted donor's stem cells assume the hematopoietic function, and the patient's blood type gradually changes to the donor's blood type." In other words, if a wizard is the donor, then after successful transplantation to moles, the blood they produce afterwards will have magical power. Hermione spoke slowly, with an excited voice. "In other words, if I transplant my mother to my mother, and then cooperate with potions to make sure that this blood type change happens after the hematopoietic transformation is completed, it is theoretically a dumb gun. If you take another dose of magic enhancement potion." Alan paused. "It seems that maybe I should set up some magic teaching adult classes in Floating City." Alan, although so far, the transplantation of hematopoietic stem cells has not found any obvious damage to the donor's body, but there are still many people who are unwilling to transplant because of various concerns. Mr. Granger touched his lips. Neatly manicured moustache. "I have lived in Floating City for so long, and I have learned a little about the magical world. I don't think many people are willing to participate in this kind of donation. My mother and I are related, and the chance of matching is very high." Hermione said immediately, "I am definitely willing to donate." Mrs. Granger was very moved. She suppressed the desire in her heart and asked her husband, "My dear, I don't know much about this technology. Will it really cause any harm to Hermione?" "Don't worry about Mrs. Granger and Hermione. It's like we need to test with the blood of magical animals before transforming the magic creatures animagus. This kind of ready-made technology is used here. It's above." Seeing Hermione's blushing cheeks and her cute eyes, Alan swallowed and added, "Although we use more technology for this principle, it's like a room that has been cast an anti-locking curse. Compared to using a more clever lock-opening spell to break the door forcibly, it may be more trouble-free with the light kick. We shouldn't think in the same direction for everything. Mole spinal cord transplants do have to consider rejection and other concerns, but we don't use it. We just have to consider whether it is suitable for transplanters to produce magical blood." "Can the wizard even solve the rejection reaction?" Mr. Granger asked in amazement. He felt that although he kept refreshing his expectations for the medical achievements of magic, he kept finding that he actually underestimated it. "Yes, Mr. Granger, it's not that difficult." Alan took a sip of the black tea, and then reminded, "Hermione, don't forget the magic. The wizard was in ancient times. You know there are many lunatics who try to transplant the organs or limbs of magical creatures into themselves, trying to obtain their special abilities. Although there are not many successes, it is not difficult for us to fight against rejection of genetic isolation." Then Alan's eyes turned around and looked at Miss Know-how to tease her deliberately. "Hermione, the snails you can control are the creatures that Hagrid used to cross between the lionhead and helicopter and the fire crab. The difference between the two is big. Yes, it's nothing. Hermione agreed with a half sentence and suddenly didn't realize it was wrong. She said madly, Luna promised me not to tell anyone. I am not a queen of snails. Ah, queen of the snails? I really didn't tell me that. Alan smirked in front of the Grangers, who didn't understand. This made Hermione blush. Even her ears were flushed, and it also made Alan decide not to irritate her for the time being. However, this kind of transplantation is indeed destined to not be widespread. There are already children in the family who are wizards. Like Hermione, most of them will be willing to donate their blood to their parents. As for ordinary people who do not have any relatives who are wizards, I'm afraid we can only fight for the wizards' hearts through high rewards. Alan shrugged. This matching process is really time-consuming and laborious, and we can't claim that we can make the magic potion stably. Otherwise, I think everyone will want to come to me. It's not difficult to solve. Anyway, it's only a few people. You describe it as a healing potion. Hermione's head was running in the umbrella experience. Alan, you still say this can cure dumb guns. The medicament needs to be fine-tuned for the patient. Anyway, if people take less, it can be under our own supervision. We can't let them keep the bottle and let them analyze the ingredients. She thought about it and said, the only way to make moles become the technology of the dumb gun cannot be hidden, so that everyone can participate in the match. As for the selection of mole objects, we also— Hermione stopped. She suddenly raised her head to meet Alan's gaze. After finding that the other party nodded, Hermione was shocked to realize Alan's attempt. This will become the patent of a very small number of people in the mole world, that is, those Hempgua's ruling class will no longer be a mole, but if he becomes a wizard, he will undoubtedly be under the jurisdiction of the wizarding government regardless of his status in the mole world. This made Hermione's scalp numb. Alan did not try to use Grindelwald or Voldemort's force to yield, without shed more blood, but gradually cannibalized the mole ruling class in this way. The most important thing is that no additional changes have taken place in the mole rulers. You are reading www.uukansu. In addition to changing from a mole to a wizard, can meet that there is no mole who would be unwilling to do this. Magic is too tempting for ordinary people. Just like a mole-born wizard like himself. Few people would be willing to return to the mole world to lay down their wands after graduation, except for the few wizards who were in love or because they couldn't establish a foothold in the wizarding world. Hermione worried again, but Ellen, I think there are some hidden dangers, in case. So it seems that my adult class can't let them go back, right? Alan waved his hand and said relaxedly, I don't think this will be a crash course like Filch. Nor is it like our normal school. Don't live in school, but let the students of this class stay in the floating city for a few years. Let them go to the temple more. Let them develop a habit and affection for this side. Of course, we can determine the details later. Too worried, as you said, it's like more Neville. And our surveillance won't be reduced. Author's note, because the situation is different from when the book was written a few years ago. What exists in reality cannot be subverted, so I have to change the conception and writing method to solve the problem. However, I feel like using this. The curve is not more rude and subverted. Although there will be less war scenes, it does not need to spend too much energy to pursue the power of mortals. With a little subsummary, it will automatically snowball, and it can better reflect the protagonist is a Ravenclaw. This https Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1272. Change face. The conversation between Alan and Hermione prevented the Grangers from intervening, but it also gave a more intuitive understanding of Harris and his daughter's influence on the magical world and the mole world. So, Ellen, did you bring this magic enhancement potion? Compared to Mr. Granger, who wanted to ask but didn't feel embarrassed to speak, Mrs. Granger, who had regarded Alan as her son-in-law, was not too guessed. Hermione immediately reminded, Mom, you have to be careful not to mention this term in front of outsiders. In a sense, it is more maddening than the elixir. That's right, I just came over today to make sure to discuss with you and tell you my idea so that you can prepare for the specific implementation, including Mr. Granger's situation. Alan said very sincerely, The chin tapped down slightly and then lifted it up. "After that, I will do some experiments on others to see the situation and make sure that it is safe. You are very important to Hermione and me. I can't just let you take risks." The Grangers also feel embarrassed that they are too impatient. Just like the new drugs in their ordinary world require long-term clinical trials to determine whether there are side effects and adverse reactions to the human body. This is what it means. However, just like their daughter's tangled expression at this time, she felt a little uncomfortable because of her own problems with other people doing experiments. Oh, this kind of test itself should be safe for the body. Noting the look of the Granger family, Alan remembered their more white-left personality and emphasized, "The worst result is nothing but impossible. Become a wizard." "I just think it's better for ourselves to reduce some risks as much as possible in order to make adjustments." Alan organized a language. "This is a matter of voluntary participation. Those dumb guns are like my gatekeeper Filch, or the Mole Prime Minister. I think they will be willing to take some small risks to get the chance to become a real wizard." Alan's words made Hermione and the others very embarrassed. After all, Alan was doing his best for their family, and they were still a bit picky. Mr. Granger said apologetically, "Ellen, if I'm fine later, shall we stay for dinner?" "Then bother." Alan agreed immediately. He didn't like eel jelly and oversweet food. He didn't eat too much in Dumbledore, even though Grindelwald did a good job. "Alan, I only asked Professor McGonagall for a long time," Hermione said worriedly. "Recently, too many things about protecting umbrellas have prevented her from giving Gryffindor points as much as in previous years. There is some concern about behavior that may lead to deductions." "It's okay. Your principal has extended your vacation," Alan said funny, recalling that the girl in front of him generally doesn't violate school rules. Whenever she violates the school rules, she loves to violate the rules so that Alan's tone will be a little bit instigated. In fact, sometimes it's not a big deal to break some rules. "No you." Alan paused suddenly, and he lightly pressed his hand on his mark of perception. Hermione noticed Ellen's actions. "Ellen, what happened?" Alan smiled and shook her head at Hermione to indicate that it is temporarily inconvenient to speak, and then the tone was still very cheerful and smiled and said, "It's okay, you find a place to take him there first, I will come here later, we will meet again when we meet, right?" Mrs. Granger heard the conversation, and she confirmed with some regret. Alan, looking up and noticing the concerned look of the Grangers, Alan stood up unhurriedly, smiled, sighed and shrugged his shoulders. "I'm really sorry, there are some things that need me to deal with. I'm sorry I can't enjoy your food today." "Yes, Mrs. Granger. The umbrella thing? How about I go with you?" Hermione said that she started to comb her hair with her fingers, trying to make them look neater. "It's nothing serious about Hermione, it's the Ministry of Magic." Alan refused, and then he reached out and put Anchor, who had flew on his shoulder because of Hermione's excitement, on Hermione's head again. "Let Anchor replace me. Let's have a dinner here." Then Alan leaned forward slightly towards the Grangers and his wife's upper body, showing a gentle smile. "Mr. Granger, when the effect of the magic potion is confirmed, I will send it over. I think it won't take too long. As for Mrs. Granger, I'm afraid we will have to wait a little longer, but I think it's better to be safe." Mr. Granger also got up. "Since there is business, Ellen, please go ahead and we are not in a hurry. Then he'll leave first." Alan waved to them, then remembered something to look at Hermione. "Hermione, you might be able to give Mr. Granger their Hogwarts textbook and our first grade first. Choose some content from the textbook and let them prepare in advance. As for the wand, don't buy it at Ollivander's then. I'll just do it myself." "Oh, Mr. Granger doesn't have to bother to give it away. Let me borrow from there." "The shadow is just fine," said Alan, turned around, took a step forward, and walked towards the shadow next to a cabinet not far from the crib. And because the previous Alan talk about the idea of letting dumb moles cast spells was too shocking, Nagini, who hadn't attracted attention from others over the crib, was even more frightened. D.A. Snake noticed that the brilliant smile on Alan's face disappeared without a trace in an instant after he had just installed himself, as if the smile just now was just an illusion, and the gloom in his eyes swept across the corner with no direct sunlight. The shadow of the place. His back strode straight in. After seeing the white-haired wizard's methods in the transformation of expressions, he already knew that the other party was not so friendly as he showed. It made his body tighten again. Walking out of the shadow on the other end, the demon hunter in the corner of the ceiling of Punlo's house crawled out of the hole in the attic that was transformed into a lair. Popping out ahead and seeing that it was Alan, climbed back at a faster speed. Scrimgeour still kept the posture of being petrified, silently stopped in the air by the levitation curse, staring at the person in front of him. Punlo heard the sound, turned around, lowered his head and greeted him with a slightly lowered eyebrow. Alan, Alan asked without expression, "What's the matter with you going to Scrimgeour?" Alan, "I'm sorry, I don't know. I thought he caused too much trouble to Harris." Punlo buried his head guiltily, and slowly moved closer to try to pull Alan's shoulder. "Alan, you know me." "Where is his Aura medal?" Alan interrupted Punlo and asked. "Alan, I took care of it before I came back." Punlo immediately responded. "The Aura medal will help the Ministry of Magic locate the wearer. If other Auras find something wrong, they can quickly find Scrimgeour through him. Position. Let me take a look at Rufus first, Punlo." Alan did not stop Punlo's touch, nor did he respond. He took a few steps towards Scrimgeour. His gaze was on Skr. Linji swept across. At this time, the face of the director of the Aura office looked as serious as usual under the effect of the petrification curse, but his bloodshot eyes and thick black eyebrows that were still able to move were like two twisting reptiles. The expression is very distorted, the face is as pale as a polished plaster sculpture, and the skin of the body is protruding and cracked by some deformed bones. The bone of Yukanzu.com's right arm deformed and pierced his arm as if it was broken. Although the wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, the clothes on his body had been soaked by the blood that had poured out before. "I'm very sorry, Rufus. Please forgive Punlo's recklessness. This is not my intention." She doesn't understand the situation. She didn't know that we have completed the peace talks, Alan said kindly to Scrimgeour, then putting the head of the Aura office flat in front of him with his hand, and then brushing his body through the air little by little to treat his injuries. Seeing Alan actively apologize to Scrimgeour in this way, Punlo felt more guilty. Her short hair slipped a little from the sides of her cheeks, completely devoid of the arrogance of the previous interrogation of Scrimgeour, and her red lips were obviously affected. She bit out a row of teeth marks. She hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Sorry, Director, I acted arbitrarily without clarifying the situation. Alan didn't know about this. It was all my fault. Please forgive me." Scrimgeour, who was being covered by pain, originally felt that the remaining pain in his body was being relieved by the superb healing technique when he heard Alan's apology. The furious heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then he heard Pen with Luo's voice. Scrimgeour felt anger tumbling in his chest, and the blue veins on his forehead swelled like he was about to explode with his thick breath. He kept glaring at Alan and beckoning the other party to release him from the petrification curse, so that he could yell at him. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1273. Forgive me, but Alan is only focusing on treating those injuries. Scrimgeour's weirdly twisted and raised bones seemed to have been softened, dissolved and reorganized, and then gradually restored to their original state, and the cracked skin also covered them little by little. Alan's treatment of his arm had come to an end, and Scrimgeour felt that the remaining pain had reached the point where he could bear it. But Scrimgeour fixed his gaze on Alan, and saw that the other party's calm face still had a gentle smile, and he slowly used Clean New to help himself clean up the bloodstains on his clothes. But there was no for him to lift the whole body restraint spell of all petrochemicals. This made the senior director also realize that something was wrong, and some unpleasant feelings floated in his heart. Finally stretched out his hand to stroke the collar for Scrimgeour, Alan turned around and stretched out his hand to pat Punlo with his head down. "Punlo, what torture spell have you used against Rufus?" Alan suddenly asked Punlo. "Ellen, I'm so angry. Punlo stunned. The pupil in one of Ellen's eyes shrank quickly, revealing a large white of his eyes, leaving only the small pupil in the middle. Why do you still use the unforgivable curse? Exclamation mark. I just want to check if he has any secrets against Harris. Punlo's voice became weaker and weaker with some sobbing, but he is too stubborn, and he is not willing to give in and open him to me. Brain. Uck. With a sigh, Alan returned his left eye to its normal state. After understanding the cause and effect, Alan faced Scrimgeour heavily. He remained silent for a long time. He opened his mouth a few times and did not say anything, as if he was organizing own language. Alan recalled the deeds of the Auror office director, who had never dealt with Dumbledore and Harry in the way he should have been. After becoming the Minister of Magic, he bravely or recklessly initiated suicide against the mysterious person. The sexual assault tried to arrest the Dark Lord, and after being imprisoned and subjected to various tortures until he was killed, he did not reveal any information about Harry to the Dark Lord. Rufus. This is indeed what we can't help you. You are indeed a tough guy, as I know. Alan's tone was extraordinarily sincere and heavy. Rufus, but I really don't understand. You shouldn't. Why would you deliberately provoke Punlo to use the unforgivable curse on you? Otherwise, even if you refuse to accept our apology later, I will at most cast a powerful forgotten curse on you. Alan's voice changed. It's weak. It seems a bit hard to speak, but now, I can't let Punlo, who did these wrong things for me, take the risk of being discovered to have used unforgivable to good people. Rufus, I'm very sorry. I know he is a good person, a good Auror. His tone became even a bit complaining. But why are we forced to such an extent? We could have used our strengths as we did in the peace talks. As he said, Alan stretched out his hand and summoned his great Arcanist wand. The skull of the deep infernal fiend burning on it and the Dementor buckled on the black mithril stick like a centipede. The ribs made this white-haired wizard, who was wearing a lot of jewels like long eye beads, turned very evil. Realizing his destiny, Scrimgeour did not regret Alan's words. He just opened his eyes angrily and looked at each other. His teeth were tingling with hatred, and his anger and hatred were tormenting him. What he is now annoyed is that he does not. What kind of illusions should Harris have to negotiate with them? Now he is convinced that the previous peace talks will be a strong proof that the other party will be charged. #888 #follow VX. Public account book Friends Base Camp. Watch popular works, draw 888 cash-red envelopes. No. Let me come. Seeing that Alan wanted to do something to Scrimgeour, Punlo hurriedly stopped her voice. Her voice appeared to be a lot thinner than before, with a little vibrato. Alan ... I can't let you take this sin for me. Speaking of Punlo, he raised his wand to make the tip of the wand glow a little green, but Alan used the power of the great Arcanist to dissipate the unformed killing spell. Punlo is okay. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, don't take the risk by yourself. Tell me first. Let me help you share. No need to be guilty, Punlo, and you can do so much for me. Compared with things, my reward is nothing. This time I blame my father, and I inadvertently talked about Rufus's hindrance to us in front of you. Of course I also complain that I didn't take this Dumbledore the first time. The organization's secret peace talks and results tell you. Alan softened his tone, and the calming power he was good at came in his voice and tone. Murder will make the soul unstable, and I can see this. The impact of this oolong incident on your emotions is not suitable for you to deal with the aftermath. Let me do the most suitable. Female Auror obviously eats this set. Her eyes are crystal clear and moist, and her always uncompromising, high-spirited and bright face has a rare cunning look, and nodding obediently, her heart is being swallowed by touch and guilt. Alan stretched his arms and stroked Punlo's short black satin-like hair just because Punlo's head was too tall. Although it would not be as different as the lower grades, it still made him still growing. Lun felt a little awkward, feeling uncomfortable. But the sudden touch made Punlo tremble involuntarily and her body became soft. After she barely stood firm, she took the opportunity to bend her knees slightly to make Ellen feel more comfortable. This love made Punlo squint comfortably. Her eyes, She even rubbed Alan's palm softly. MMP. Scrimgeour heard the other party's plan next to him, and he was cursed secretly after showing off his seemingly distorted affection. He swears in his heart that he will never let go of the hypocritical Alan Harris and the evil demon Penny Luo, even if turned into ghosts and imprisoned in the world forever. He will expose their behavior. So, I have to apologize to you again, Rufus. Frankly speaking, I didn't give you a chance to speak, because I feel really ashamed of you. I am afraid to face your anger and accusations. But the situation forced. I have to do this. Alan turned his wand in his hand and pointed it at Scrimgeour, who had not been able to unravel the spell and could not speak. But believe it or not, in fact, Punlo did kill a lot of people, but before you. Even if she did not die, it was at least in line with the law. Ironically, my hands had already been stained with innocent blood. A strong green light pierced Punlo's eyelids. She was temporarily blinded by the strong light and heard Scrimgeour falling heavily in the air. Rufus Scrimgeour, director of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic, was silent, and his white eyes were no longer angry but began to bulge, staring at the ceiling above his head. His limbs still under the control of all petrochemicals, close to the body posture. But the person is dead. Capture the soul. Alan's slender fingers flicked across the crystal ball, and strange magical waves echoed in the room, attracting traces of silvery white mist from Scrimgeour's body, gathering little by little into Alan's wand. In the crystal ball. Punlo, I noticed that your idea just now was just planning to use the killing curse. A trace of soul mist condensed in the crystal ball. Alan held a staff and asked Punlo with a serious expression, but do you have ever wondered? What if Rufus made the same choice as Gidro Lockhart? Punlo's heart is shocky.mentalnovel.com. If Scrimgeour is made a ghost, the fact of killing him is difficult to hide, which makes her admire Alan even more, and feel very much about her mistakes this time. Shame and guilt. Either don't do things, and when you do, you must try to be considerate and make things perfect. The white mist gradually filled the crystal ball, and Scrimgeour's fuzzy face appeared and disappeared. Before Rufus planned to do this, I considered that the anger accumulated in the heart of this stubborn old lion has nowhere to vent, and it is likely that he will choose to become a ghost. And it is true that I discovered his thoughts later. Alan explained this time we did not do the right thing. I am owed to him. If you have to kill someone in a similar situation next time, remember to heal the other person before killing the other person. It is not good for his ghost status. It's very likely that it will become the state of Nick, who is almost headless. Why should others suffer eternal pain? You can paint Rufus with a good picture. The scene is comfortable. I will put him in and put him hang in the secret room. Don't let other people see it. And then we have to apologize to others from time to time. It's one thing for him to forgive or not forgive us, but these things within our power can reduce our own sense of guilt, and it's a catharsis. Channel. You will stay with the students for a while and relax. I just agreed to teach them a spell. You can teach me a spell. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1274? Ritual dagger. Ellen, ill pained for him when I go back. Punlo's voice was somewhat flattering, and her eyes looked at the place where Scrimgeour was lying before. There is no trace of him now, only SKR is left. Linjai's clothes and the grey powder that his whole body turned into after being sucked away were a bit embarrassing. In her impression, this old lion always looked very annoying, but he hadn't observed the details of his appearance too much. A while ago Rufus led the armed to strike, but a lot of pictures were kept. Seeing Punlo's thoughts, Alan comforted, I remember your painting level is still very good. The problem. Besides, we are not trying to paint him more like ... It is to comfort our own hearts. Ellen, now Scrimgeour is dead. Will this affect your plan? ... I messed up your arrangement, Punlo said with ease when he saw the remarks, but he consciously helped Alan instead. She, who wiped her corpse by herself, was always worried. His life and death has not affected much. And it is not bad. Now Scrimgeour, the guy who has been hindering us, is gone. You will take over Albert's position in the future, and Albert will become the new one. Director, hold the entire office in our hands. Alan leaned on the staff a little bit carelessly, and softly persuaded him, don't worry about Punlo, although you shouldn't do this, but choose the timing, it just happens to be very clever. Someone will come out to prove it for us. Alan suddenly pressed the perceptual mark on his arm. Oh, Albert. Hearing that Alan received Albert's message, the softer his voice, the more uncomfortable Punlo felt. She bit her lip. She originally wanted to help Harris solve the problem, but instead created more trouble. She held her hand nervously, and couldn't help but get closer to Alan. Alan shook his head and smiled easily at Punlo, raised a little tone and said briskly, just stop the strike, because I just agreed with Scrimgeour under Dumbledore's arrangement. Settlement. Also, congratulations, Albert, you are about to be promoted to the director of the URA office. He voluntarily retired to the position of deputy director. You can tell your father first, I have something to deal with. Lowered his arms, Alan stretched his eyebrows, and his tone became more relaxed. There is news from Albert that the patrollers have stopped going on strike. It seems that Rufus has notified his men before. Isn't it good? I didn't tell Albert the real situation, Punlo, but this matter needs to be told to my father and Lun. Alan saw Punlo approaching her nervously, and put his hand on top of her head. They won't accuse you. I guess our father will be very satisfied with this ending. We don't tell Albert that it is. You know that his wand core is made of unicorn hair, but you need to tell your father that they know how to deal with things, or else just take it seriously. Investigate the case and find out something. It would be too troublesome to go to the aftermath. Hearing Alan say that Irving would be happy for this, Punlo flashed through the situation when Irving had mentioned Scrimgeour in front of her before, and his heart was relieved a lot. But feeling Alan's pampering, Punlo stretched out, hugging Alan's arms with both arms. He directly pressed his face to Alan's forehead, closing his eyes with a softness that was different from the usual tough attitude, and gently rubbing. By the way, the curse to teach students can stop them from hiding like a mole. Well, Alan was a little tired from being rubbed. They have always liked the magic you taught, like lightning, Punlo said casually, but his eyes still didn't open. Seeing Punlo showing such an attachment this time, and feeling Punlo's warm cheeks, Alan did not continue to speak. He let Punlo lean on, staying quiet for a long time, and finally said softly, Punlo, let go for a while. I think of something that can be used as a gift. After hearing this, Punlo realized that she was strangling a bit tightly. She let go of her hand, and then watched Alan take a scalpel from her belt. Alan held the knife and pointed it skillfully at his palm. He prepared to take a deep breath, and then stopped. He put his gaze on the surprised Punlo, no longer looking at his palm, and took another deep breath. After breathing, a shallow wound was quickly and softly drawn. Alan hissed and endured the pain, raised his hand and stretched out his fingers towards Punlo. Punlo's eyes widened, and there was an inference in her heart. She raised her finger and touched the blood bead oozing out of Alan's palm with some disbelief. She tapped the blood bead and put her finger into her mouth, feeling the uniqueness of blood. The smell of rust and the bright smile on the red lips are more eye-catching than the blood. Punlo is no stranger at all. When she saw Fleur and Albert's blood oath, she herself did not know how many times she had fantasized about the scene where Alan and her concluded the blood oath. Symbol of supreme love, Punlo murmured in his heart. His eyes were blurred, and he only felt that his heartbeat was speeding up early, as if he was beating beside his eardrum. Her pale face gradually turned rosy, and the previous guilt and anxiety seemed to have been cleaned up by Alan, replaced by trembling excitement and excitement. This is a gift given to you in advance of Christmas. It is not a reward for killing you indiscriminately. Seeing Punlo's expression on his face, Alan exclaimed, afraid of forming her bad habits. Punlo nodded quickly, but the tears in her eyes made her feel a little dazed. The slight pain and worry that continued to come from his hand and the wound would heal after a delay. Alan, who had to come for a while, was anxious, so he pretended to be lost and urged, Punlo, If you don't want to, if. No, of course I would. Punlo was really anxious. She stretched out her right hand and wiped the crystals in her eyes. She was about to get the knife in Alan's hand, but the usually neat female heiress seemed to be even now. The handle of the knife couldn't be held firmly. The fingers were shaking involuntarily, and the sharp blade kept trembling in front of her palm. But the more anxious, but the more trembling. He took the knife and fell to the ground with a cry. Punlo, take a deep breath. Sorry, it should have been given to you long ago. Of course, Alan knew that the era was not like him because he was afraid of pain. He was a little distressed by the other party's reaction and pointed with the unwounded finger. Scrimgeour's relics on the ground. Suddenly, the clothes of the former office director seemed to be torn into countless small pieces by a pair of invisible big hands. They floated around Alan and Punlo like a tornado in circles, changing and moving. Alan snapped his fingers again to make these fragments turn into a candle with classical carvings and start to burn. The flickering candle light gently and softly shone on Punlo's face, making her heart seem to follow. It shook, and the expression between her eyebrows was as soft as the ripples of the breeze blowing across the black lake. If you don't consider the origin of these candles, the atmosphere in Punlo's room at this time is indeed a bit romantic and not terrifying. However, with these slightly shaking candle lights, the light and shadow mottled on Alan's face, finally softening Punlo's undulating heart. The female heiress's eyes were calm, and this time she calmly picked up the knife that fell to the ground. She held the handle of the knife, and Punlo's flushed cheeks were reflected on the metal of the blade. She did not hesitate to cut deep in her palm. The big mouth of the bone, blood began to gush out in bursts with her heart beating. Alan immediately lowered her palm with a shallow wound, and then held Punlo's hand. She felt Alan's warmth touched her own, and the blood of the two made the temperature better. The throbbing that also erupted in her heart, the surging joy and movement seemed to be carved into the soul. The interlocked, and two bright red blood beads flew from each other's squeezing palms. www.mentalnovel.com entangled and merged in midair, gradually turning into a ritual dagger. This dagger is very exquisite. The top of the handle is like a small crown, and then there are two slightly abstract human faces carved together. The two faces are closely in love with each other, and the mouth, eyes, and ears are all vividly carved. Below is a circular arc-shaped section by section, with many small stones inlaid on it. And the center of the blade is inlaid with the largest ruby, and the blood of the two of them is stored in it, and the circulation seems radiant. There are also exquisite patterns carved on the blade, mixed with some runes with complex shapes. The blood oath was completed. Alan instantly healed his shallow wound, and then he held Punlo's hand to treat her. In order to avoid scars, he also took out some white moss and applied it on it. Punlo's eyes were all on the dagger. She held the dagger in her palm, precious and important. The red jewels set off her white and delicate palms, which looked even more dazzling. We are so strong that we don't have to go as far as we did in the past few years. Like we did in the past. Some things can make the people below take the normal way. Alan dissipated the candles and completely turned Scrimgeour's clothes into the ashes. Punlo, you can have more contact with those students this time. Although they have trouble growing up without entering the society, most of them are very simple, and the influence of social disturbances on them is limited. You can do more to make what you find happy, even if it's training to tease them. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1275? Package. In the evening of the same day, the several patrol area leaders waiting at the Broken Cauldron bar did not wait for the arrival of their superiors. After a while after the agreed time, empty beer bottles and empty plates were piled up on the table. These subordinates decided based on the location of the superior's badge to find your own director. When they discovered the badge that had been discarded at the beach, the patrol areas realized that it was not good. After they went to knock on Scrimgeour's door and received no response, They broke into the house. Punlo deliberately added some fighting marks to the house. The portrait with the sleeping curse cast allowed the patrolling Urras to confirm that Scrimgeour had been attacked with a high probability. The frightened and angry patrolling Urras swiftly carried out their actions. In addition to reporting to the Ministry of Magic, they mobilized everyone to wander the streets and alleys to investigate the whereabouts of their superiors. Many of them also lost them through badges. The location of the attacker is inferred, and the apparition may have fled to the country across the sea. The follow-up action of patrolling the Urra and the Ministry of Magic, within a short time, let the wizards of the magical world know the news. Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Urra office, may have been more ill-fortuned. He has become the focus of attention of foreign magazines like the New York Phantom. Whether it is a floating city, or the whereabouts of the director has become the hottest topic. Unlike foreign countries, in the United Kingdom, except for the official media of the Ministry of Magic such as the Daily Prophet and the Devil, others have been restricted by the recent censorship bill, preventing them from publishing unfounded malicious conjectures. The Ministry of Magic has been so fiercely arresting the pure blood families that they dare not even hint at it, and no one wants to be the next one to be seized. Ordinary wizards did not have much such consideration when discussing in private. The previous strikes of the patrolling Urras made them feel that Harris had enough reasons to do something, and the recent censorship passed by Harris made the media dare not speak out. It also makes it easy for people to associate him with Scrimgeour's disappearance. The patrolling Urras stopped the strike, Albert Harris became the director of the Urra office, and Punlo Cravat took charge of the armed Urra, which made more ordinary people almost believe that Rufus Scrimgeour was in this political struggle. Because of excessive actions, he caused his own failure, and it is very likely that he has already caused a murder. The situation in foreign countries that are not under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic is different from that in China. Those anti-British Ministry of Magic and anti-Harris forces have caused a storm of public opinion in their country. I can't wait to let the world know that Harris murdered Scrimgeour, but because there is no hard evidence, and most countries still use words such as possibility and speculation. Only the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, because of the minister's wife of the Monty family, whose entire family was almost killed, they used a fortune teller who had a talent for prophecy. Public divination proved that Scrimgeour had been killed, and almost it was an explicit accusation of Harris as the culprit. These news spread to the country and further confirmed the wizard's speculation. Even the forces close to Harris tend to have such suspicions in their hearts. Just when the hat of killing Scrimgeour was almost firmly attached to Harris' head, Albus Dumbledore took the lead. The White Wizard and the families of Bairns, Longbotham, and Foley publicly issued a joint statement to announce the progress of their previous secret peace talks to the magical world. To people's surprise, even the subordinates of the former Urra's office, the patrolling Urras who had participated in the strike against the Ministry of Magic before, also stood up to prove this. They also received Scrimgeour's notice. The content was published, which confirmed that Dumbledore's remarks were true. This also made the wizards understand why these patrol Urras did not continue to strike, nor did they make trouble with Harris. All this is not what they discussed in private. These patrol Urras were killed by Scrimgeour and Harry was killed. C threatened intimidation and remained silent. In Ravenclaw's tower, the flames in the fireplace of the room were burning. With a lambskin blanket on Luna's lap, she lazily pinched a small medicine bottle on the recliner. This is the little potion that Daisy gave her when she saw dinner that she had a good appetite. Luna took one by one. I threw them into her mouth, and the sweet and sour smell of the red Xioshi pills could not dissipate on her body. Mother, you ate the digestion medicine as candy. Helena was sitting next to Luna, packing the magic potion that had been made in the cauldron into a gift box. But her tone was full at this time. Worried? If Grandma knows, Aunt Daisy will be beaten. Don't worry about Helena, your mother now needs to eat more to provide energy to the baby in her belly. Alan sat at the large desk and glanced at Luna's swelling belly, somewhat satisfied, and then he put the sheepskin in front of him again. The paper was exhibited, and the eagle feather tube pen was dipped in ink, and the nib quickly swept across the paper. Your Aunt Daisy has been used to being beaten for so many years. Your grandma doesn't need to know. Hiccups. Luna, stunned for a long time, then looked at the things in Helena's hands. For when I first met you, if you want to be extravagant it's used on moles, and if Helga doesn't do anything wrong, he will think that I took you to the ground, and even I have to beat it together. Don't talk nonsense, you will come out at that time, if you do it properly. Alan paused somewhat complacently. You will also have a lot of believers on the mole side. How about your power compared to the 5th grade now? After Luna heard this, she was in a daze, and then she quickly figured out Alan's plan and the joints in it, and then she lay back in a relaxed manner and threw one in her mouth, and then said in a somewhat regretful tone, I knew you in ancient times, I should have given some ideas to gain faith. She shook her head again. No, you can't give me ideas in advance, otherwise you won't have to go back then. Father, can I pack it like this? How are the gems placed? Helena held up a packed gift box to Alan. It had a dark blue inlaid bronze embossed look, so delicate and mysterious. A three-eyed raven looked squarely in front of her under the Deathly Hallows embossed. Its sides are made up of 3 sapphires that seem to be expensive. Helena, your ability to manipulate entities now ... should be a lot better than those of the students in Gryffindor ... My daughter is clever. Alan raised her head and looked at it carefully, without hesitating her encouragement. Give it to your mother so she can lay out riddles and other things on it. Alan ordered and looked at her daughter. Besides, Helena, Christmas is coming soon. What do you want this year? Gift. Thank you, Father. Helena's skirt seemed to float because of the owner's joy. She handed the package to her mother and started thinking. But the female ghost is getting more and more confused. Originally, she has no entity and wanders all day long. She can touch things in the world and doesn't need things in the world. She has lived like this for thousands of years, but she seems to have improved recently. Nothing is her necessities. As an educated lady, she did not have the same taste for eating as her father, mother, or even her adoptive mother before she was alive, and what she wants to eat now. Mentalnovel.com. At home, she asks others to do her best, but because no matter what you taste, the taste will be very light. Only some heavy and hot food can make her taste normal. In addition, after eating, she has to go to places where others can't see them and let them fall. It makes her feel very troublesome. So except for the very beginning, there is basically no interest in eating. It is more for the sake of staying with relatives. I think Grandma likes to watch themselves eating before they develop the habit of eating. As for the clothes and jewelry that Daisy, Fleur and the others like, Helena can only wear them when they are in reality. They will fall on the ground when she returns to the ghost form, and then she has to go back and change them again. Ghosts the original clothes to avoid the risk of running out. And the pet in her hand also has a dozen female ghosts as members of her choir and maids. Because of her poor training, she did not bring them home because she was worried that the female ghosts would hurt her grandmother and aunt. After pondering for a long time, Helena did not think of what she needed. She bowed her head in embarrassment. Father, I can't think of. Seeing that the problem caused her daughter to feel low, Alan's eyes rolled. Helena, let my father think about it. Christmas gifts should be full of surprises. It just so happens that moles seem to have made a lot of good horror movies recently. No. Helena's scream was not as low as before, full of vitality. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1276. I am a blood oath myself. Seeing that her daughter's emotions returned to normal, she burst out with unprecedented vitality. Alan and Luna burst out laughing while looking at each other, which made the ghost a little angry. Lucio continued to play with the gift box and no longer care about the parents of the pit baby. Luna, who is still laughing at her daughter, has golden curly hair scattered on both sides of her fair and delicate cheeks. The recent period of recuperation has made her cheeks rosy and charming. The digestive medicine is pinched on her slender fingers and exudes a sweet and sour smell. Mixed with her own faint body fragrance, there is even an urge to make Alan, who is watching her, want to taste it. Under Luna's nightgown, Her belly has bulged into a relatively full circle. Her body is simple and clean. She didn't even wear the carrot earrings that she liked before, but noticed Alan's gaze. Luna. He also turned his head to focus his eyes on his eyes. Alan retracted some aggressive eyes. Chona ... cough. Because the voice suddenly broke and went out of tune, Alan coughed and swallowed. Luna, the blood oath we had before resurrected in you, is it consumed in the ceremony? Make another one, huh? Luna casually picked up the knot of the digestion pill bottle with her index finger, and let it drive the bottle to sway on her index finger. It hasn't been consumed, it's just not an ornament anymore. Huh? Alan paused the pen for a while, and the ink on the nib fell on the parchment paper and turned into a small pile of smudges. Alan's fingers brushed lightly, and the smudge disappeared. What do you mean? It seems that you usually find me only for imprint positioning. Luna threw another Xioshi pill into her mouth, muttering, try to send me an attack spell? Hearing the words, Helena raised her head when she heard her parents start to speak bare words again. She wanted to remind her mother that she was pregnant, but found that his father was standing there with his hand raised. Unlike her daughter, who was overly worried about safety issues, as the parent, Alan, immediately wanted to launch a petrochemical at Luna that would not cause real problems, but found that the spell cannot be cast with the opponent as the target. Let him know that this is indeed the binding force of the blood oath at work. Alan closed his eyes. This time he did not pass the mark or perceives the blood oath. He found that he could indeed perceive the location of Luna, and realized that he started to use the mark of omniscience by default after Luna was resurrected, so he neglected this instead. A little. Luna's forehead began to deform and twist. She tore away this part of her head and turned it into two halves, revealing a drop of red liquid suspended inside. This is the drop of blood that was merged by her and Alan before they established a blood alliance, which looked a little smaller than before, was hovering between the separated heads. I am a blood oath myself. The eyes on the separated head are not as indifferent as usual, just like Alan was looking at her just now, but it only stayed on his face for a moment, and then the two fogged heads closed again. At the same time, he returned to his normal appearance and changed back to a trance expression. Father, mother, this way you can never stand against each other. Helena was very happy and looked excited when she was scared. This is much better than that kind of decoration that can be damaged. Helena, without this, I and your mother would not be against each other. Alan knew that Helena had been a little unhappy after discovering what the new accessories Hermione and Punlo had these days. Speaking of which, this digestion potion can help us digest. Luna threw another medicine into her mouth and looked at Alan with unfocused eyes. But if I eat enough, can I hold myself to death? Helena, father and daughter, were choked by Luna's question, which had a large thinking span. You'd better put it down. Before you die, your poor gastrointestinal physique may be able to vomit up and down. I will give you Coke on Christmas, Alan said, lowering his head and putting his hand the eagle feather tube pen on the top. Will continue to write after soaking in ink. I will continue to code Braille. Father, what did you write? Helena didn't want to talk to her mother, who turned into a crazy girl, and floated behind her relatively normal father to talk to him. Oh, I'm writing a public apology letter to Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour. I copied it. I compared the template a bit. Alan unfolded the parchment again, and then flicked it away. The book waved to let it fly back to the shelf. Before sending it, I have to show this passage to 2 reporters I know, and ask them if I am doing this properly. Oh, because I wrote it in a hurry and didn't pay attention. I copied it in with the quotation marks. Alan waved his hand and eliminated a symbol on the parchment. It's been changed. Sorry. The head with long black hair suddenly popped out of the tabletop, and Alan leaned back in surprise. Helena twitched at her father like a prankster, and then let herself completely across the table, looking at Alan's letter. At this moment, it is the 7th day of Mr. Scrimgeour's disappearance. At this special time of recognizing life, I want to make an apology for being too late. While apologizing, I will calculate my personal income this year and compensate Scrimgeour's relatives as compensation. If Scrimgeour's relatives are unwilling to accept it, I will put this money in the funds I donated to charitable organizations to compensate the victims of this incident, and accept public supervision. I say sorry to everyone again, very sorry. Alan's public apology was published in the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter conducted in-depth analysis and comments on this. In the final analysis, she evaluated Alan's courage to take responsibility, and the main reason for the apology to Scrimgeour was for the failure to communicate and resolve the differences between them. Scrimgeour himself was killed because the strike he himself advocated made the United Kingdom insecure, so that all of the responsibilities that were not his responsibility were attributed to him. The Ministry of Magic also seized this opportunity to control its media and television, and through Writer's analysis of the momentum of Alan's apology letter, all the blame for Scrimgeour's disappearance was pushed to the Dark Wizards, Death Eaters and even foreign forces. The reason for the disappearance and murder of Scrimgeour was because a Dark Wizard did not understand the secret peace talks between Alan and Scrimgeour, and wanted to take the opportunity to frame Harris and was slapped in the face. Not only that, but the Magic Law Enforcement Department also acted very quickly. Taking advantage of the least resistance from public opinion, the purebloods arrested before were put on trial one by one. Depending on the severity of the plot, the heaviest one was imprisoned for life in Azkaban, followed by 33 years, 13 years, and 7 years, and the lightest one was also imprisoned in Azkaban for 3 months. At the same time, these wizards who have been tried and convicted must also pay corresponding fines to compensate victims who were attacked by Voldemort and Death Eaters. If they are unable to pay, the Ministry of Magic will auction their properties, then use the funds obtained in the auction to pay compensation. And Daisy Harris of the Department of International Affairs of the Ministry of Magic is also officially protesting and asking questions about Bulgaria through the International Wizarding Federation. Why did Bulgaria know that Scrimgeour was killed instead of missing? Does Bulgaria really rely on divination, or does it already know the answer? Are they the same as the Dark Wizard because they do not know the secret peace talks and start to slander the Harris family? And in these things, Harris finalized the crime. You reading www.uukansu.com closed those cases and sent the compensation to the victims as soon as possible, so that ordinary wizards obtained real benefits. The review committee passed by the Ministry of Magic is not so disgusting among ordinary wizards. In the current situation of less security, there are more stringent control methods to ensure safety, so that ordinary people feel more at ease. After all, even the director of the Auror office could disrupt public security because of his own death, but was seized by the Dark Wizard to let him disappear out of thin air and be killed. Even he could not protect his life, let alone ordinary people like them. These vicious and cunning Dark Wizards have given ordinary people a more intuitive understanding. If it were not for Harris and Scrimgeour's secret peace talks first, they might not be able to clean up the issue of Harris being splashed with dirty water. People will believe Harris, and it will definitely cause violent conflicts in the British magical world. This makes ordinary people who have misunderstood Harris before and speculated some guilt in their hearts. https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1277? School Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. In the week before Christmas, although the teachers arranged very tightly and did not stop assigning homework to the students, the joy of the upcoming holiday made the students seem to have no intention of studying at all, because they are usually in school. It is not forbidden for students to go home on weekends, so the students gave themselves a reason to be lazy, and from the previous year when they could go back to see their family on vacation, it became because of the vacation itself. In the auditorium, hundreds of candles floated above the table, shining brightly on the porcelain tableware and silver knives and forks. The 4 long college desks were already full of chattering students. At the top of the auditorium, the faculty and staff sat on the side of the faculty desk. facing their students. The previous sanctions imposed on the British magic world by countries around the world have existed in name only. The economy of the British magic world is recovering. Immigrants from various countries have brought different food cultures to exchange and collide in this hot land. All kinds of imported ingredients have been circulated into the UK. This group of teachers and students benefited Hogwarts. At this time, in the kitchen below the Hufflepuff common room, the house elves were very busy preparing lunch. Today they additionally prepared a variety of hot stews and sweet puddings, making the menu in front of me is 3 times thicker than before. After Hogwarts became Alan's private school, he was never stingy in diet and invested a lot of money. Although the house elves have to master so many tastes in a short time, it is indeed a bit difficult for them, but the not so authentic food they produced also made many witches have to seek the help of potions to maintain their figure, and the flesh on Neville's chin was thicker. From Harry's point of view, the Hogwarts auditorium seemed to have shrunk, because transfer students from various countries made it noisier than usual. Dad said Harris was very calm this time, and he caught the most suitable opportunity to clarify the truth. Ron has already eaten a portion, and he is now looking at the menu and deciding to follow the order. The traditional roast chicken legs and the newly launched German Kartzel's liverwurst is difficult to choose from. The impact of this incident is too bad. Fred said that the decoy bombs and stealth smoke bombs in their store are selling well. Ginny took her silver spoon and took a sip of the fish soup in front of her. Fortunately, Ravenclaw blessed Harris. If the secret peace talks hadn't happened to be held, the peace talks would have been successful. I might have doubts. These dark wizards are too cunning. When I graduate, I'll take the ERA exam and catch the dark wizards. Harry waved his fist hard. Sooner or later, send them to Azkaban. You'll be a good ERA, Harry. Neville, who had not been sitting down for a long time, turned his head and said very seriously, "It's a pity that my academic performance cannot meet the requirements of being an ERA." "Thank you, Neville. There were too many people around you just now, so I'll take the first step." Harry touched his nose and said, "I don't understand what they think. What does it have to do with me when my uncle joins the review committee?" Neville's chin trembled, and he looked at Fred next to him apologetically. He has always liked to keep a low profile, like the changes in recent days. Ron was a little envious of this kind of attention-grabbing opportunity, and he said tastefully, "Susan Bones is more exaggerated than you." A group of boys circled her. "She has received a lot of Christmas gifts now. That's not her own charm, isn't it?" Lavender held her cheek and heard her boyfriend talk about other girls being jealous. She hugged Ron's arm. "Dear Luo, you Christmas, what gift do you want for festival?" Ginny rolled her eyes. Ron and Lavender were so tired of being together regardless of the occasion, which made her powerless to sarcasm. She turned her head and said to Harry, "Harry, let's go to the duel." Al and I came to teach in the afternoon for a few grades together, and the front row position is not so easy to find. Speaking of which, Hermione did not eat at school at noon. She must have finished eating at home and went straight. Harry looked at the door. Indeed, many eager to learn had already set off for the practice class. He looked at Ron, but Ron was still entangled by Lavender, who was full of Christmas gifts. Pulling Harry, Ginny flicked his leg impatiently and jumped off the stool. Ron had to put down the menu regrettably, dragged Lavender to follow, and almost dropped the dishes to the ground in a hurry. The little lions of Gryffindor rushed out of the auditorium. In the large but heavy traffic corridor, Harry, who was trying to calm his girlfriend and his brother to stop the noise, accidentally rushed to a staircase just from the basement. In the arms of the wizard who came up, the other party also subconsciously supported his shoulder to prevent Harry from falling. "Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not." Potter immediately saw who the other person was, and the other person saw that Harry pushed him back and made him stagger. Ginny looked ugly, because it was Draco Malfoy that Harry ran into, and as she was worried, the Slytherin followers who followed Draco had already scolded. "Don't you have eyes to walk? The corridor is not your lounge like a zoo. Don't apologize to Master Malfoy." Because Lucius was proved to be the spy sent by Harris to Voldemort, The Merlin medal and the fact that Harris joined Harris, led the Slytherin snakes during this time to fight Draco than the others to Bourne. Sri Lanka has a more enthusiastic attitude, especially many families who are closely related to the pureblood arrested are afraid of being further implicated by Lucius' accusations. And now that Draco was hit by this Potter full of arms, it was their chance to please Draco. Bro special. Why? We ignored you and you came here to provoke us. Pansy Mike stepped between Malfoy and Harry, looking very fierce. Or do you want to have a duel? Because of the relationship between Alan and his family, Pansy and the others have rarely directly troubled Harry and the others, but now Hogwarts encourages students to use fair duels to resolve disputes. Pansy's attitude towards Harry should be hardened. What's more, Crabbe and Gore also put down the desserts in their hands and carried them behind them, seemingly intending to serve as assistants in the duel. Forget it. It's meaningless. Draco seemed to have recovered at this time. He grabbed Pansy's arm and squinted at Harry's narrowed mouth in a somewhat absent-minded sarcasm. Battery group of Gryffindors don't understand anything. Let them play foolishly in the corridor. Harry didn't mean it. Isn't it that you guys left the corridor empty? Ron behind took a step forward to defend his friend. What, Weasley? Are we in the corridor to prevent you from looking for someone else's money on the ground? Pansy sarcastically said www.mentalnovel.com. How many days do you need to pick it up? Is it enough to buy Christmas for your friend's gift? Draco's Slytherin attendants smirked in agreement. This contemptuous look made Ron's face flushed. Recently, because of the improvement of his family's financial situation, his pocket money has increased and he is very fond of treats and gifts. This act of exposing his previous scars made him a little irritated. Are you looking down on us, Malfoy? Come on. Don't think you can use those ancient magics, but I have also been in class this year, and I also learned those magics. Ron let go of Lavender and faced Slater. The Lins roared, and Lavender, who had been let go, followed Ron with eyes on his hips. Yo yell. See what I heard. So to speak, Bryce Zarbini said grotesquely. He put on a weird look, his mouth was long and his eyes turned around. Ron, you used to be afraid of Draco? Enough. Harry couldn't restrain his anger, he drew out his wand. Let's go to the duel for a round. Why are you stuck here? Don't want to go to Alan's class? Emily took Laura and Gabriel up the basement stairs to the corridor. Sorry Emily. Draco shrugged. After he nodded to Emily, he ignored the Gryffindors and left on his own. When those Slytherin attendants saw this, they had to salute Emily and then follow Draco. Several Gryffindors who had been chilled in the same place dryly thanked Emily. Also left, but Pansy stayed with Emily and they were together. Emily, do you know what happened to Draco? He seems to have matured a lot since he came back from your house, but he has always been a little absent-minded. Chapter 1278. Class Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. He learned a secret in my family and was a little excited. Emily looked at Pansy. If your father also surrendered, maybe my brother will let you know. Gore's father should be out soon. Pansy curled his brows. His eyes drifted away nervously. His steps slowed down, and he tried to open his mouth, but in the end there was no sound. Huh? Emily noticed Pansy's expression. Your father has news. Pansy saw Emily asking her, and said in a low voice, some time ago, he found an opportunity to project himself into the fireplace. The mysterious man didn't know what happened to him. It seemed that he couldn't see the future. So he said he wanted a chance to surrender. But, Pansy paused. This time the arrest and trial of a pureblood family connected with the Death Eaters may scare him. I explained your kindness to him, but he seems to think you will not let him go. The Harris family promised that they would not be held accountable if they didn't pursue it. They wanted to take refuge but didn't believe it. Laura's ponytail slammed backwards, and she accuses stiffly, your father is too disrespectful to Miss Home. You can't say that to Laura. From his point of view, it is understandable to be worried. Emily took Pansy's cold hand and exhorted, don't talk about Malfoy's Draco and yours relationship. I will be pleading like Alan, my brother will not break his promise. We better communicate with him after class. let him come up with an idea. She let go of her hand to Laura, and Gabriel, who was silent on the side, beckoned. Let's go. Let's be an advanced teacher. Alan has been too lazy recently. It's not easy to come and give us a lesson in person. In fact, many students are eagerly looking forward to this class of Alan. Some anxiously ordered burgers and sandwiches at lunch, and waited outside the duel arena in advance while eating. Alan opened the door. He skillfully placed the phoenix anchor on his shoulders on the perch branch he had made for him, threw a few pieces of roast rabbit meat into the food bowl, and then turned and walked down to the duel. Long time no see, classmates. Why are you so serious? Alan put his hands on his staff and looked at the students around him. Oh, Professor Cravat will not be here today. Alan winked at the students as the former principal liked to do. I think we can relax in class today and don't have to be so disciplined. Seeing that Penlow, who had been managing them somewhat militarized, was not there, and hearing Alan's familiar and kind voice and somewhat mischievous expression, the classroom instantly boiled like boiling water. Principal Harris, we all know what you were framed. You have been wronged. Those dark wizards are too cunning and disgusting. They actually attacked Scrimgeour to frame you. Principal Harris, my family and I have always believed in you. Overcoming difficulties are opportunities for victory. I am grateful for your trust in me, but I am indeed ashamed of Scrimgeour in this matter. If I negotiated with him earlier, nothing would happen. Alan, he said apologetically. He pressed his hands down to quiet the classroom full of flattering sounds. But today let us focus on the classroom. I noticed that you have all made great progress, and you have all the strengths. Improvement, this is very good. So what I want to teach you today is to let you have more self-protection ability and avoid tragedies like Scrimgeour's recurrence. The wizards here stood up proudly, and some wizards who had neglected to practice recently because of the approaching holiday blush. Like I promised you before. Alan's gaze glided over the wizards with fiery eyes. The biggest advantage of this spell I am going to teach you today is that you don't have to worry about it anymore. The problem of accuracy. Of course, it is not a large-scale attacking spell such as Fierce Fire or Freezing Spell, but the spell energy it shoots, which has automatic tracking and targeting functions. The wizards in the audience exclaimed, and the suddenly sounded discussion and whispering in the classroom became noisy. Harry hit Ron with an elbow, and Michael and Anthony leaned forward with excitement. Alan's magic lessons never disappoint. Hermione, did Alan teach you in advance? Ginny pulled Hermione next to her for a moment, but was surprised to find that the witch who was the least likely to escape from Hogwarts was actually distracted. Ginny leaned to the side and found Hermione rubbing a coin-like object in her hand ruddy on her front cheek. Ginny looked over and found the blood flowing inside. Thinking of the scene when she and her parents went to the wedding of Albert and Fleur, she almost screamed in surprise. She covered her mouth and whispered, "This is a blood alliance." Hermione, are you and Alans? Hermione, who was caught by Ginny, shivered. She felt her cheeks heat up. She quickly clasped her palms, clenched her blood oath, and nodded indiscriminately to Ginny, then sat upright and made a state of listening to the class wholeheartedly. Lavender snorted tastefully, and reached out and grabbed the palm of Ron, who was still looking stupidly at the stage, as if declaring his ownership. Harry noticed the expressions of the girls, and he felt that there was no need to choose another gift for Ginny this Christmas. But he didn't understand this magic, so he was worried about whether he could learn it before Halloween and whether he needed to make sure. Ginny also has to learn. Next, I will show you this curse. Voldemort and the Death Eaters are now keen to summon some demons as their thugs. These demons are very suitable as your targets, and you can also take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with their habits. Alan paused, his indifferent gaze swept across the onlookers, and raised his slender and pale right hand. In addition, These demons are different from me and the demons that the heroes love to summon. They are very chaotic. You cannot predict their next what will they do. This makes me hate this. You read www.uukanzu.com, so don't care about their feelings when they will practice. With that said, in order to facilitate the demonstration to the group of wizards, Alan took out a wand like those wizards. He raised his arm, used the wand to draw an irregular rem in the air, and then took it back neatly. Their wand, repeated 3 times, without a trace of extra movement. After the demonstration of the overall movement, he meticulously split the main points of the magic spell into details, and gave a demonstration and explanation of each subtle movement of the wrist and the amplitude of the wand. The wizards were still listening to Ellen's explanation, and when they paid attention to his wand, they saw his other hand waving casually. 300-eyed ghosts, which could be regarded as middle-level demons, were summoned by Ellen, and they fell into the field. This unexpectedly distorted and indescribable monster made the little wizards exclaimed. Hundreds of swollen and different orange arms waved freely under their trampling and crushing and the grasping of their arms. They were on the grass, the turf, the stone pillars on the training field. Everything that blocked them was torn to pieces. As soon as they came out, they rolled in one direction at will, seeming to want to attack people. But soon everyone discovered that they couldn't break through the imprisonment that Alan set out. Alan snatched from Voldemort the demon spell book that came was still in his pocket, because the chaotic nature of it was not the same as Alan's own ideas. Although there was no obstacle to letting him cast these spells by virtue of his powerful strength, but his heart, the sense of rejection, made him not plan how to use these spells and, however, as a Ravenclaw with a strong thirst for knowledge, when he was okay, he flipped through them and had enough knowledge of these more partial dark magic. Chapter 1279 Magic Missile Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The ground began to vibrate, and the little wizards backed back again and again. In the confinement circle, the square pieces of dirt in front of these 100-eyed ghosts rose from the grass, building scattered high walls, low walls, and even corridors and frames. A trench was dug. Alan temporarily simulated the terrain of his practice class as the terrain that he might encounter in real-life battles, making the venue instantly full of obstacles of various shapes. The arms of the 300-eye ghosts were frantically shredding the things next to them, making the venue look even more messy. Alan held up the teaching wand, pointed its tip toward the front, and instantly 5 missiles composed of magical energy shot out from the tip of the wand. These projected missiles, with dots of blue light, like shooting stars, drawn 5 curves in the sky, and ran towards the 300-eye ghosts. Although the direction of the tip of the rod before Ellen just cast the spell at random was not aimed at the demons at all, these 5 magic missiles seemed to have their own consciousness. They were automatically divided into 3 paths in the air, and 3 of them flew high. After adjusting the trajectory and accurately passing through the gap between the guardrails, they hit the 100-eye ghost, while the other 2 went an arc from the left and the other, and one arced from the edge of the high wall and hit one of his arms, while the other one suddenly changed its trajectory after walking from the sky to its place, and slammed vertically towards the 100-eyed ghost that had fallen into the trench and had not struggled. With these bangs, the orange arms of the demons were blown off, like a broken arm with severed palms and eyeballs still scratching in the air. And these demons, there were many potholes the size of a bowl left on their broken arms, revealing red flesh and blood. Their muscles and blood vessels were all exploded into a mess, a depraved evil aura spread from their bodies, and a fishy liquid dripped onto the ground. Ravenclaw is here. What I have seen, this tracking function is perfect for me. With this spell, I can hit 5 in one. No need to aim. Professor, I want to learn this. The student saw that the arrogant and terrifying demon was beaten weakly before his eyes, and it was really exciting to substitute the caster into him. However, after the wizards watched with excitement, Some attentive students were surprised to find that the broken arms of these 100 Eyes ghosts began to heal and regenerate at a speed that could be discerned by the naked eye, and the broken surfaces began to grow. Pink granulation. The growth environment of the demons makes their bodies strong enough to ensure their survival. Alan explained, seeing the expressions of these wizards, I can't release 5 at once when I just touched this spell. A magic missile, the power of a junior student, might be similar to a mole professional boxer's heavy punch. Then Alan looked serious. But as you practice your mastery of the spell to deepen the power of every magic bullet of the senior students, I think it will blow to the head or the abdominal cavity, which is enough to kill a mole. Oh, Michael. Mr. Michael Kona. Please. Michael Kona was raising his arms high, and only after getting Alan's permission did he say, Principal Harris, does this spell need to be guided continuously during the cast? The more critical issue is that it does not need to keep focusing on guiding their trajectories. As long as the missiles made of magical energy are shot from your wand, determine the target of the attack and determine the number it will bear. Whether it is 5 or just 1. As long as these are determined, then no matter whether the target has a state of concealment, cover, etc. or try to dodge, unless you immediately use apparition to escape the missile's attack range. First-year students have a distance of about 100 feet, but they can follow you. The increase in strength makes its range longer. Alan's slender and pale hand swayed as he said, anyway, in other cases, the magic missile will automatically plan its route until it successfully hits the opponent. But conversely, the inability to focus on guiding also brings a disadvantage, that is, our soldiers cannot specify the specific parts of the missile to attack the creature. You may blow off an enemy's leg, or you may just open a hole in the opponent's chest. This aroused the excitement of the wizard pupils, and also made them more doubts. Ernie Macmillan hurriedly asked after getting permission, Professor, if this magic can be tracked automatically. If we become the target, how should we resist it? Yes, this spell prevents you from trying to avoid obstacles or the agility of your body, but the attack force of the magic missile actually causes explosion damage in the form of a force field, so it is easy to be resisted by the Iron Armor curse. It's not like Avada's mantra. As long as it is touched, the magical effect contained in it will activate its effect. Alan explained patiently, but if it's not a super strong iron armor, ordinary iron armor, the shield made by the curse can't last too long. You still need to keep your focus. In the modern magic society, our magic is more biased towards offensive in battle. Alan paused, so with it, I have prepared a few other defensive spells that were more popular in ancient times, forming a relatively complete protection system, but I still need to improve and simplify it for you to cast. So I won't break down the poses and spells for you. This made the students who thought they could only learn 1 new magic unexpectedly found that they could learn 3 sets very exciting. But rather than explaining, I think it's better to demonstrate it. Alan then glanced at the wizards surrounding him. Who wants to experience it on stage? I promise it won't hurt you. Hearing this, Shashi raised one hand after another. Among them, the Gryffindors lifted up almost before Alan's voice, and their number was the largest, followed by Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and Ravenclaw's students were the least. I just saw the power of magic missiles. The visual impact of those demons being blown off their arms still stays in their minds, not to mention the defensive spells seem to be still experimental. They didn't mean to participate in the demonstration personally. After all, since there are others who are in their early days, it has no effect on satisfying their own curiosity. Mr. Draco Malfoy, Miss Susan Burns, Miss Lisa Dupin, Mr. Ron Weasley, please come down here. Alan chose each college fairly. A wizard. Most of the little wizards named are a little nervous. They have seen the power and attack methods of magic missiles. Although they are protected by Alan, they will inevitably have emotions, including the originally absent-minded Draco. Especially Lisa's face turned pale, and she faintly lags behind the others by half a step. She actually just wanted to express her support for Alan. After all, Alan rescued her once when she just entered the first grade, and she didn't really want to end. So she is a little annoyed and scared at this time. Only Ron of Gryffindor was so excited that his cheeks flushed at this time. He pretended to be serious and wanted to make himself appear more graceful and walk down the stairs. He enjoyed the feeling of being noticed and consciously had light on his face. Although he was still a little bit confused about Alan's choice that he didn't choose Harry or Neville Flegger. The recent relationship between Weasley and Harris allowed him to rest assured that the other party did not want him to make a fool of himself in public. Don't worry, I promise that there will be no danger. Otherwise maybe Michelle will be happy, but Madame Pomfrey won't make me feel better. Alan shrugged, and he exhorted, I will serve you one after another. Put on these spells. But it should be noted that some of them you learned later can indeed be cast for others like me. But other words. You can't learn how to cast my spells, so they can only be like ordinary iron armor spells. The same can only work on yourself. Chapter 1280. Shield and Mage Armor. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Hearing Alan's words, the four people on the stage could feel a little relieved, but for the next display, thinking about facing the missile that could blast a big hole in the devil, he would inevitably still feel nervous. Mr. Malfoy, I have noticed that your magic level has improved a lot in recent years, and the iron armor has been used very smoothly in actual combat, so I choose you as the demonstrator of this magic. Alan's gaze met Draco. Pay attention to hitting a little attention. Don't let the information that will not change your life affect your performance. Remember to hold the wand steady. The range of the iron armor tried to make it bigger. Alan said and pointed his finger at Draco's hand. I think it's more suitable for me to use this wand that suppresses magic power at this time. You use it when you use the shield. Do your best to cast the spell with your wand. Good, Professor. Draco nodded quickly and stuffed the wand in his hand. He was like Alan in class, and didn't directly call each other's names as usual. I think 3 will be enough. When I finish the countdown, Draco, you can cast it in advance. Alan held the practice wand in his hand and observed for a while, waiting to see Draco ready. Just started to lift it. The countdown begins. 3.2.1 Armor protection. Draco immediately waved his wand to cast the iron armor curse. Although he could cast it without a wand and silently, after hearing Alan's words, he waved his wand and chanted the spell to ensure its defensive effectiveness to the maximum effect you can cast. At this time, the blue light was revealed at the tip of Alan's rod, and 3 missiles with star-like meteors flew past, knocking out Blue's sputtering flames on the originally colorless and invisible iron armor shield. But the 3 missile combos that came one after another made Draco understand why Alan had to remind him to hold his wand steady. However, the iron armor body has been popular since it was invented and has eliminated other similar spells, and it has played its role. The 3 missiles were successfully annihilated by it after the fire. Alan let go, and slowly nodded to Draco, so that the onlookers began to discuss his gains, waited a little longer, and then clapped his hands to remind everyone to pay attention. As you can see, the iron armor is as good as always to deal with most spell attacks. Alan folded his hands, but the shortcomings are also obvious. Although this kind of spell is difficult to be used before I changed it in school. The shortcomings that the students have used to encourage duels and give you more practical opportunities to use it to familiarize yourself with it. But when you graduate. Maybe many people think of going to university to continue their studies, but things that cannot be changed are waiting for you. After you enter society, your chances of casting it will be much less. This will greatly affect the rate at which you cast this spell. Alan sighed, although I hope you can always treat these as daily. I keep practicing. But just like myself, laziness often overcomes my sanity. But laziness is also an important factor for people to improve, so I decided to let you learn the next few spells. The little wizards nodded in agreement. In fact, let alone entering society. The holidays will affect their study habits. Except for the few students who use learning as entertainment like Miss Know-It-All, they are inert. The problem is not so easy to solve. Then next ... Miss Duping. Alan began to move towards Lisa Duping, walking against the sun as if he was covered with a halo of light around him, which made many little witches freeze. But obviously it's not like the female star fans next to her swallowing. At this time, Lisa is like herself as the next to the vaccine. She doesn't have much mood to care about other things. She is so nervous that her palms are sweating because she is very sure of herself. The mastery of the Iron Armor curse is far less proficient than Draco Malfoy. Ooh, Miss Dupin, don't be nervous, you don't need to use yourself to cast any spells. Just stand here. Alan stretched out his hand holding his wand and stopped before touching the opponent. Please, if I take the liberty, I need to contact you to take effect. But this is the magic that is more shielded and mage armored, and their specific actions and spell analysis will not be taught to you. When I finally perfect it, it will. Your professor guides you in your studies. I didn't ask, Lisa said after half a sentence and found that she had broken her voice. And then she nodded her head quickly to agree. At this time, her face flushed red, and her previous inner worries also changed. She involuntarily realized that the last time she had such contact with the other party was on the first day of school. She almost fell off the spiral staircase, rescued by the other party. After Lisa agreed, Alan lightly tapped the extended wand on Lisa's shoulder twice, and then began to step back a few steps. In an instant, Lisa felt how strong magic power was exerting on her body. She could perceive through the touch from her clothes that an invisible but real force field appeared around her body. These were as invisible. Her armor-like existence concealed her head, chest, abdomen, and limbs, wrapping herself up. Immediately afterwards, the second spell had already taken shape. The magic power gathered in front of her. Although it was also transparent, it was different from the armor on her body. It was somewhat because of the distortion of the light that people could perceive the appearance of something, like an invisible one, such as the hemispherical force field the size of a tower shield began to hover in front of Lisa to constantly adjust its position. At this time, Hermione's expression relaxed a little. She was a little jealous when she heard that she was about to touch, but Alan just tapped her wand twice to relieve her and understand why Alan didn't use his touch. Magic has become a skill used in short distances, just for students to have a concept when they cast spells by themselves in the future. Unlike the witches who are discussing how gentle Alan's behavior is, and the wizard who is judging the effects of these two magics, Ginny stared at Hermione's expression changes a bit amused, which is more mature than Hermione in emotional issues. The little witch started to wink at Miss Know-It-All, making her very embarrassed. But Harry, the boyfriend who was discussing the shield with Freyg, made Ginny a bit angry. He passed lavender between Freyg and speculated about the role of magic with Joy, obviously not so scrupulous like that. Too much. However, on the stage, Alan had retreated far enough, and he also raised the wand in his hand again. Stand as much as you like, Miss Duping. The shield will follow your position. 3.2.1. This time, 5 magic missiles split directly from the light of Alan's rod tip. 3 of them, like meteors, almost directly hit the transparent shield in front of Lisa, while the remaining 2, although they cannot be evaded like ordinary obstacles, but because of the random relationship of ballistics, they had happened to bypass the shield that bypassed the shield technique. But at random, the shield that had successfully eliminated the 3 missiles automatically adjusted its position www.mentalnovel.com and retracted, successfully offsetting the 2 shocking missiles in the air. There was a sound of relief from the audience. The magic that had previously caused considerable damage to the devil was so easily automatically resisted, and many little wizards had a strong sense of security. But Lisa's expression became even more nervous. As a student of the Eagle Academy, she keenly realized that this experiment was only the shield in front of her, but the armor on her body had not been shown. She hadn't thought yet. When it was over, Alan's actions confirmed her speculation. Alan was taking out a piece of chalk from his pocket with the hand that didn't hold the magic wand, and then made it into several pieces and sprinkled it on the ground. These newly turned chalk heads were copied by a very clever copying curse. Many quickly fell on the ground, and then turned them into some canaries. The group of golden birds continued to whirl around Alan's head from the ground, making the headmaster of Hogwarts look like a strange, feathered solar system model. Before the wizards in the audience completed their doubts, they saw Alan wave the practice wand. The birds shot at Lisa like a heavy golden bullet. At this time, facing the finances of Transfiguration, which is not a magic missile, shielding also lost its previous aura, but it did its best to make a large part of the canary become a ball of feathers slowly on the ground. The other part did not touch the shield at the time, and continued to eject towards Lisa Dupin's body. This made Lisa, who was so courageous, screamed, but as the sound of da-da-da came, she opened her eyes and found that these little birds were affected by the invisible force field before they hit her body. The shattered feathers under the shield technique. Chapter 1281. Firearms. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Lisa Dupin touched the slight pecking sensation on her neck, but was deflected aside by the mage armor that was still working on her body, and then she recovered and knew that she was safe. These two defensive spells are actually far not as high as the defense power of the iron armor. As you can see, except that the shield is a kind of anti-curse for magic missiles, its defensive effect on other magic is equivalent to its like a mole-made tower shield, just like the mage's armor is almost the same as the mole's plate armor. Alan retracted his wand and explained the two spells to the students. He pointed to Lisa's neck feathers and slightly reddish peck marks. In addition, since the spell components of these two spells do not have dispelling elements, the help they can usually provide is the physical form created by the force field. The confrontation is directly caused by magical effects. The usefulness of the spells is limited. Although they will have some improvement because of your strength, this improvement is more in other aspects than the defensive effect. If it happens to be deflected because of the angle problem, it is inevitable. There will be fish that have passed through the armor and slipped through the net. So the iron armor curse, a protective curse that can also defend against most magic effects, is a skill you must continue to master. The wizards who were exhilarating in the audience immediately showed disappointment, and some did not understand why Alan wanted to teach them this, which was not as good as the defensive magic they had originally mastered. What? I'm curious why I let you contact these two limited-use defensive spells? Alan smiled at the wizards, and then stretched out a finger. Don't forget the tips I just gave you and the beginning. Say why I taught you the original intention of these magic. Students who responded quickly have recalled the key to the problem. This made Alan nodded approvingly at the students in the Ravenclaw area. Because this is different from the fleeting iron armor spells that require you to spend a lot of concentration and vigilance in the battle, and their duration and automatic performance help the wizards to maintain a certain degree of protection at all times. Power. Alan waved his wand casually again, using the Wadivasi curse this time. Naturally, the fragments, which had returned to the shape of broken chalk, ejected like Lisa. This time, it bounced off the shield successfully. The duration of these defensive spells, as I said just now, will be improved based on the wizard's strength. And according to my estimation, if the young wizard who only entered the first grade has enough talent and wisdom to control the shield technique, this spell is enough to last a minute, and if a 7th-year-old student casts it, except for a few little wizards whose talents are not used to cast spells, the time I predict should be more than 10 minutes. Alan said he gave out the number that made the little wizards exclaim, and then he smiled mischievously. As for the wizard armor, he is similar in number to the shield spell, but the unit of duration will be in hours, and after they cast it, they don't need your continuous concentration to maintain it. You can cast other spells you want to cast without any hindrance. This caused an uproar among the little wizards in the audience. Although the protective power of these two spells is far inferior to that of iron armor, and the countermeasures are not as wide as it is. This duration makes these two spells cost-effective. The shield technique in minutes is not bad, but you can cast it on yourself before the battle begins. You must know that a spell battle rarely lasts for too long, and the wizard armor is simply a cost-free auxiliary life-saving tool. If you cast one on yourself, it can last for half a day. This will make it easier for wizards to survive a surprise attack. Although the mage armor I used for Miss Drugs is suppressed by practicing the wand, it can only last for more than 10 or 20 hours instead of 3 or 4 days. Alan smiled gently at Lisa, but I didn't intend to explain it and eliminate it. When the other West's little witches went to the bathroom today, they could watch Miss Stooping's shower. I'm afraid she won't be able to wet herself. But the hot water should help protect her. Jiaxianxing. If you want to take a bath, remember to take a bath. Of course, if the wizards dare to peep, I think Mr. Filch will be happy to punish you. This caused a burst of laughter from the wizards, who were still surprised by the effects of the spell. Lisa Jupin, a girl who was not pretty, blushed at this time. She had secretly determined that she would just clean herself up today without planning. I went to the bathroom even if I was bathed by a crowd of the same sex. That wouldn't be a commendable problem. And Ellen, who made a joke a little bit overwhelmingly, his smile faltered. He noticed Hermione's murderous eyes, as if her eyes could directly let out those angry canaries. Okay, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Stooping can get off the stage first, and I will return your practice wand Draco to you when get out of class is over. Alan suddenly became calm, and he with a dry cough and stern face. Next, the remaining two spells are not defensive spells aimed at defensive magic, but will form a perfect defense system against physical attacks with the wizard's armor and shield skills. Huh? Why is this? Yes. Why should we strengthen our defense against non-magical attacks? Principal Harris, I beg you, can you invent some spells for defense against spells? I think they will be more useful in duels. I seem to be easily defeated by anyone in duels these weeks up. Because Alan's joke made the atmosphere more relaxed, the young people in the audience almost forgot the rules that Punlo had set for them not long ago. I do have some similar defensive spells that can be used against magic for a long time. A few preliminary spells that are transformed into ordinary wizard's spells, such as ineffective enchantments of secondary spells, which can resist low-level polymorphs, ordinary spells, and evil spells. And like the Mage Huijier, it also has a more advanced version that can resist even poisonous curses and even curse black magic. Alan was not angry, but explained it gently, but because it is more about defensive magic, so the difficulty of casting is not the same. You now master the degree of iron armor. Although it is not like a few years ago, you could not even release it, but there is still a gap compared with Draco's smoothness. If you want to learn these spells, it's more difficult. So my arrangement of these magics is foreseeing that in the future, after I have transformed them, I will put them in the university and the Ravenclaw Temple for wizards who are one step closer to the path of magic to learn. This made the wizards react differently. Some talented little wizards aroused their ambitions. They plan to go to university after graduation. But the little wizards who feel that the spells they are currently learning are not smooth are a bit lost. To successfully master many difficult magics, I understand that it is difficult. This is because the concentration of magic power on the floating city is so strong that it is convenient for them to cast spells. These spells that are more difficult than the iron armor seem to have no fate with them. Don't be so lost, my students. Don't forget that the magic power of our wizards will increase with age. In addition to putting them in colleges, I also put them in the temple for this reason. Maybe you were a little worse when you graduate. You read www.uukanzu.com, but after living in the magical world for a few years, if you are diligent enough and have a desire for knowledge. Going to the temple is a good choice. This is the way I left you to ascend. Ailun's voice was very gentle, and it penetrated the ears of the lost students, and then he stood up, As for why I want you to learn these protective magics against physical properties. Alan's pause successfully turned the attention of the little wizards from the previous topic to him. As we all know, our cooperation with moles is getting closer. Many non-mole wizards have also begun to walk around the world of moles. Moles do not have magical powers, but they are just like those shown on Wizard TV. Like military documentaries, moles also have their own weapons. And with the frequent activities of wizards in the mole world, I think we need to teach you some ways to ensure your safety when you are in the mole world. Alan said solemnly, although this year the British mole government passed a law prohibiting private ownership of guns, and successively confiscate and destroy private guns through redemption. But considering that British moles like us like hunting hobby, shotguns are not in this list. And it's not uncommon for a wizard to be shot as an animal by a mole in the forest. Although we wizards can heal ourselves as long as it's not a fatal blow, but I think that under the current circumstances, let you have more protection because I, as your principal and the leader of mole cooperation, have the responsibility to do so. That's why I want to teach you that the next two teachings prevailed in the ancient wars of the Middle Ages. But later because of wizards we cut ourselves off from contact with the moles, resulting in useless defensive spells. Chapter 1282. End of presentation. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Alan finished speaking and started walking slowly towards Susan Burns. Principal Harris, I understand, please feel free to do it. Susan Burns, the slightly chubby girl with a ruddy complexion in Hufflepuff, before Alan finished speaking, agreed first. This made Hannah Abbott, who was also ruddy, started to wink at her girlfriend. Susan was a little embarrassed at this moment, and she began to feel that her answer was prone to misunderstanding and a little too bold. However, Alan obviously didn't think about the thoughts of the little witches. He had been stared at him uncomfortably by Hermione before, and he kept a more serious expression. The magic wand in his hand touched Susan's body. Unlike Lisa Dupin's previous armor that can feel the formation of a force field, Susan can only feel that her body is covered with a layer of magic. It just traces her figure and wraps her body tightly, strictly. Do not be afraid, Alan said, and once again used 10,000 bullets. In the area where their 100-eyed ghost was imprisoned, the broken stones torn by the 100-eyed ghost's arm flew up from the ground. This sudden change caused the 300-eyed ghosts in the confinement circle to stop their crazy tearing movements. At this time, the wounds of their torn arms no longer bleed, and the granulation from those broken arms is also growing little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. These rising stones are like locusts flying all over the sky, smashing their heads towards Susan. Despite Alan's previous comfort, Susan's expression is still unavoidable. The girl who has always been ruddy looks pale at this time as she has never been before. She squeezed her wand and wanted to use the iron armor. But it was too late when this thought came up. There was a crackling sound, and some of the powerful stones that were not hit were even embedded in the floor. After a few seconds, Susan, who came back to her senses, lowered her head and stroked the invisible package on her body. The stones just hit him and looked huge and scary, but when they hit her, they didn't leave any traces. There is no pain, not even the touch. But the stones embedded in the floor have proven that they are more than just scary. This is a protective arrow curse. The spell used by ancient wizards to defend against mole arrows is different from the wizard armor and shield spells composed of continuous force fields. It can only resist attacks from ranged weapons and possess a total capacity. As the name suggests, they can indeed defend against many ancient moles' bows and crossbows. But now the guns used by moles have become more powerful, so they can't resist too many times. The duration is the same as the mage's armor in hours. Alan spread his hands and explained. As for why it is for mole weapons, immediately, Alan waved the wand at Susan's head. She didn't feel any change. She realized that it was wrong when the little wizards sneered. She turned the tip of the wand into a mirror, and then found that some of her hair was affected by AI. Lund transformed into a khaki-colored badger with black and white stripes. It stood on top of her head and looked around. which successfully made Susan laugh. In addition, it is effective against all kinds of bullets, or the strong acid arrows used by the ancestors of the Malfoy family, which essentially rely on physical damage. It has no resistance to most other magic, but it has sufficient duration. When you go to Mole World, remember to put one on yourself so you don't have to worry about being shot. Although there are not many cases of this kind in the UK, moles in the United States happen more frequently in this kind of things. Alan sees when Susan watched her smile. Miss Bones, since you find it interesting, I won't solve it for you. I want to use your strength to practice unlocking this transformation spell by yourself. Yes, Professor, Susan said cheerfully. Many little witches in the audience judged when they saw this, and they began to feel that the appearance of an animal on their head actually made them look cute. Hermione touched her head subconsciously, and raised her head to notice that Anchor was napping on the perching branch over there. Then next is the last spell to show you today, Alan said, and suddenly raised his hand directly and slapped Ron on the shoulder like this. Ron, who was not prepared at all, was still wondering how to express that I was willing to let others not misunderstand him. And after a pat on his shoulder, he immediately noticed that his arms and soles of feet began to change. An inch by inch of grey-brown stone with pitting replaced his physical skin. Ron thought he was really petrified and took a few steps backwards, but found that he didn't feel heavy because of the covered stones, nor would it hinder his movement. Those stones just covered his body. Ron looked up and was about to ask, but found that Alan had turned the practice wand into an iron stick, and the headmaster of Hogwarts was weighing like he had hit Voldemort with his wand. It's like trying. Ron tilted his head up and stared at the iron stick dumbly, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was so scared that he squeezed, as if a cold snake climbed up his back. His heart began to remember crazily, and he began to worry about whether it was himself. I had peeked at Hermione and her blood confederation a few times before eating, but Alan discovered it and began to wonder if he wanted to take revenge. Then Alan made the two ends of the iron stick attached with fluorescent flicker, and when Ron was temporarily blinded by the sudden dazzling spell, Alan began to wave it. Relying on his agility, he used the two ends of the stick to hit Ron's body in turn, making a clinking sound. The hit of the stick caused Ron's stone skin to be broken into pieces. Crumbs scattered on the ground. The power from the club also made Ron's body shake. They kept hitting Ron, making him look like he was shot in a mole movie and was shaking constantly. The wizards in the audience watched this somewhat violent scene in amazement, and some of the little wizards still murmured something that his father had never beaten him like this. Feeling the strength of these sticks hitting his body, although he could not feel too much pain, the thrust from the blow also made Ron grin, struggling to not lose his center of gravity. Alan finally hit the head and made Ron lean back, his arms waving wildly in the air, trying to grasp something to keep his balance, just when he felt that he must fall and be prepared to bear the force of the fall. Alan released one of the two hands holding the stick, grabbed Ron's arm, and pulled him back to stabilize his figure. After exercising, Alan took a few deep breaths and adjusted his breathing, and then turned the iron stick with its head still shining back into a magic wand. This spell only covers the surface of the skin with a layer of stone skin, which can reduce the damage you receive, but it is not a force field or the magic for ranged weapons just now. It is just a layer of stone skin, so if you are hit without it, it will lose its protective effect. In addition, if you are slammed by someone, you will fall down if you are unsteady. Alan explained to the wizards around, its duration is as long as in minutes. If you can master these 4 spells, which are a little less difficult than the iron armor, then use them together. I think it will be enough to give you a chance to save your life in most dangerous situations. Ron was relieved at this time. The dull pain in his whole body and the hand that Alan pulled to avoid him at the end made him a little confused, not sure whether he was rectified or just participated in a teaching. Since Mr. Weasley became a Gryffindor Quidditch player, he seems to have exercised well. Alan casually praised, "You were reading www. uukanzu.com. Although your physical exercises will reduce your role in spell battles due to the appearance of these magics, they can still help you in other ways. Affirmatively praised by Alan in public, Ron, who was initially a little confused, immediately became happy. He ignored the slight pain on his body and felt that he was showing his face in front of his classmates. Lavender waved. "Thank you for your brave demonstrations. All of them performed very well. No one was timid." Alan ignored Lisa's fear a bit against his will, and he clapped his hands. "Every college adds 10 points. Now the presentation is over. Please return to your place." Several people returned to their academies, and the wizards cheered. Ron returned to the team of Gryffindor students. Harry slammed Ron's arm, but was hit by the stone skin on the opponent's body. Lavender also jumped over at once, but seeing Harry grinning, this girl who loves to express emotions with her body, cleverly changed her way, just grabbing Ron's arm tightly, and she looked at Ron. Shizui decided to give him a kiss as long as it became flesh and blood. "Hey Ron, this is useful." Harry hesitated there, and then said regretfully, "If I learned it a few years in advance, I wouldn't be beaten so much by Dudley." He sighed and even murmured in a nostalgic tone, "Ravenclaw knows why I even miss him a little." "Mr. Malfoy, thank you for your wand." Alan threw the wand in his hand, and the wand floated steadily towards Draco. Then Alan waved to the students, "So now, you can practice with these demons on your own, hoping that you can launch magic missiles at least once before get out of class ends." Chapter 1283. Please follow me to the office. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. After that, the students pulled out their wands and looked viciously at the devil who had been imprisoned, until Alan took out his pocket watch and looked at the approaching end of Get Out of Class. But only Hermione and Della, who had practiced privately in advance the subjects, are fairly proficient, and others with a little talent can release one or two at most. More students just let the tip of their wand shine. After all, the spelling rules of this magic are not the same as ordinary spells. The little wizards are also the first time they come into contact. There is no previous experience for them to refer to. Altdorf Michael Kona successfully released a missile, but because he was disturbed before casting the spell, he set the target on Seamus Finnegan, who was turned into a thunderbolt explosion curse with magic missiles. Fortunately, Alan countered in time, otherwise even practicing the magic wand would suppress the magic. The curse power, he will inevitably live in the courtyard for a long time. Seeing the enthusiasm of the wizards, Alan, who felt that it was actually more dangerous than he expected, had to say, "Before you master it, don't use it against people in ordinary duels." In addition, Alan's expression became very serious. Whether it is magic missiles or you can learn iron armor and shielding skills soon, although this kind of force field spells cannot cause permanent damage to the ghosts, they will inevitably be temporary. It makes it difficult for them to maintain their form. So these spells are used rigorously on the ghosts. Of course, the exception is Pippi. Although Alan didn't say it clearly, the little wizards knew that it was for Miss Grey's sake. If they were broken up, they would not be harmful to the ghost, but they are probably extremely insulting. "Then, let me clean up the scene first." As he said, Alan waved his restraining wand in his hand, and a series of 20 magic missiles wrapped in the stars erupted from his wand continuously, rushing to the 3 demon 100-eyed ghosts in the confinement circle. The blue energy automatically divided into 3 waves, slamming on them without interruption, broken orange arms flying all over the sky. When the bombing stopped, only a few stumps and broken arms were left in the confinement circle, and the 300-eyed ghosts were the worst. The core part has been blown into orange mash, spreading out a large pool on the ground. The sound of the wizard's gasps sounded in an instant. Although everyone knew about Alan's strength, it's not common to kill the 3 demons in one breath, let alone use a suppression wand. The scene of sexual destruction. This is a high-level magic missile storm using the same principle as the magic missile. Alan said to the surprised students, "As I said earlier, This will be placed in universities and temples by me. Interested students can go to these places after graduation to further your studies. Now, let's end the get out of class. The students who had been free for a whole class looked a little messy after hearing the order and recalled the happy life before being taught by Penlow. Hermione, my mother asked you to come to my house for dinner. You put the book back to the dormitory and we will go together. Emily? Alan kept his eyes on his sister for a moment, and the two looked at each other. After that, he moved his gaze to Emily, then, Miss Parkinson, please wait a moment. Please come with me to the office. I happen to have something to ask you. Suddenly named Pansy, the excited smile that she had previously displayed because she successfully cast a magic missile froze at the corners of her mouth. She didn't dare to delay without knowing what had happened, and immediately fought Emily and Draco. He greeted him and walked to Alan. At this time, Alan had waved her hand and told her to go back and put things first. Now in front of the perch, Anka's soft wings gently touched the sleeping phoenix, and quickly put it on a piece of paper. He wrote a sentence and handed it to the still a little confused phoenix's feet. Anka, give this note to Filch, the janitor. Be gentle, he doesn't know how to make magic. Alan said softly, and then stepped after the fire, beckoning Pansy who was already standing next to him, and led her out. The duel arena. Pansy followed Alan awkwardly, and slowly came to the ugly giant stone beast on the third floor. Unlike other people visiting, when Alan approached, the stone beast jumped to the side. The wall also began to split in half, exposing the spiral staircase behind the wall. The two walked few steps down the stairs. Then, Pansy, I want to go up and prepare something. Come up slowly, Alan said, stepping directly into the shadows. Pansy collapsed back into her belly when she hadn't had time to say it. She speculated that Alan probably didn't want to take the stairs from the third floor to the principal's office on the 8th floor. After all, when he acts on his own, he obviously won't go to this other professor. The passage that students will use. Pansy, who could see through but not tell it, finally entered this quiet, gorgeous office when she was a little panting. Anka obviously came back early. It seemed that he hadn't slept enough during the time in class, and was slumping on the perch behind the door. When Pansy walked in, his eyes were on Pansy's body. After spinning around, it seemed to begin to judge it inwardly. And then it shook its gorgeous tail wing, and ignored the little witch who was not regarded as a threat by her, and began to put the nictitating membrane on its eyes, the third layer of eyelids. Just sit down. Wait a few minutes. Alan was already sitting behind the headmaster's desk with a raven-shaped leg, but he was looking for something under the table with his head down, and Pansy had to say nothing. I sat down on the chair at the desk. As soon as I took my seat, the things on the table attracted Pansy's attention. It was a pale hand, quietly standing on a tray with a red flannel backing. She found that this hand was live, and she also had her own perception, because she had just taken the seat. The big pale hand turned over flexibly, and stretched out her 5 fingers like spider legs as if she had just woke up. And then his fingers bent slightly, as if greeting Pansy who had just entered. Pansy wondered if she should give this big hand in return, so she nodded indiscriminately. After receiving a response from her hand, she felt that she had done it right. Those in the glass jar on the slender leg table on the left-hand side also started to move and make noises. Although Pansy hadn't been to the principal's office like other students, she had also heard of their great names. The dark green liquid, a sticky cauliflower-like brain, will entangle with students who are too close, bringing fantasy and pain to these victims and leaving deep wounds. If you are unlucky, some black will start to flow out of the mouth. Things. So Pansy turned sideways to the right and moved further away from the glass jar. Sorry, it took a while to find that there is no ice. Alan had already got up at this time. You were reading www.uukansu.com. Pansy saw that Alan was making ice cubes with magic when he was just tinkering underneath. He was using his fingers to use magic power to cut the freshly frozen ice cubes into suitable sizes and place them on him with small bubbles. In the dark brown liquid, even though Pansy can't understand why it's approaching Christmas, the icy and snowy weather outside. What would you like to drink? Black tea, pumpkin juice, Coke? Alan pointed to the drink cabinet in his desk. Then pumpkin juice would be good, Pansy responded, adding, if you can. You don't need to add ice. The little hand actively moved itself. It dragged a bottle of pumpkin juice and put it in front of Pansy. Pansy thanked him again and twisted the pumpkin-shaped lid on it. Pansy, you know that some little witches of Hufflepuff may be afraid to drink it because a dead hand helped them to open the lid, so don't blame the little hand. After a few times, it is considered a good student. Yes, I know you don't mind, but I haven't learned how to distinguish the style of the college. Alan took a sip of the drink by himself. The coldness and the carbon dioxide in it made him full and belch. Sorry. Let's get down to business, Pansy. I heard that your father used the fireplace to contact you recently. Where is he now? Bulgaria. For a while, Pansy squeezed the glass bottle of pumpkin juice, only to feel the chill on it passing from her fingertips to her body. She had only mentioned this to Emily before class, and Emily kept talking. She didn't notice any communication between her and Alan when she was together, and she didn't even know where her father was. The other party could give a place name. This made the Slytherin which Shiver called Alan Harris really be the same as his omniscient mark. Chapter 1284? Confidentiality. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Principal, I don't know where he has gone, Pansy said in a panic. The mysterious person doesn't know what happened to the mysterious man. It seems that they, the Death Eaters, can't see hope. Pansy cautiously organizing his own language, he finally decided to say honestly. He revealed his intention to get Harris asylum, but the actions of the Ministry of Magic during this period of time may have scared him. He didn't contact me again. Pansy, your father has always been loyal to Tom. He has followed him for so many years. But have you ever thought about it? Alan's finger kept clicking on his desktop. Why does he suddenly feel that he is watching No Hope? For a while, Pansy was a little confused. She secretly looked at Alan's expression with some uncertainty, wanting to see the attitude of the other party. But the other party's very comfortable look seemed to be due to his hand. Dark brown sparkling drink. Is it because the principal you have defeated the Dark Lord in a row? Pansy carefully said the answer and complimented Alan by the way. I have beaten him many times, but after the last time, your father decided to follow Tom, but now he regrets suddenly. Alan took a sip of his drink. Why do you think? Pansy didn't know why Ellen asked this. She started thinking about all the possibilities, but there was no one that she could tell her. In the end, she simply said, Principal Harris ... Please speak up if you have any needs. I don't know what Parkinson can do to you so that you can see it ... but we must fully support it ... just to let my father keep his name. It seems that I can gradually call the shots at home ... but Alan shook the cup in his hand and continued a little bit into it. You seem to get along well with my sister Emily so that she can help you intercede. This counts as the Parkinson's contribution. I will continue to accompany my sister in the future. Oh, yes, Draco will definitely intercede for your father, so it should also be counted. I understand that Alan personally admits that he is willing to let her father go, and because she has accompanied Emily and Draco, Pansy feels embarrassed and a little uncomfortable. Emily is fortunate indeed that she deliberately became each other's attendant. Yes, but Draco is willing to pay for him with or without this relationship. Pansy raised her eyes to meet Alan's gaze. Pansy only felt that her mind seemed invisible in front of the principal. She watched as the other party took out a piece of parchment from the desk drawer and let it float in the air. Immediately let the ignited fingers start writing in Latin on it, and quickly finished writing it under the familiar road, and then handed it to Pansy. Pansy accepted the contract with a bewildered face, and looked at this plain parchment without additional decorations. It's just a non-disclosure agreement, Alan explained while Pansy was watching the content of the contract. There are some things I want to tell you next. I need to make sure they are not known to others. Without entanglement, Pansy already knew that this was mostly the devil's contract. The new content in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class this semester was to teach students how to be wary of this contract, the devil's habitual play with words. Pansy didn't read the content of the contract, so he signed his name with himself, stood up, and handed it back to Alan respectfully with both hands. "You are smarter than many people." Alan also signed his full name immediately. The validity of the contract restrained the two of them at this moment. Pansy also knew the content of the contract in an instant. Indeed, as Alan said, it was just some confidentiality rules. "So now I can tell you something, Pansy." After Alan collected the contract, he raised the Coke glass and Pansy's pumpkin juice bottle and took a sip. "I resurrected 2 additional Toms. If I'm right, your father followed one of them. I thought that Tom could make some noise and help Britain attract firepower, but it seems that it was the time when these 2 Horcruxes were made. That wood Tom's hasn't lost too much reason like the active one before. One seems to be scared and there is no news. The other one may have done a good job according to my speculation, but he didn't dare to come to the stage behind the scenes. I thought they were at best. He is sensible enough not to kill people indiscriminately and gather strength, but I did not expect to be sensible enough to have no news at all. This is my mistake." Pansy subconsciously made a strange noise. She only felt that she could not calm her inner fear. Her palms were sweating. Her feet and scalps were tingling. Even the Dark Lord was regarded as a chess piece by the wizard in front of her, or 2-1. And obviously, Harris didn't really take the comfort of ordinary wizards seriously. "So if I'm not wrong, the one your father is following should be the one who was scared." Alan's fingers continued to tap on his desk. "And your father, and the one who chose to follow this side apprentices. I should understand the status of this Tom. I may be happy to see his master returning to his youth and sane at first, but if he finds that his strength also declines. Now this powerful Tom is not my opponent." "Now, you think your father and his colleagues ... Well, although they must still be unable to beat the present, they must feel desperate for the future in their hearts." "Principal Harris, tell me this. If there is anything I can do, please let me know." Pansy was completely frightened by Alan's words. Her head was lowered, and she softened her somewhat hoarse voice. "Can't wait to let Alan see his loyalty immediately." "Don't be stressed. The reason I tell you this is to make things complete." Alan gave Pansy another bottle of pumpkin juice, with some comforting power in his voice. "Old Parkinson needs a reason. Ordinary people need a reason to accept him and ignore his identity as a Death Eater and the things he has done, just like Lucius. So I think this matter is more suitable for you to be the contact between me and him. Tell him, persuade him, and let him cooperate with me." In a picture frame on the wall of Principal Harris, an old witch with long curly silver hair spoke up. "Mr. Filch, the janitor, was blocked by a riddle." "Thank you, Darley's ... Oh, please don't be angry. I'm sure that Tom's matter will be resolved soon." Alan explained to the portrait and stopped looking at her. Yuukanzu.com turned to the little hand on the table and said, "Little hand, don't pretend to be asleep. Go open the door." The finger of the little hand nestled in its own nest stood up, and it reluctantly jumped off the table, twisted its middle and index fingers, walked towards the door, and slipped down the handrail on the spiral staircase, and soon disappeared from their vision. Pansy noticed the portraits of the previous principals in the room with surprise this time, thinking that their conversation just now proceeded unscrupulously in front of these portraits. She was very worried that she would be exposed. "Don't worry, Pansy, the portraits in this school can't tell others what I don't want them to say. Just like this little hand, I have control over it, which my predecessors can't have." Alan noticed Pansy's expression. "In addition, this hand-shaped undead creature was made by me with the severed hand belonging to Tom. It is the same character as its original owner. It is not something to understand. Be careful when dealing with. But I need to keep it. It is still useful to me." Pansy thought of the fact that Alan and Voldemort defeated the Dark Lord by an overwhelming advantage in the second dual live broadcast, and broke Voldemort's hand. In a flash, She thought of some of the things she had learned in the divination class, and she felt even more awe of the wizard in front of her. She almost didn't dare to move while sitting in her position. The other party obviously knew Voldemort's whereabouts very well. Through this severed hand ... If you think about it again, could it be that his act of cutting off the palm of the Dark Lord was calculated? Then Alan suddenly put his index finger on his lips and made a silent gesture to Pansy. Pansy hadn't come to respond in a hurry. There were a little lame footsteps and a few steps from the principal's room leading to the spiral staircase. Meowing. Chapter 1285, I'm keeping a secret for you, Harry Potter. Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Argus Filch, who wore a brown ancient wizard robe similar to Hagrid's the janitor uniform, appeared at the door babbling and panting. He obviously cherished this employee uniform, and it was ironed to the core. The board is neat, because this is a proof that he can be connected with Hogwarts. And since having Mr. Handyman, many cleaning tasks don't need Filch to do personally, which also allows him to maintain a more decent image than the previous image full of oil. Only Mrs. Loris in his arms was still the same skinny, but the hair was slightly oilier than before. When they entered the room, the little hand in front of them twisted their fingers and jumped back to the table, and returned to their original position. It looked like climbing a building would be so tired that it would be an undead creature. Filch has obviously never been to the principal's office. The furnishings and the pictures on the wall make him look more formal than when he meets Ellen in other places. He took his cat in both hands and held it in his chest, just like holding up a hat to express respect to the house owner. He stopped when he walked sternly to the headmaster's desk after getting Alan's eyes. Filch, who suffers from arthritis, said as he bent down and bowed as much as possible, "Principal Harris, salute you." He glanced at the little witch sitting at the desk, then raised his head and said flatly, "Harris Principal, what can I do for you? Have you changed your mind? This witch has done something wrong. Should I take her to the trophy room and punish her for cleaning?" This made Pansy, who was not quite calm, pulled her attention back. She glared at the old dumb gun, but because of Ellen's relationship, she did not taunt him as usual. "Argus, I told you that corporal punishment won't appear in the school. The school has a new system. No, Miss Parkinson did not make a mistake." Alan noticed Pansy's eyes that he was almost turned off. He pointed to the empty seat next to Pansy and motioned Filch to sit down. "Argus, would you like black tea or pumpkin juice? Or try the drink popular among muggles? Mull drink Coke." For a moment, Filch felt humiliated. Since the annoying Potter revealed the news that he was a dumb gun, those annoying students have been asking him if he wants to try various Mull products. Came to insinuate that he is a dumb gun, deliberately to see his jokes. Not only a moment later, Filch realized who was asking this question. He looked up a little ashamed of his sensitivity. He happened to see what was in the cup in front of Alan and remembered that this mull drink was already Principal Harris' own hobbies. So Filch obediently walked over and sat down. The old pleats on his face piled into a chrysanthemum. "Principal Harris, please give me a cup of your favorite." He looked at the ice in the other's cup. "It was a bit embarrassing to think of my toothache, but," he said readily, "although it is not common to have a glass of ice in winter, it will definitely help people stay awake." "Eh? You want to add ice?" Alan stopped pouring the drink in a daze, and then his expression became a little cheerful after a few seconds. "Argus, you can understand this is pretty good, and in addition, the caffeine can also keep your central nervous system excited, and can temporarily drive away sleepiness and restore energy. It is very suitable for overuse of the brain, and ice cubes could not be better." Filch's smile became far-fetched, and he realized that adding ice cubes is not a standard but just the other party's personal preference. He could not add ice cubes at all, but at this time Alan had already added ice cubes. He is not happy to be talking about the reason why his teeth are very sensitive. On the other side, Alan, who also found out Filch's true feelings, was a little bit dumbfounded, so he had to pretend to push the still tumbling glass cup to Filch without knowingly. Pansy had heard from the Slytherins who loved to prank the gatekeeper that their teeth were afraid of cold and acid, so she took the initiative to lift up her pumpkin juice. The janitor, who had been retaliated by Pansy, looked at the dark brown sparkling drink in the cup. He also raised him up to Alan, and then took a big sip as if to please him. Suddenly rich bubbles bloomed in the mouth, the tongue buds felt sweet and sour, and a slight mouth-piercing sensation came from behind the ears. Then the cold and carbonic acid made his teeth start to ache, and then the ice cold struck him. His head is uncomfortable as if his nasal cavity is frozen. The tears in Filch's eyes, who struggled to maintain in front of Alan, did not react disgustingly to his hobbies and looked uncomfortable. Alan really couldn't see it. He glared at Pansy and startled her, then smiled and said to Filch, "Oh, Argus, I'm also easy to take such a big sip in winter. In addition, it seems that you have a tooth problem. Why don't you go to Mrs. Pomfrey? In addition, Miss Granger's parents are also experts in this area, and I think they can solve it for you. Don't waste energy on me, Principal Harris." Seeing Alan found out that Filch was moved to control the lapels on his chin so that they no longer tremble from toothache, and then said with a flattering smile, "That's right, Principal Harris. Miss Granger has told me many times to let me pay attention to the thrown out in the principal's office. Let me help her count how many empty drink bottles you have every day." Noting Alan's look as if tensioned, Filch quickly added, "Please don't worry, I have been keeping confidential for you, and the number of reports is very small every time. You did a good job." "It's great, Argus." Alan's relaxed smile looked more enthusiastic, and he happily said with concern, "By the way, how is your work in the castle recently? Tired? Are these few smart hands enough? You have arthritis, but you can't work too hard. This is also a legitimate school expense." "Enough, enough. Thank you very much, Principal. I feel so much now. They have already freed me from the endless cleanup." Tears burst into Filch's cloudy eyes. He even stood up and bowed low to Alan again. "Every day visiting the castle with my Mrs. Lorish is more like an exercise. I have never heard of any school janitor who can with my treatment. It makes me very ashamed. It's also a craft to direct gentlemen to where they should go. This is an irreplaceable job." "Argus, don't see yourself clearly. If you wait for them to come by yourself, I guess there won't be a dozen more." The current efficiency. Alan waved at Filch as an old dumb gun who has spent almost his entire life dealing with the problems left by the wizards of Hogwarts Castle. It is indeed more efficient for him to command the gentleman. You are reading www.uukansu.com. Filch, who was sweeter than drinking a drink, slapped his chest with a sharp throat. "Principal, do you have anything to tell Filch?" "Just bring me a note if you have something. There is not much I can do, but I will do my best to do it for you immediately." "I believe you will." "Of course, Argus." Alan put his hands on the table, paused, and then asked with a little emphasis, "I am calling you today. Actually, there are some things I need to ask you in person. More personal issues." "Oh?" Filch was a little surprised. His cat twisted uncomfortably in his arms, making him quickly return to his senses. "Just ask, Principal Harris." Alan asked in a gentle voice, "Argus, are you still taking correspondence courses like the Introduction to Quick Spell Magic? After so many years, do you think it is useful to you?" Filch's happy face paled suddenly and fell on Pansy, who was on the side, and his pale face turned red again. He twisted the two protruding hands together, and Alan was in front of the other students, asking himself. It made him feel very embarrassed at this time. However, Filch, who had endured this discrimination many times before, quickly adjusted his mentality. He lowered his head and said mechanically, "Sorry, Principal Harris, but I didn't find this by myself." "How about it? Just try it, okay? If it violates the rules, I will stop." "Principal Harris, don't get me wrong, Argus." Alan continued to lean on his principal's chair. "The reason I ask you is because I care about you and your situation." After Alan finished speaking, Filch raised his head. With an inexplicable expression, he smiled gently, You know that I and Miss Rowena Ravenclaw will communicate, so I remembered your question before. So we both have some ideas about this. Imagine. Chapter 1286 Christmas Gift from the Janitor Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Argus Filch's breathing became thicker, and he was not polite. His eyes looked at Ellen in front of him for a moment. His voice was a little distorted. Principal Harris. You mean me? Yes. Now there is an idea and plan. Alan leaned comfortably on the principal's chair. She and I had an idea from this, and I will make a divine power that can match with Rowena. The medicine. If our vision can be successful, it may be able to get you out of the current people's situation. The muscles of Filch's cheeks were trembling. Hearing the heavy news from Alan, all his unhappiness and embarrassment were thrown behind him at this moment. He worked hard at Hogwarts. I have been serving as an administrator for several years, watching others can perform magic every day, and those stains that I have to work hard to remove often only need those wizards to gently wave their magic wand. Even now there is Mr. Handy, but this kind of envy and extravagance, since he was a sensible young man, still allowed him to spend his savings to learn the fast mantra course. That is, for this matter, Filch. But this is just a hypothesis, although theoretically the success rate is very high. Alan looked at the opponent's reaction with some pity. But after all, there may be some risks without testing. I'm not afraid of danger. Harris School. Filch was unable to speak after barely pulling out some syllables. His lips opened and closed for a few seconds, and tears fell from his eye sockets. The Hogwarts janitor's heart was filled with thoughts and emotions. Being able to perform magic is my lifelong wish. Under the long-term search and constant disappointment and despair, this wish has almost been completely wiped out. After all, he is so old. But now it's suddenly possible. Filch wanted to speak but was choked in his throat and couldn't say anything. Under his emotions, his body trembled slightly, and his two hands subconsciously used strength, and the joints protruded. Meow. Mrs. Lorish let out a stern scream, it struggling hard under Filch's hand, and its paws caught Filch's hand with blood. But Filch didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Yes, I just choked. Alan's slender fingers pointed at Filch. Filch's hand became weak and involuntarily opened. Mrs. Lorish fell from his leg to the ground, but only then did Phil realize what happened. She hurriedly wiped his tears, but he had no intention of pacifying this partner who had been with him for a long time. The sound of inhalation came from the portraits that were ordered by Alan to talk freely, making Pansy feel that her heart was pounding non-stop. He could turn a dumb cannon into a wizard. The youngest principal is omnipotent. But when I thought about Pansy, I thought that there was a who was close to him standing behind him. In this case, how could the Dark Lord defeat Harris? Obviously, there is only one dead end. Next time I see my father, I must speak clearly to him about the stakes, let him take refuge as soon as possible, and resolutely pull him to Harris. Principal Harris, I am not afraid of danger. If the days when I can't use magic are ended, I will do everything, even if I need my life in exchange for a temporary. Filch said urgently, and then seemed to feel that he was too urgent and forced to stop. Live this kind of prayer with sobbing, not so exaggerated. Calm down, Argus. Alan was a little uncomfortable with the eager gaze of the tearful old man. In fact, there should be no danger, but I can't guarantee success. No matter how bad it is, where can it go? Filch was a little calm at this time. He was in tears. Principal Harris. You are actually willing to spend time caring about dumb guns like me. But before finishing this, there is indeed some equipment work that you need to complete by yourself, Alan said, touching his chin. Filch said immediately, I am willing to give everything I have for it. Principal Harris, I still have some savings. No, it's not asking you to give everything or material things. Although the material of this potion is very precious, don't forget that I own the Philosopher's Stone. Alan sipped a drink and reminded Filch, who was already dizzy, then explained, in fact, it is like this. As we said earlier, This potion requires Rowena to inject some of her divine power to take effect. But her and I now have the primary goal to fight against the evil Grim Reaper. Alan, there was a pause. Of course it's nothing if it's just for you, but there are too many dumb cannons, and many people have to be forced to go to the mole world to develop ... So if every dumb cannon has to return to a wizard to find what Rowena wants, is that you can't spend so much of the power against death on this matter. So Argus, what you need to do is the only thing you need to do. To sincerely believe in Ravenclaw. You said that the divine power that needs to be consumed requires you to provide your faith to this lady. Hearing that it was just offering faith, this made Filch's hanging heart fall. He had just thought about all possible harsh conditions, but he didn't expect it to be that simple. Before, he didn't believe in anything except Alan. He didn't even bother to care about those little wizards who prayed blindly in the school's temple to believe in a goddess. But at this time it's up to him. He is even a little upset that he should go to pray early. Maybe the faith provided is enough to get back to this kind of medicine. Argus, I have to remind you that faith is not an exchange. You have to believe in her spontaneously and sincerely. And if you are religious enough, maybe you can pass you hundreds of times once you go. Alan looked at each other. His mind reminded him that he turned his Coke cup Carmelite is not convenient to speak up with the magic potion. He hoped that Filch could be an example to other dumb guns and provide Luna with stability of faith. Source, and that said, no one will be able to copy their medicine after the publicity goes out, and they will cut off their desire to simulate development. Filch was agitated when Alan reminded him. He nodded and suddenly rubbed his hands together again. He couldn't sit still. He talked in front of Alan and stopped talking. The sweat came out of his forehead. Some unexpected Alan caught his thoughts at this time. As the gatekeeper of the school, he usually guards Hogwarts even if the students are on vacation or go to Hogsmeade. He has almost never gone out except to buy the cleaning supplies. Now he wants to take time off and go to Lavin. Crow prayed at the temple, and in Hogwarts for so many years, he had not asked for even one day off, because he had never done this before, and he didn't know how to speak. Don't worry, Argus. I can understand your current mood. Prayer to Ravenclaw will not require you too much time as long as you are not a full-time staff. But your situation is special, so I will give you a regular during the holidays. You take the time to come back every day and arrange your own itinerary at will. Some smiling Alan said, and suddenly paused. He thought that Filch had difficulty using wizards because he had no wands. We are accustomed to transportation, and it is obviously troublesome to ask other wizards for help every time. So he cleared his throat. When you were at school, I asked Hagrid to take you there. When you get there, I will explain. As for the temple, when you finish praying that day, they will be responsible for sending you back. You think too much for me, Principal Harris, but this way is not a difficult task for me. With all his might to suppress his urge to cry again, Filch stood up and bowed low. I can't let you bother with this kind of trivial matter. Besides, during the Halloween parade a while ago, you were reading www.uukanzu.com and others were also measuring the floating city with their own feet. As long as I can perform magic, going this way to the temple is not a difficult task. This journey is still a bit far away, not to mention that it's freezing outside now. It may not be a big problem for young people to walk this far, but it is not suitable for the elderly. Besides, many dumb guns do not live in floating cities. This is a problem that needs to be solved, not just for you, Argus. Alan took out a piece of parchment from the desk, swiped it quickly with a quill pen, and then passed the note to Filch. I will let Anchor take you to teleport over. When you come back, give this note to the people in the Temple of Harris, and they will help you call the floating boat. In addition, Argus. I, my friend, please forgive me for neglecting your question in the past years. Come to my house this Christmas. There are necromantic knights in the school who are guarding things that can't be lost. This kind of potion will be treated as the Christmas I gave you in advance. It's Christmas. Regarding Alan's continuous thoughtful actions, Filch finally couldn't control his emotions completely. his nose came out, and the raven-shaped table leg he was holding onto the table was crying, even his parents in this life. Because he felt it was a shame for being a dumb gun, and he didn't treat him so well. He didn't know how to express his feelings that he was overwhelmingly grateful. He wanted to do his best to repay Principal Harris' kindness, but I don't know where to start. Pansy opened her mouth slightly and watched with a bit of stunned Alan as he completely engulfed Filch, as if she couldn't wait to take out her heart, which made Pansy's cold hair stand up. But she didn't understand. Why would Alan spend so much effort on a dumb gun that should be of no use to him? Chapter 1287? Return Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Looking at Filch, who was holding his headmaster's desk, all the nasal blisters flowed out at this time. Alan frowned briefly. He took out a blue towel and immediately let it float in his hand. Steam came out. Alan tested the temperature with the back of his finger, then fanned it to make it cooler, and then floated the warm wet towel in front of Filch under control. Trembling and receiving the hot towel, Filch's sobbing became worse, and he couldn't speak. With outsiders like Pansy present, Filch also felt that his gaffe was a bit embarrassing. He put a hot towel on his face, and felt the heat of the towel drive away the winter cold, and it also made him excited. Gradually relieved and calmed down. Argus, don't cry when you are in the temple. When you succeed, I will make you a magic wand myself. Alan put aside the principal's desk. The mage's hand patted Filch's shoulder in the air, and then he said pleadingly to Anchor, who was perching on the branch, Anchor, help me send Argus to the Ravenclaw temple. Be lighter, he is an ordinary person. Come back and I will make you roast rabbit meat. Listening to Anchor, who did not open his eyes in the first half, he grunted dissatisfiedly until he heard the roasted rabbit meat. It flew from the branch and directly grabbed Filch's shoulder, who wanted to thank him. The flame flashed, and he took it with him. Filch disappeared from the principal's room, and when the flame was completely gone in the principal's room, Alan stood up suddenly, stepped directly on his chair and then stood on the table. This sudden condescending made Pansy move back a few steps with the chair in shock. Pansy didn't understand why the other party suddenly made such an action that did not conform to her recognition of the principal identity. However, Alan ignored the shock in Pansy's eyes for the time being. He walked over from the table, stepped on Filch's chair and used it as a transit, and stepped back on the ground again. The robe on his body raised a lively arc. With Pansy completely unable to understand what Alan was smoking, the headmaster of Hogwarts stretched out his two pale and slender hands to Mrs. Filch's sluggish cat. One hand picked up from under the armpit of Mrs. Lorish's foreleg, one hand supported the back of its tail a little bit, so that the cat was curled up and hugged in his arms, and then turned around. The principal's desk sat back on his principal's chair. Immediately, Alan flipped the part of the hair that had just been pinched by Filch, and cast a spell to treat Mrs. Lorish, who was only frightened but not injured. Seeing that Mrs. Loris was okay, Alan relaxed, let the cat lie on his knees, began to touch its chin from behind its ears along the cheeks, and began to gently stroke the skinny cat. Mrs. Loris narrowed its bulging eyes that looked like Filch's bulbs, and made a gurgling sound obediently. This Alan had the time to look at Pansy, and noticed Pansy's inexplicable look. He smiled. Phoenix is more jealous. I can't check whether it is injured. In front of Anchor. Oh. Pansy sat in a chair blankly, looking at the wizard in front of him who had defeated the Dark Lord and was famous in the magic world and belonged to the most powerful wizard in the whole of Britain. So he stroked his knees quietly. That ugly janitor accomplice that no one likes in school. This is unimaginable for ordinary wizards, and it's really out of Pansy's surprise. After thinking about Pansy, then I thought of Hermione Granger's animagus, the lion-head and helicopter, registered with the Ministry of Magic. Strictly speaking, it can be counted as a big cat, and she also raised an estimated length and width. She can't help but gossiping in her heart. Could it be that he loves the house and Woody because he likes Granger? Toads used to be popular among wizards, and now most of them like to raise owls. I have always liked cats without Hermione. This kind of small animal has grown in my aesthetic point in terms of appearance and temperament. Alan Pansy's gaze penetrated Pansy's thoughts, which made Pansy remember the other's ability and was frightened once again. Don't worry, I'm not so stingy. I can see through people's hearts, but I understand Ina. It's a gift and a burden. I can't care what everyone thinks, right? Alan shrugged. You were also curious just now why I would have one. For me, know what kind of dumb gun is so concerned? I didn't. Principal Harris. Pansy tried to explain a little bit and then realized that her thoughts were invisible. She froze for a while and reorganized her language. I'm just too dull to see through your actions. The wisdom behind. It's normal that you can't see through or understand. The smile on Alan's face widened. But there is no wisdom behind it. I only do it because I want to do it. Just because of. Pansy was even more confused. Huh? Just like you think. Don't say Filch to me, to you little wizards. In your opinion, he is also a trivial existence. His feelings, preferences, and loyalty to whom do you think it is fundamental to everyone? No effect. Alan looked at Pansy, pressing the cat's chin back and forth with his index finger in one hand, and grabbing his drink cup with the other, taking a sip. That's in your eyes. I know you Slytherin is right. The true friends I recognize in my heart are not bad, but for others. According to the thinking of your Snake Academy, who can give me enough rewards. The rewards are big enough for me to do this. This made Pansy's size shrunk. As the heir of a pure blood family, she understood Alan's meaning very well, and she was able to do Alan's work as a wizard. It can be seen from recent events. Even Albus Dumbledore has nothing worthy of his attention. So, I don't care about Filch that he is useful or useless to me. In fact, like most students, he and I were not happy in the first few years. Alan saw Pansy's expression, smiled with satisfaction. But I don't care about this, I do it, and I'm more willing to. My own will, I want to do it, and I can do it. I did some bad things. So I also need to do some good things as a means to balance my heart. Alan's smile did not stop, but his eyes were a little sharper. It's like I am willing to help the Parkinson's family now, and the Malfoy's family before. The only return I consider, I just like it. There are many dumb guns in this world, and there are many families like yours. But I think that the choice helps you. I can feel happy. Or my sister can feel happy. That's the only reason. Like some people realize with financial freedom, I am considered to have achieved freedom of movement initially. Pansy's cold sweat broke down, and she no longer had the sense of superiority that she had faced Filch just now. Principal Harris. Thank you for your willingness to help my father. I pray for your kindness. Pansy seemed a little stuttered and lagging because of the difference from the usual dialogue mode. But this time she finally learned to be smart and stopped mentioning anything. It's a reward, because their family really doesn't have any rewards that the other party can see. Very well, then let's talk about your father. Alan nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, since this Tom is now resurrected, I was originally because I was sure that he would not be like the non-nosed man. He was resurrected. But now there is no movement at all. So if you can get in touch with your father, try to get in touch. Alan's hand continued to stroke Mrs. Lorish, neither too fast nor slow. Whether your father is willing to surrender is not important in itself. The only thing you need to inform me is to determine his position. Yes, Principal Harris, as long as there is news, I will report to you immediately. Pansy immediately agreed. But her brows frowned embarrassingly, making her face a little dark. Her gaze swept across Alan's desk. Little hand, paused for a few more seconds. If the Dark Lord knew that he or his father had revealed his address, even if this was a young Voldemort, it would be difficult for his father to return safely. The movement of Ellen's hand temporarily stopped, which caused Mrs. Lori's dissatisfied cry, which was comforted by the massage. It began to rub the back of the ear against Ellen and tried to keep it from stopping. Don't worry about Tom, I promise he will be fine, and leave the rest to me to arrange." Seeing through Pansy's readily agreed concerns, Alan said softly, "The Dark Lord with your father seems to be a little too cautious, or I have enough understanding of my abilities. This little hand comes from the Dark Lord after making this Horcrux. He should have deployed a lot of counter-prophecy methods now. You have applied for a fortune-telling class, and you should know that prediction is not a panacea." Pansy, who was guest at the center, was shocked. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She became more sure of the idea of completing the task as soon as possible. She got up and saluted Alan again and planned to leave. "By the way, if you can, it's best to find out before Christmas ... because I want to make a Christmas gift, but I don't have to take a risk for it. Just try my best," Alan continued to say in a relaxed tone. He stood up and prepared to send Pansy downstairs. "By the way, this Christmas I have an idea for this year's gift. Although I have to ask someone to help me, I haven't asked you what you think. Do you have anything special?" Pansy was flattered immediately. How dare you make Alan spend his time preparing gifts for her, not to mention the need for Alan to beg for help. She waved her hands repeatedly and said that she wouldn't be too troublesome. "It's really troublesome. I noticed that Harry wanted to give Ginny a blood ally during class today, so I also wanted to remind Draco to ask him to give you one too." Pansy paused immediately, as if being pinched by Sumion's throat. She opened her mouth and closed it several times, grabbed her magic robe with her hand, and stood still looking at Alan. "It's not." Chapter 1288. Office of the Professor of Mathematics. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. At the entrance of Hogwarts Elementary School, Punlo stood with his hands behind his back in front of a wall lined with large curved fireplaces. Before long, a bright green flame suddenly appeared in the empty grate in the fireplace used to transport the wizard pupils to and from school. Alan appeared in the middle of the flame, spinning like a spinning top. In an instant, the sounds of children playing in the brightly colored castle in front of him suddenly filled his ears. A few seconds later, Alan stepped over the grate, stood on the boulder floor tiles, and dusted the ashes on the turning eye jewels from the ancient robe on his body. "I thought it would be me who arrived early," Alan said apologetically. He pulled out a box of pharmacy from his pocket. "Let's lose what I gave you a few days ago. I made this box by myself to relieve tension. The effect of emotion is stronger. Compared with the previous year, I adjusted the taste and made it into a cola flavor. It's okay. I came here early." Punlo waved his hand quickly. In fact, she was afraid that Alan had waited a long time to come here in advance, and now I heard Alan gave her medicine by hand. Although she thought Scrimgeour had to do this, but after hearing that Alan had improved her taste, she decided to eat it as a snack. Alan led Punlo through the Hogwarts Square. The noise of the playful and noisy children made him a little impatient. On the contrary, Punlo was eager to think about what if he had children for a long time. Shuttle through the fairy tale sculpture group of wizards among elementary school students, reaching out to stop the faculty and staff who wanted to come over to say hello. Alan and Punlo entered the main castle, and the more orderly upper-grade wizard's classroom relieved Alan's anxiety a lot. Punlo took Alan to a stop at the sign that marked the math professor's office, and she knocked on the door a few times. "Punlo." "Oh," and Principal Harris. After the door was opened, a pleasant female voice with surprise sounded. Nancy, who was wearing short hair and looked a little thin in a teacher's uniform, appeared in front of Alan and Punlo, but at least her hair had recovered some shine. In addition, she was still holding a Muggle math textbook, changed the cover and rebound the textbooks suitable for wizards, so that she looked pretty good in temperament. Actually, she changed the photos into active ones and changed some of them. The lamb was replaced by a velvet wool or something. Entering this private office, Alan saw some pictures of Nancy, Lockhart and Patricia hung on the wall behind the teacher's desk and office chair. It seems that Lockhart took them with them before. Take a good stroll in the British magic world. In one of the photos, Nancy remained smiling and did not move. Next to her was Lockhart, a pearly white, translucent ghost. He and Patricia looked at each other and then began to laugh at his mother. If not count the words that the little girl finally laughed so loudly that Nancy found out. Noting Alan's eyes on the photo, Nancy explained embarrassingly, "That was the first time I was taken by a magic camera. Patricia badly didn't tell me that magic photos would move." Really energetic little girl. It's not easy for this little girl to follow Lockhart so far back then. Alan talked about children in front of a mother at this time. The expression changed. "How much are you getting used to magic now?" "Don't worry, Principal Harris. The common sense textbooks for children are also suitable for me." Nancy waved her hand, and then asked questioningly, "By the way, Principal Harris, are you here for? Let's wait a minute. Nancy, call Patricia over, just to take the opportunity to check my homework," Punlo ordered. "I took your drink myself." "I'm too rude. Let me make a pot of tea for you first." "Just call Patricia, Ellen. He likes our mulled drinks more than tea." "Oh, please take it as you please, Principal Harris." "I'll go and bring my daughter here." Nancy responded quickly and respectfully. She was not afraid of this beautiful witch at first, but later heard about her rumors, and later learned that she had killed Lockhart. For a while become very afraid. Later, Nancy became familiar with the magical world, and had a good understanding of the identity of Lockhart and Vera at the time, and discovered that Vera was genuinely teaching her daughter so that she could learn a lot compared to her peers. After what they couldn't learn, the gratitude and kindness surging in her heart made her less afraid of Punlo. When Nancy walked out, Alan began to look at this office. It was decorated very simply, with a big triangle hanging on the white painted wall, and some lovely love such as stars and flowers. The teaching equipment is placed on the cabinet. On a simple bookshelf is placed the story of poetry and Pidu, as well as books on the history of magic, and under the bookshelf is a fluffy carpet for people to sit on and read. A simple bookshelf is placed on the history of magic and some more advanced basic mathematics, grammar and other subjects than the magical world. Under the bookshelf is a furry carpet, and a book of the story of poetry and Pidu is opened state, upside down on the blanket. Pinilo expertly found 2 cans of sausage from a cabinet. Nancy and the others are Dutch, but this is finely carbonated, and it suits your taste. There is also chicken bone tea. Maybe you want to give it to the crazy girl. Bring some. Maybe she can drink it. This tastes a bit like toothpaste. Alan turned off Luna's topic at random, and then after noticing the furnishings in the room, he pointed to the glass lockers in the room. Except for some sundries, every distance I passed was filled with food and children's snacks. Oh, it seems that although it has been a long time since I ran out of Tom, it seems that the trauma is not so easy to heal. In the days of Mysterious Man, I looked at the memories from the children. They were indeed hungry. Punlo helped Alan pull the ring to open in front of him. The liar Lockhart at least finally in this incident do something good, and the others will be abandoned if they are hungry or sick. Punlo looked at Alan's expression and exhorted, "This has nothing to do with us. It's a mistake made by a mysterious man. The door creaked and was pushed open. Patricia's golden curly hair was braided into strands of braids and tied behind her head. There was also a big bow tied on it, which made this little girl with red cheeks look particularly cute. The self-cultivation and the arrogance of the rest of her life made her baby fat look more obvious. When she saw Punlo, her eyes were bright, and she ran forward in small steps, raising her face to say hello to Punlo. "Patricia, I taught you that you should say hello to Principal Harris first under any circumstances." Punlo held the little girl's shoulder and asked her to say hello to Ellen. "She is still too young, although the talent is good. I didn't teach her how to cast spells. I just taught some theoretical things in advance. She has a good memory." Punlo's tone was a bit ostentatious. "But if you switch to Hermione to teach ... theoretical knowledge is much less taught. I don't know how much, but her weight is estimated to be more than now." The little girl seemed ashamed to hear her tutor talking about her weight, but after regaining her freedom, she and her mother both liked eating, but she was rather wondering why her mother did not gain as much weight as her. "You seem to have a hand in teaching students. I knew you had this talent as the chairwoman of the Female Student Union. I don't know what the Ravenclaw male prefect was called when I first enrolled." Alan would be happy to see Punlo have some interest in this regard. "That's because he has no sense of existence." Punlo was a little pleased when he heard Alan's compliment. She pulled the little girl to the side of the table. "Then I will check her homework first. Alan, tell Nancy about the situation. I think she will be happy." "Headmaster Harris. What's your order for me?" Il tried to help. Because everything was empty, Nancy's memory of Alan only exists after she was sent to London by Lockhart before. "Now, you are reading www.uukansu." Although Com is very grateful to Alan, who saved her and her daughter, and provided her with housing, work, and safety, she is always a little scared by the breath and appearance of the wizard. "Oh, I can't talk about ordering." Alan waved his hand. "By the way, Nancy, are you accustomed to staying in the wizarding world recently? How is your work?" "I am only responsible for teaching Mole basic mathematics, grammar and other subjects. Now I have sorted out some teaching methods suitable for the little wizards who have lived in the magic world since childhood." Nancy said respectfully, "I am in charge of magic." Professor Grappland of Common Sense cooperated very well, although Professor Binns, who taught the history of magic, was a bit unremembered. His behavior pattern was relatively fixed. So we have all found each other's teaching rhythm. She felt like her own. The tone was too blunt, so he softened again. "The neighbors treat me and Patricia very well, and the students and their parents respect me. I have to admit that this is beyond my initial imagination." Alan took a sip into the can. "That's good. I came here today because I recently had a new idea with Ravenclaw. Since your daughter is a wizard, I want to come over and determine the magic blood on her. Is it from the patrilineal or the matrilineal line?" "It can be." Then there was some whistling noise outside the door. "Hush. Ladies, please don't make any noise. Please wait for me outside for a while." Lockhart's voice came from outside the door, and his nervous tone was somewhat frivolous. It seemed that he was making noise. The noise must have made it inside. He deliberately said loudly, "Ladies, the person inside is Principal Alan Harris, a hero worthy of our respect. So please wait for me over the first." Chapter 1289. It hurts a little bit. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Boom boom boom. Lockhart, who didn't use a normal ghost to enter directly through the wall, pretended to knock on the door with his hand, simulating the sound of knocking on the door, and igniting the uncontrollable laughter of the female book fans outside the door. Nancy glanced at Alan cautiously, and seeing that the other person smiled without objection, she walked over and opened the door. Lockhart shook his head. The golden curly hair appeared lighter because of the ghostly state, as if it swayed, showing a bright smile. "Hey, Nancy, I heard that Headmaster Harris is here." Miss Gruot." Ravenclaw's new ghost shuddered when he saw Ravenclaw's graduated female era, making him forget to say hello to the principal. "Yes, Mr. Lockhart." Nancy turned sideways and let Lockhart walk in. At the same time, she looked at the witches outside the door who were whispering and laughing, and even among them there are also female ghosts. Her mouth narrowed. After Lockhart entered completely, she immediately closed the door, and shut the chirps behind the door. But as soon as Nancy turned around, she saw Alan staring at her suddenly, and suddenly held her hand in embarrassment. Lockhart recovered. He immediately made a very enthusiastic appearance. He has developed a habit of not shaking hands and bowed slightly to Alan and Punlo in a graceful salute. "Principal Harris, hello, Miss Gravatt. I heard others say that Principal Harris is here, so I rushed over immediately." "Mr. Gidrow, it seems that you didn't hear me come here too?" Punlo noticed the ghost's expression just now, and she crossed her arms. "Aren't you the ghost of Ravenclaw's new college? Why are you in elementary school every day?" "Mix here." "It doesn't matter, Punlo. Lockhart's ability to wander around might make the ghosts develop the habit of staying in Hogwarts." Alan stretched out his hand and made an invitation gesture to ease the other's embarrassment. Lockhart sat down immediately, put him on the position next to Alan and Nancy, and posed as if he was actually sitting on it. Mr. Gidrow, then, you haven't forgotten what I emphasized with you again and again. Don't guide little Patricia magic. Punlo saw Lockhart's familiar state again. Frowning, she added another reason after speaking. She has me teaching, and the study plan I arranged for her is a series of studies, and cannot break the schedule. Alan noticed that although Punlo's tone was still a bit blunt, she probably didn't notice it. But because it is estimated that due to the mistaken killing of Lockhart and the relationship between Patricia, her tone is more than usual. Be gentle when speaking to other people, and explain a few more words than ever before. Punlo, Gidrow didn't teach Patricia magic. But he still has some spells that are very famous, isn't he? Nancy raised a smile. She now knows Lockhart after so long adapting her previous reputation, but even so, she still thought Lockhart was a hero who was rescued by the opponent. That's not bad. Alan touched his chin. When Punlo's teaching is on the right track, I think Lockhart, you can at least give Patricia the skills of the Forgotten Curse. There are also armor repairs. The little girl emphasized milkily, it can take the bones of the bad guys out. This is not good. Punlo said sternly. You should know that this is used to heal people after reading so many books. Your talent is very good and it won't have his effect when used. Lockhart shook his pearly golden curls in embarrassment. But they did help me solve many Death Eaters when I was fleeing. Seeing the awkwardness of the ghost, Nancy changed the subject for him. Principal Harris, do you have any business to explain when you came here today? Is there a new arrangement in the elementary school curriculum? Oh. It's not elementary school. Alan was a little satisfied that he could stop talking. He cut directly into the subject. I recently had a magic experiment with Rowena. Miss Ravenclaw. Alan noticed Penelo's expression should have called a full name, and then he sternly said, we can talk about the specifics later. In short, maybe I can let people like the dumb guns who can't cast spells have the ability to cast. Oh. Then, I hope you can succeed, Nancy responded in a daze. After staying in the magic world for such a long time, she had indeed heard of dumb cannons. Colleagues once talked about watching the Hogwarts school. Mr. Filch, the doorman, is a dumb gun. However, Nancy has a relatively superficial understanding of the dumb cannon. She only knows that the dumb cannon comes from a wizard's family but does not know how to use magic. So she failed to contact herself. Ravenclaw's long hair. Lockhart didn't respond to listening, but now he was so shocked that he couldn't maintain his chic demeanor. He floated from his chair into the air. Principal Harris, you say you and Miss Ravenclaw can bestow dumb cannon magic? Exclamation mark. Currently speaking in theory, it is true. Alan nodded and confirmed, but out of caution, he has not liked to say things to death. After getting the confirmation, Lockhart was full of excitement and noticed Nancy's expression. He almost yelled with an expression that had never been seen before. Nancy, little Patricia can perform magic and become a wizard. It is inherited from blood. At least one of her ancestors must be a wizard. If her inheritance is from your side. Although you were not born in a wizard's family, if you count from blood, then you are a dumb gun. Mom, I know, you may be able to use magic like me. Little Patricia also reacted. She jumped over from Punlo, approached her mother, and happily learned lower. She was yelling there, she learned the theory well. After hearing Lockhart's explanation, she wanted to understand the whole story. She had already known that her mother was different from herself during this period. She would inevitably feel a little lonely. I was particularly happy to hear the news. Nancy finally understood. The cup in her hand fell on the table, and the tea inside burst out, and her voice trembled. Thank you, Principal Harris. Thank you and Miss Ravenclaw for the gift. Since this woman from the Netherlands came to the magic world to see the magic of wizards, and she lived in the floating city, which currently represents the forefront of the wizarding world, she knew how terrifying the wizard's abilities were. And she finally understood that they were locked up in that dark place, like hell, because they were not wizards. So the dark wizards would treat them like animals. Such unforgettable hardship caused her to stay in a safe place like Floating City. and other wizard parents had a very good attitude towards her, but the indelible anxiety kept her with worry and anxiety. Even if she knew the mole was born. The wizards of New Zealand will also be discriminated against because of this. But seeing the Harris family's attitude towards bloodlines and the excellence of Hermione Granger and Punlo, she certainly cherishes the opportunity that Alan provides. And Nancy knows very well that she can't come up with any decent bargaining chips in exchange. Even the current job, house, and asylum are more due to her daughter's relationship with Punlo's apprentice, so she simply put it in the bottom enough position, directly grateful to the other party for the gift once again. In fact, the possibility that you may be a dumb gun is not that great. I didn't feel the magic from you before. Of course, I think it is necessary to do a test for the sake of safety. You read www.uukanzu.com because it may be magic. It's too thin. Alan didn't ask about such private matters about the other's daughter's father. He stretched out his hand to Nancy, then froze and drew back. He gave Punlo a questioning wink. Punlo, come and help test it. Good. Punlo on the side seemed to be prepared. She was very satisfied with Alan's choice. She grabbed Nancy's hand first. Her voice was a bit cold. It will hurt a little bit, just like your blood test in the hospital. Nancy nodded quickly to indicate that she was okay. There were blood beads on her fingers and flew into the air. While Punlo was controlling the blood beads, Patricia the little girl came over immediately from the small pocket that her mentor gave her. He took out some medicines that the Arrows were qualified to use and applied them to his mother. Punlo's slender fingers poured mana into the drop of blood, but the drop of bright red blood floated quietly in the air, without a trace of magical response. This made Lockhart's expectant smile disappear. He turned his head away a little bit unbearably, not wanting to see Nancy's disappointed expression after igniting hope. This situation is obvious that there is no change. Nancy has not cast a spell. Patricia's blood, little Patricia, is inherited from her father's blood. The room fell into silence for a while, and Nancy's gaze swept over the disappointed faces of Lockhart and her daughter. She, who was familiar with their expressions, suppressed the disappointment that rose in her heart, shaking her head as if she could get rid of the feeling of being lifted with the feeling of falling from a high place. She forced her spirits and smiled to comfort everyone. Patricia, don't look at it, it's okay. I didn't know how to do magic, although I am really sorry. But it's not. Don't force it. It's good to get this kind of ability, but it's just the same as life now. Chapter 1290. There is another magic experiment. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Lockhart and Patricia are obviously more able to indulge themselves in expressing emotions that can hardly conceal their loss than Nancy. Mom, I will help you use magic in the future. Patricia felt her mother's loss, and put it on her body, raising her head, her eyes sparkling. Nancy, it's actually nothing great to be able to use magic. I can't use magic anymore, but I'm happy every day. Lockhart floated to Nancy's side, and Lockhart, who was anxious to comfort him, stretched out his hand toward Nancy's shoulder, but the transparent ghost's hand passed across Nancy's shoulder, and the ice-like Nancy shivered. Punlo leaned on the table beside her, turning the can with the drink saucer in her hand. She didn't speak much, but watched Alan talk with them with her red lips upturned. I recently had another magic experiment with Rowena. Miss Ravenclaw. Waiting for Lockhart and the others to express their emotions, Alan said lightly, we can talk about specific matters later. In short, maybe I can make people like moles who have no magical blood become dumb. It was different from just now. In an instant, Nancy's eyes were full of hope. Unlike Lockhart and the news that the dumb canon can cast spells just now, he knows what it means. Alan has the magic world and the mole world. The ability to eliminate barriers to each other. Perhaps Nancy has heard of hematopoietic stem cell transplantation? Alan said to Nancy, then turned to Patricia. Patricia, if you can make your mother perform magic, would you be willing to put in some effort for her? If you match your mother, Would you like me to extract something from your spine and transplant it to your mother and me? Then she will also have the blood of magic." Patricia's eyelashes were tremblingly dyed with crystals. She bit her small fist with her teeth, trying to stop the trembling. She wanted to sob. "I'm willing to take my bone marrow." Patricia frowned with a delicate little brow. The ruddy little pout mouth firmly added, "I'm not afraid. Really." Alan didn't speak for a while. He couldn't help touching the little girl's head. "Just take a part of your bone marrow, you won't be unable to move in the future," Alan said softly, then raised his head and said to Punlo, "You found a good apprentice." She once saw Gidro pumping. Losing someone else's spine makes people paralyzed, thinking that she will also be paralyzed and completely unable to move. But she still wants to give all the bone marrow to her mother so that she can also have magic. "Oh, Patricia." Nancy strode forward and took her daughter in her arms, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Although she yearned for the ability to perform magic, she suppressed herself, choked up and asked, "She is still so young? There should also be great danger. I don't want her to be at risk for me." Lockhart, who was originally moved by Patricia's behavior, let out a chuckle at this time. Seeing Nancy and the little girl cast incomprehensible gazes, the male ghost showed a quizzical smile. "I guess I was too awe-inspiring at the beginning." The spine repairer moved the Death Eater's spinal cord all at once, causing him to be paralyzed on the ground. That person also lost the ability to breathe. I should pay attention to this situation. It left such a heavy shadow on little Patricia. Lockhart looked at the little girl. "But you probably didn't notice, Patricia, the other Death Eaters still used magic for him before he died completely. The curse stayed alive. Then we met him again, and the spine of this bad guy has grown back." Lockhart spread his hands. "So Nancy, don't worry, I really don't know that moles do this kind of surgery. Will it cause damage to the human body? But it is very easy for wizards to recover from these injuries or damages. As long as it is not caused by black magic, as long as we do not die, we can easily save people." Seeing that Lockhart said he was more arrogant, even Punlo folded his arms. "The premise is there's spin repair performed by our ordinary wizards, otherwise the result may be worse." This changed the color of Lockhart's pearly white face, and he smiled embarrassedly to try to ease the embarrassment. When Nancy heard the words, she turned her head to look at Alan, and watched Lockhart's words, which he nodded in recognition. Tears rushed out of her eyes. Patricia also understood, knowing that she did not hurt herself at all. She begged, looking at Ellen, "Master Principal, I hope my mother can also perform magic. I know she envy us who can perform magic. I'll arrange this kind of surgery for you at Christmas. When there is nothing to do, go to the Ravenclaw Temple." Alan briefly told Nancy about the request he told Filch. He knew that, needless to say, for the sake of little Patricia, as long as there was a slight possibility, the mother in front of him would not miss the chance to become a wizard. "Principal Harris, please forgive me. I have a request." Lockhart bared his white teeth, floated over with a smile and bowed. "My father is a mole, but my mother is a witch. There are 2 mole sisters. They should all be dumb guns. I don't know if they can." Seeing Alan's probing gaze, Punlo frowned and recalled the information he had previously investigated. Gidro Lockhart was born on January 26, 1964. His father is a mole, and his mother is a witch. He does have 2 sisters who do not have the ability to cast spells. Lockhart's mother unscrupulously favored him as a spellcaster among all the children, causing his vanity to grow like weeds. In their excitement, Lockhart and his mother forgot that Hogwarts was a school for all British and Irish wizards, so when Lockhart entered the school with other students, he felt that he was as ordinary as everyone else. Lockhart was assigned to Ravenclaw College on September 1, 1975. However, he was almost assigned to Slytherin. Lockhart once thought that he would become the subject of discussion and attention by everyone, because in his opinion, he was already an out-and-out and powerful genius. However, his ordinary facts disappointed him. This college has more and more talented children. It is a concentrated place for smart children, and no one is impressed by his natural curly hair. He does have some special abilities. He is also smarter than some of his classmates, but he also has the biggest shortcoming. He is not willing to try, unless he is the best. And Lockhart's relationship with his two sisters was actually not good because of his mother's unscrupulous pampering since he was a child. Punlo thinks that he is now requesting Alan's help to ease their relationship. If he allowing them to also get the opportunity to become wizards, which will help the sluggish relationship between Lockhart and his brother. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Alan retracted his gaze from Punlo's face. He touched his chin and felt a little embarrassed. The smile on Lockhart's face was also a little lost. Patricia had been pulled by Punlo, and Nancy some wanted to help, but she herself was gifted by the other party and could not give anything in return. So she had no position to say anything. Since Jidro has made your request, you take your sisters to the Ravenclaw temple. As long as you pray sufficiently, Ravenclaw will give me your favor and try to make arrangements. Alan said solemnly, in fact, the main reason is that the pharmaceutical materials are more precious, and the output in a year is not too much. So I suggest that you be more religious. I will communicate with Ravenclaw privately and give you priority to take care of it. Be careful not to tell others. Alan pretended to be a little embarrassed and agreed. His original purpose of making this matter was to attract more believers to Ravenclaw. If these were changed in the name of Ravenclaw, their destiny would be changed. Those who become wizards will further affect their descendants or relatives and friends around them, and let more people believe in Ravenclaw and contribute their bias beliefs. It would be great, but every year Arcane Garden can the number of potions provided is limited, and Alan does not plan to give it all at once. Apart from the first example, he only plans to choose one of the most pious ones every month as the lucky one. Well, besides, foreign moles want to enter Floating City. I don't know the specific rules, but I guess they need a permit. Recently, it is estimated that there will be many people coming to Floating City due to this situation. I will order to leave one in the temple where to apply for a residence permit. Alan thought for a while, and then said to Lockhart, you can go to Hermione at that time. I will assign you an apartment for the Lockhart family so that you can live and live. Well, just think of it as paying you. Chapter 1291. Dare to open a tavern with such a bad drink. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter from Hogwarts Elementary School. Alan touched his bare chin. His original candidate also considered Mrs. Arabella Fayge from the Order of the Phoenix, who was also a dumb gun. But since Zian provided his two dumb sisters in Lockhart, then the first batch of candidates for the experiment can temporarily eliminate Mrs. Fayge. Alan felt that Mrs. Fig was not too young compared to Lotha's sisters after all, so he decided to choose a younger one to provide Luna with more faith, not to mention being close to Gryffindor. For Dumbledore, Lockhart is at least to Ravenclaw. Ellen, I noticed that your SARS seems a bit uncomfortable to drink. Let's find a tavern and drink some warmer. Punlo wants to stay alone with Ellen for a while. She also has something to say. I don't want to let him go with the crazy girl with a big belly. Alan saw through the other person's thoughts, but was willing to accept it after all. It is inevitable to blame him for not going to school but for being lazy after seeing his mother. Because of the cold weather, the fire in the fireplace in the Three Broomsticks main store in Hogsmeade Village was blazing, warm and smoky. The wizards who came to the Floating City for shopping and tourism were more willing to visit the new stores in those commercial districts. Take a seat in this famous bar that is popular among students. The graceful and beautiful-faced Miss Rosmeter saw Alan and they immediately put down the things in their hands and came over to entertain. You haven't been here for a while, Principal Harris. Mrs. Rosmeter saw Punlo, who was holding her arms, and gave up her original plan to hug Alan. Miss Cravat is also more beautiful. Yes, I still remember that you brought Alan, who was just able to come over, to me before you graduated. Then you were so cute. Now you can all drink real wine in a blink of an eye. What would you like to have today? But today I won't have real wine. Just 2 glasses of butterbeers, with a little ale. Alan originally wanted to order something else, but when he saw visitors paying tribute to him in the distance, He nodded to each other. Later, I noticed that the other party was drinking a large glass of hot butter beer with froth, a little greedy. Punlo didn't pay much attention to what to drink. She took Alan and sat down by the window, where the sun could shine in to bring some brightness and warmth. Mrs. Rosmeter was a little happy that Ellen and the others had these more acquainted customers in her tavern. She responded to the order and walked towards the bar, thinking of the ale that Ellen had requested. She narrowed her eyes slightly to hide the contempt for the scumbag that rose in her heart. Punlo cast a spell on the side of his seat with his fingers without a staff, so that the sound inside could not be heard, and Alan looked at her inexplicably. "Alan, I heard Emily say something about Pansy Parkinson yesterday. I guess you wanted to do something with that young mysterious man?" Punlo asked cautiously. Alan was startled. He looked at the female and saw those memories and understood instantly. Emily would reveal such things to Punlo, obviously deliberately. The sister's purpose is not to let herself take risks. Don't worry, Emily is worried. That powerful version is not my opponent. This young version, as long as Pansy determines the position for a few minutes. Alan waved his hand to stop Punlo's words. "He'll go. It's not an adventure, although you should be able to beat the young version of this mysterious man in theory. But I won't let you take the risk." Seeing Ellen's veto, Punlo reached out and held Ellen's hand again after hearing the words. "But Ellen, isn't this just an opportunity to exercise? I brought the umbrella and they didn't follow you alone. Maybe this Tom the Killing curse doesn't work for me anymore. This is an opportunity to exercise. And let me help you a little bit. Recently, I feel that there is less and less that I can help you. I also helped you a while ago." Miss Know-It-All might feel that way too. Faced with Punlo's remarks, Alan was a little embarrassed, and he felt that way to some extent. Although Punlo and the others also began to read the Nether Scrolls with Luna's help, their own research in the Department of Mysteries, and Luna's divine improvement has indeed widened the gap between him and the others. "Principal, I made some sausage meat rolls and fried eggs. It would be too cold to eat fried pork skin, so I didn't give it to you." Miss Rosie Matter, who came to deliver the meal, eased the atmosphere. The crispness of a few snacks that were apparently fresh from the oven greatly increased the appetite. Alan forks a piece of boiled eggs wrapped in seasoned ham, coriander, green onions and spices, and then throws it into the frying pan to fry. Today's heat is exceptionally good, as evidenced by the still flowing egg yolk. But then a breeze blew through Alan's hair, and the store for 3 broomsticks opened again. Mrs. Rosmeter turned her back with a guilty grin. She inadvertently seemed to stretch out her hand to loosen her collar because it was too warm in the bar, revealing a white and slender neck and some career lines. Although it is true the temperature inside the store should be a little bit colder. Sirius had just walked into the 3 broomsticks in a flurry of snow. He was wearing a thick cloak of the Ministry of Magic uniform. He was carrying a few bags of paper bags purchased from different shops, and some heat and fragrance came out of them. The female boss used a more charming voice than when she faced Helen. "Sirius, come to me today?" Sirius threw the bag full of food to the side of the table. The old lady was helping him take off his coat and patted the snow on it. "Recently, the wizards from outside Floating City have brought a lot of delicious food. I am tired from shopping and come here to find someone to eat and drink." By the way, Sirius, apparently because of the position of Alan and the others by the window, noticed them. "If you are alone today, how many drinks should I have with you?" At this time, the female boss didn't think much about the issue of food from Sirius. After hearing this, Sirius estimated that it was better than drinking alone. He happily asked, "It sounds good. I heard colleagues say that you drink well." Mrs. Rosmeter smiled a little shyly, and she tweaked and said, "Don't listen to them nonsense. I will easily get drunk and know nothing after a drink." Alan and Punlo silently looked at each other and smiled at each other when they heard this. They knew that the female boss actually had a good drink of .mentalnovel.com, and Fudge had never been drunk after drinking, and although Mrs. Rosmeter is very good at taking advantage of her good looks, it is clear that her attitude towards Sirius is not false. "Do you dare to open a tavern with such a bad drink?" Sirius looked surprised. and then he seemed to think that it was a bit hurtful. He said with a grin, "Sorry, I will feel unhappy when drinking with a poor drinker. Bring me here just a glass of beer, I find a place to sit." This remark was obviously beyond everyone's expectation, including Mrs. Rosmeter, who was dumbfounded and a little bit unsure of how to answer the conversation, but made her mouth move without making a sound. Sirius didn't realize that this was the result of his own steel-straight man's remarks, but as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he keenly discovered that the female boss was wrong. Looking at her lips and neckline, he suddenly realized, "Sorry, so I close the door. I don't know how to wear more in such cold weather." Sirius easily threw the coat that had just finished shooting the snow on Mrs. Rosmeter, and kept warm for the female boss who he felt was wearing too little with what he thought was in line with the behavior of a British gentleman. Alan and Punlo saw this interaction in their eyes, and looked at each other in amazement. There is a reason why Sirius hasn't paid attention to relationship issues for so long since Sirius regained his reputation. Miss Rosmeter is undoubtedly a very attractive middle-aged witch who is welcomed by all ages. But this pair of people who are too lazy to be really hot now seems to be splashed on the ice and snow. Punlo didn't really like this female boss who also loved Ellen with this routine. But now he can't help feeling the charm of Rosmeter, which can be regarded as the feeling of a dog. The Era's eyes narrowed again. Sirius Animagus is indeed a dog. Chapter 1292, Aunt Likes Black Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Speaking of which, it should be the working hours of the Ministry of Magic now. Alan was a little confused, and he looked at Punlo with some doubts. He must be skipping work again. Punlo raised his brows and put down the bar and went to Alan. "Shall we change place?" Punlo didn't want Sirius, a nervous person, to intervene in the rare solitary time between himself and Alan and destroy the world of these two people. But it was too late. Sirius saw them, and his unhappy face was filled with joy because he thought that Mrs. Rosmeter's poor drinking capacity was no match for him. Sirius waved to them sharply, grabbed the snack bags and walked towards their table. "Are you fishing too?" Sirius' voice was very leisurely, and he sat directly beside Alan, leaning against the back of the chair. This made Punlo, who was sitting across from Alan, rolled his face, concealing his impatient look. This seat was made as if she was an outsider. Sirius threw the snack bag on the table, and opened their opening a little larger. Those snack bags instantly occupied the table, and some greasy fried things even slipped out of the bag and rolled onto the table. "You can taste it while it's hot. This weather is really cold. The oil on some of the things I bought earlier has solidified." Sirius grabbed the dropped fried meatballs with his hands and put them in. He touched his mouth, then rubbed the oil on his hand on the chair. The blue veins on Alan's forehead jumped, suppressing the irritation that was not particular about the other party, and casually crossed a salad that seemed to have not been touched by Sirius and put it into his plate, and then asked casually, "The management of magical creatures. Has the control department been okay recently?" "It hasn't been a big deal all the time, and it doesn't matter whether it's too much or less. Anyway, it's sneaking out." Sirius dismissed a chocolate frog indifferently, pulled out a picture of Ptolemy, and threw it at hand. "Aside, like you two. They can't control me." Seeing Sirius speak so openly that he was sneaking, and in an indifferent posture, Alan was a little bit dumbfounded. Punlo couldn't help but roll his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him, just pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. "My aunt would let you skip work continuously." Alan couldn't help but glance at Sirius so blatantly. Punlo heard Alan's exclamation and turned his head. "I want to be lazy and fish. I have to ask for leave in the name of something wrong with my umbrella. Josephine will try to catch me every time I miss a shift. But at most it is deduction of wages. Anyway, my wages have already been deducted." Sirius spread out his hands indifferently, showing a hint of slyness under a nonchalant appearance. "Your father only needs a pure-blood family to show that you Harris are just talking about matters, not pure-blooded. So the existence of my black is a great tool for the Ministry of Magic to support the scene." Sirius's tone was a little complacent. So I'm just skipping work. Harris won't fire me. At most, I'll deduct my wages. Anyway, I don't live on that wage. They just deduct them. Besides, I didn't want to be forced by you and Lupin. I am really going to be fired. But I'm only happy. This fellow Remus has stopped playing with me since he got my niece pregnant. Damn. Sirius, and just like this in front of his own face and openly talked about sneaking and fishing. Punlo also missed his mouth, which made Alan, the son of Owen, feel a little embarrassed. What? Alan let out a suspicion. He raised his head and looked out the window and found Josephine in the wind and snow, with a thick purple velvet hat on her head, and a black bat cloak tightly wrapped around her. She is holding some shopping bags in her hands. Seeing Sirius and Punloin's own voices, Ellen thought for a moment and decided to remind him, Aunt Josephine is outside the window. Would you like to hide, Sirius? But to Alan's surprise, Sirius didn't panic at all. He just turned his back to the shop door and window, and then said to Alan, Oh, Josephine, she might not know that I'm here. It's still early to get off work, and she will naturally leave when she sees me at this time. In the eyes of Ellen and Punlo, who did not understand the situation, Aunt Josephine got closer and closer, leaving a trail of footprints on the ground covered with a thin layer of snow, but just walked to their windows. When he arrived at the store, Josephine, who was smiling, seemed to see the situation in the window from the outside. Then the smile on Josephine's face disappeared. She just let the shopping bag temporarily float in the air, tied up her hat with her hands, pulled the cloak of the living Volbat on her body, and went across the store door. Leaving along this road, Josephine and I have formed a tacit understanding. At first, she really wanted to take me back to work at the Ministry of Magic. Teach me how to work seriously. Sirius seemed to be relieved as well, and he looked at him. The misty Ellen and Punlo held up a piece of fried meatballs. Now I have assimilated her. She is just borrowing the excuse of catching me, and she can just as well skip work in the afternoon to visit the clothing store in the floating city. I mean to go to those women's clothing stores to find me. Sirius was a little complacent. I guess Josephine just wanted to enter the store for a drink. She didn't know I was here. I said it's too early. It will take a few hours before she catches me near the wizarding bank in front of the temple, and takes me back to the ministry to explain to others. Alan picked up the butter beer. He wanted to comment on it, but he couldn't say it. He could only take a sip to calm the mood. He and Lupin had thought that Sirius had gone to work at the Ministry of Magic. After work, through the restraint of the Ministry of Magic, he will change his reckless, carefree habits. But I didn't expect that Sirius itself did not get better. Instead, he reversely influenced Aunt Josephine, who has always been stable and reliable, to become a habitual character. Alan roared in his heart. Sirius made his director skip work. This is really a scourge. In addition to being shocked by Sirius' ability to fish and radiate, Punlo had some suspicions in her heart. This made the Aura squinted her eyes and looked at Sirius in front of her. Sirius, don't you plan to get married? I have heard the portrait of your great-great-grandfather in Alan's office several times. He is worrying about you. Black, your main branch may be extinct. Alan also heard the smell at this time. His face was shocked by the possibility that Punlo thought of, and he recalled his Aunt Josephine's favorite black dress. www.mentalnovel.com remembered that the other party was putting on him. When Tom looked at the bats in his confinement and talked about things like black the most, Sirius set the snack he had brought, and snorted his greasy fingers. My neighbor in Floating City is an old man in his 130s. He was damaged by a powerful forgetting curse. Very forgetful. Bertha Jorkins has been cast by Barty Crouch for a few years of oblivion. She became very forgetful. She almost lost her life in Albania. Mrs. Rosmeter came over with a beer for Sirius. Yes, I heard the conversation trying to take a sentence. Yes, this old man often knocks on my door in the morning, and then asks if I have seen his wife. Sirius said seriously with gestures, so I often have to talk to a forgetful 130. The multi-year-old man explained the fact that his wife is said to have passed away for more than 30 years. It's too touching. Mrs. Rosmeter seemed to have longed for such feelings because she was getting older. I hope Cheryl and her husband have a good time in Raccoon City, and they can be like this. Punlow's expression towards Sirius also softened, although she hadn't understood the meaning of the other party's question. Only Alan was taking back his gaze from Sirius, and he glanced at the female boss with 3 broomsticks almost pityingly. I thought about changing a house on Floating City, and also thought about pretending not to answer the door. Sirius poured himself a gulp of beer, and said seriously, but seriously, every time I look at this old man, the sincere smile on my face after knowing that I have asked for the of marriage, I think that every time I work hard to repeat the explanation for him, it is worth it. Remus, this guy will definitely regret getting married. It seems a bit sorry to say that my niece Tunks. Chapter 1293. What happened? Harry Potter's Xwibberwood issue Age novel www.shg.tw. Find the latest chapter. After the conversation, the female boss of 3 broomsticks threw off her boots and returned to the bar without looking back. Sirius was surprised to find that Alan and Punlow were not looking at him. The two of them seemed to continue discussing the mysterious person. Punlow looked at Alan in amazement. His eyes rolled in the direction of Sirius, but then he shook his head to continue the discussion. Sirius felt the look in his eyes. It looked offensive, as if he was a dumb gun. It wasn't until Sirius was a little mad that he had eaten a lot of food and listened to it, and then he understood what Ellen and the others were discussing. Assault, the young version of Tom. Are you referring to Voldemort? He has a Horcrux resurrected? Exclamation mark. Sirius threw away the cheese olives he had just grabbed in his hand, and grabbed the edge of the table with both hands. Leaning forward, he eagerly pleaded, Alan, count me, young or old. Punlow, if you don't worry about letting her go, let me go. Don't think about Sirius. You are not his opponent, Punlow said coldly with his arms folded. He also told Alan just now that he wanted to go, even though he estimated that he could beat Voldemort. Alan hasn't agreed yet, let alone this reckless dog. The pupil of Alan's left eye shrank quickly, revealing a large white of the eye, leaving only the small pupil in the middle. It returned to its normal state in a short time. Alan, who understood Sirius' thoughts, sighed heavily. For Regulus, Sirius, I can understand your feelings, but this is only a young version of Tom. Even if he gathers a group of Death Eaters, I can handle it, and you don't need to take risks. Since I learned about the cause of Regulus' death, my heart has been irritated. Although I am not afraid of him with the noseless man, I know that I am not qualified to fight him. But now this. Sirius squeezed his fingers. Finger bones were all protruding, and he gritted his teeth and said, that old woman is also very angry with mysterious people. If I can go with you ... even if I can see his destruction with my own eyes ... Ellen, you said you before owes me a favor. Alan, only the fire test can train real steel, and the protective umbrella also needs real battle to test their abilities. Punlow saw Sirius talking about the favor, for fear that Alan would take advantage of the situation and agree to the other party's begging. She waved her arms too much, almost overturning the butterbeer on the table. Then let Punlow and his umbrella go with us. I will take care of Punlow during the battle. Sirius cast a sideways glance at Punlow, his tone a little disgusting. He knew he couldn't beat Alan, but he didn't feel that he would be worse than this female who had just graduated just a few years ago. But seeing the situation in front of him, as a reckless thinking man, he knew that instead of competing with Punlow, it was better to fight together. But with a bang, Sirius had knocked on the back of the chair. His arms clinging to his chest slapped against his sides. His legs straightened. His whole body became stiff, and he slipped from the chair stiffly. Go down. It looks as hard as a wooden board. Suddenly, it seemed that a pair of invisible big hands dragged his body, allowing him to float slightly to a position where his eyes were parallel to the table. saving his fate of falling to the ground. Sirius's upper and lower gums were locked together. Speechless, only Sirius' eyes were turning, and he glared at Punlo angrily. His raised eyeballs seemed to fly out of his eye sockets. "Look what, if it weren't for me, you would have fallen to the ground." Punlo snorted coldly and raised his brows. "Look, Ellen, he is too weak, and bringing him is likely to delay our action." As an arrogant female era, when she heard Sirius, the Order of the Phoenix, who seemed to her to be just better than normal, and said that she would take care of her in battle, obviously she would not consider it more than a brash man. Get more. Suddenly, the chair was knocked back by the falling Sirius, making a harsh sound. Feeling that he could control his body again, Sirius held down the chair and stabilized his figure. His dark gray eyes suddenly seemed to burn on his face, and he cursed in a hoarse voice, "Shameful sneak attack, this is despicable acts. I have no defense against you. You are not my opponent. If we are fair, I want you to know what mistakes you made." Punlo, not convinced. Punlo flicked his head outside, raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Let's go to the umbrella training ground and try it. You might be more stressed than the crazy eye. Go and go. Don't say I bully you for a while." Blake also raised his chin and shouted. He felt easily subdued by a little girl, or was easily subdued when he begged Alan to agree to let him participate in the operation against Voldemort. "Very embarrassing." Punlo snorted, "I could kick you out of a dog barking when I was still in school. I don't know where I am." Sirius' voice in response to this sounded a bit like a dog growling. "Enough. If you two still want to raid Tom, stop it," Alan said with his forehead raised. His voice was not loud, but the compromise in the words made the other two shut their mouths. "Punlo, at that time, I will use the phantom spell to hide near you. You don't need to tell the other people on the umbrella that I will go too. This is not negotiable. But I will only reverse his spell that may cause great harm when necessary." Sirius was a little anxious. "Ellen, Sirius, you are far from Punlo's opponent. She should be better than that young Tom. Don't refute and listen to me." Alan reached out and stopped the unconvinced Sirius. "If you want to go, you have to agree. I have one condition." "Anything is fine. Do you want me to get you some more house elves?" Sirius sat back in his chair and looked at Alan. Compared with being able to raid Voldemort, he felt a little bit angry with Punlo. Fighting is nothing at all. "Of course not. My request. Let me bring someone here first. I think he should know it best." Alan stretched out his eclipse to instruct Sirius and so on, and then began to contact Anchor by himself. "It won't be too long. They will be here soon." "Idiot. What does Ellen want to do with so many elves? Are you trying to make the Jacophil Trades lady trouble you?" Punlo waited for Ellen's response and began to sneer at Sirius. In order to make the trip, Sirius stopped talking to the Era. This just made his expression even more puzzled. But before he asked, the fire flashed in midair, and the fast-moving anchor suddenly appeared above the table. Under its sharp claws, he grasped Harry's shoulders, who was holding his glasses, and his face was ringed. And Harry was obviously caught alive by the Phoenix during the potions class. You were reading www.uukanzu.com because he was holding a cauldron with bubbles in his hand. Harry thought when he was attacked by the Phoenix it was Seamus Crucible that exploded behind him again, and he subconsciously protected the fruits of his labor. After throwing Harry here, Anchor's gaze was attracted by the food brought by Sirius on the table. It flew onto the table, shaking its tail feathers, and began to enjoy these recently already used to cooked food, and also accurately identified the butterbeer belonging to Alan, stuck his beak in and took a few sips. Seeing Anchor like this, Punlo frowned. Her heart guessed that it was not worth it to have a fight with Phoenix. She shrank her mouth and began to take out the medicine that Alan gave her as a snack. "Up, Alan, Sirius and Professor Cravat." Harry felt his position and began to understand who he was brought here. He was even more confused. He rubbed his sore shoulder in confusion, asked, "What happened?" For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 1285. What happened? Reading record. you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! www.shg.tw Chapter 1294 The Brown Wizard Will Understand Harry Potter's Gzwilwood Issue Hey Ige Novel www.shg.tw Find the latest chapter. Before talking about business, Harry, you can eat something slowly. Let's talk a little digression. Alan waved his hand to the anxious Sirius so that he didn't worry. This digression is about Regulus. Sirius' nose exhaled heavily. Although the person was still leaning on the back of the chair, his body appeared a little stiff. Hearing Alan and the others talking about Regulus, Harry, who didn't realize who he was for a while, fixed his eyes on the snacks on the table in Alan's voice and reached out to touch a chocolate frog. Sirius, the lost loved ones will come back in another way. He will be in your memory and never die. Alan sat up straight, his tone serious. But I think it's time for Regulus. He rectified his name. Let him get rid of the Death Eater image in the eyes of the world. Our hero should not be silent, and the wizards should know what Regulus has paid to fight against the mysterious person they fear most. Do you think it's time now? Sirius asked unshyly at first. He sat up straight, and suddenly remembered what had happened. There seemed to be some smiles on his sad face. You think Voldemort has been to the cave? Do you think he was hit? Tom already knows that we are looking for his Horcrux anyway. Alan's gaze swept across Harry's face with confusion, biting his tongue to maintain his expression management. Go there, take a look. The signs around there are not clear. George and Fred's laxatives were modified by us again. I think the power will be very conspicuous. I think people like Tom will smash things at this moment. Punlo originally moved his ears silently beside him, and seemed unsatisfied that he didn't know these things, but after hearing the laxative, he felt a little shocked, and the cold face twitch was also a little uneasy. She also started to bite her tongue and suffocate. I didn't know that Dumbledore had pulled her, and her mind was full of the noseless snake face. I don't know if he has read the page I wrote. Sirius thought about the violent appearance of the noseless wizard, and his heart was a little cheerful. It's not acceptable to ask for a whole page of rhyming. Eating snacks to himself, Harry heard the conversation between his godfather and his current principal, and finally realized that something was wrong. When he heard some caves and rhymes, he couldn't eat anymore and put down his legs. The chocolate frog, which was still bouncing, swallowed its head in its mouth, and stopped chewing. Listening to what they said, the curse letter in the cave was written by his godfather Sirius. Isn't that harmful? It was Alan and his godfather who got Dumbledore's diarrhea. Speaking of business, the matter of rectifying Regulus' name is very important. I think the most reliable person must be responsible. Alan saw Sirius' emotions easily brought back, and he almost stood up, and pressed his hands to reassure him. Don't worry, Sirius. I understand your thoughts. So I originally planned to hand it over to you personally. Regardless of manpower and material resources or contacting the news media, what is needed? Tell Lon, let him arrange it, and you will be responsible for the overall planning to rectify Regulus' name. No matter how many days you want to broadcast on TV, Furong will support you. And Alan said sternly, the reason why your brother made up his mind, one of the reasons for rebelling against Tom, is probably that he saw the mole corpses of men, women and children who were killed by Tom at random in the lake. Sirius, so if you are responsible for this, you also need to take these with Regulus. The mole corpses who have stayed for several years should also be sent back. I think he will be happy to see the corpses of these innocent people return home. If you need help, the Wizard of my Red Umbrella department, it's not impossible to divide someone to help you for a few days. Pillow saw that Alan seemed to have a plan to show favor to Sirius, and instantly suppressed his initiative to cooperate. Yeah, but that place might not be able to get Toms everywhere. Alan touched the Auror's hand, but kept his eyes on Harry, who had a more tangled expression because of the expression of pull everywhere. So Punlo, Don't go by yourself. Thank you. I will take care of everything. Sirius had put away his mocking smile just now, and he said solemnly, Alan, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It should be said, thank you for giving I did 3 favors, helped me find my brother, gave him a chance to get his name, and gave me a chance to rectify that Voldemort. Should we expose what happened to him? This will definitely reduce his prestige. Of course. If you take some evidence. Although you and I know that Tom will definitely let others drink, the general public will not think so. You say Tom pulled it and he pulled it, one of the greatest wizards in the world. Pulling the crotch is something that can further alleviate other people's fears. Although we in the UK are afraid that there are not many of them, there are still many in other countries. Their emotions need this kind of relief. Harry, who was wondering whether to say what to say, heard the conversation between Alan and his godfather, and the toes in his boots were awkwardly aroused. He didn't know how to say it. Lon and Sirius said, how to tell them. Their means of revenge did not retaliate against Voldemort. It was not the Dark Lord that pulled Dumbledore all over the place, and Harry was even more frightened. He was still hesitating to tell Dumbledore before, but now he is worried that his godfather will expose this on TV. If Dumbledore hurt him to pull the small half of the lake, it is not Voldemort, but Alan and my godfather. This also caused him to be robbed of his wand by the Death Eaters who had been driven over. If this didn't make it right, it would create a big contradiction between the two sides' easing relationship. And these bad memories in the cave suddenly turned the sweet and greasy sensation of the melted chocolate into Harry's nausea taste. He instinctively turned his head to the side and vomited the melted chocolate frog head. It came out. Harry's mind uncontrollably merged in the embarrassment of Dumbledore in the cave at the time, the tawny excrement all over the cave, the stench of almonds, turned into hallucinations and regained his senses. Feel it again. Anka, who was eating fried meatballs, gave the four-eyed boy in front of him a little contemptuously. He recalled his spouse, the evil witch who turned his spouse into a human form, and the vomiting appearance of the old white-haired man who came to the house before, and almost everyone who ate oysters in the room at Albert's wedding. Anka's little head thought that the digestive system of these toll-egg beasts was really weak. Harry, what's wrong with you? It's cold and sick of eating chocolate. Sirius obviously cared about his godson giving birth to himself. He keenly noticed Harry's abnormality and gently pulled out the tissue and handed it to his godson. Dirty Potter. Were you caught in your stomach by Phoenix when you came here? Penlow asked with a frown, trying to put the blame on Phoenix, who disgusted her. It should be the shoulder. Did you take some medicine wrong in the potions class? Alan was falsely concerned, but gave his Phoenix another piece of fried fish with his hand. He was very satisfied with Harry's current thinking mode as he imagined it, watching Harry tangled like a little old man with a bit of nasty fun, fell into bad memories, and began to look miserable. Looks at a loss. Alan is actually a little proud of his heart. Mentalnovel.com. This situation is a win-win situation from Sirius' point of view. Preaching regular deeds is something he wants to do, and to send these moles back. It also successfully dumped it to Sirius, which freed Alan from stepping into the feces that was once full of feces, full of rancid sour odor and strong odor of human excreted feces, mixed with some bitter almond flavor. Rock gave. The most important thing is that when Alan had communicated with Dumbledore before, he had already acquiesced in the other party's temptation that this matter was done by him, and he also succeeded in using justice to force the other party to accept this fact. Although Sirius used Dumbledore's thinness to smear Voldemort this time, even if Dumbledore might not be too happy, he couldn't jump out and say that it was not Tom pulled but he pulled it himself. And this is always it weakened the fear Voldemort caused in the hearts of the world, making him increasingly a joke. The White Wizard will understand. Puff. Or should I say that the Brown Wizard will understand? Thinking of this, Alan's expression was slightly distorted before it collapsed completely. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this reading record. Chapter 1286. The Brown Wizard will understand, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! www.shg.tw. Chapter 1295? Revenge Ellen. And what did you mention just now? Oh, yes, if the situation is complicated, you can find me to add it later. Sirius considered the words. He didn't want Harry to know that he would go and be mysterious people fight, even if it is a mysterious person who is not so good at casting spells, and he feels that he has been favored by Alan again. He quickly hinted to Alan that he could tell afterwards. Oh, it's not a complicated matter. Alan understood Sirius' consideration, and he nodded slightly at Harry in a very polite tone. But since I have found Harry here, I'm sorry Harry. Although it is a bit abrupt. But the next thing has to do with your relatives in the Mole world, so I think it should be better for you to be there. Then Alan lightly told them about the experiments he could allow dumb guns and moles to perform magical abilities in the puzzled gaze of the Godfather and Godson. The eyes behind Harry's big glasses blinked frequently. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, and the Sirius next to him was completely stunned. Unlike Harry, he knew that what does it mean to cast a spell with the dumb gun? This has made history, and no one has ever done it. What makes Sirius even more unacceptable is that even though he already knows that the unreliable mad girl is Ravenclaw himself, but after seeing Luna several times, he still can't believe that the crazy little witch and Alan are actually being able to do such a big thing can actually make people who cannot use magic become wizards. All families have had dumb guns. This is inevitable. You can't use magic for your family's relatives, although they are almost sent to the Mole world to live in. In ancient times, some families would use some because they felt shameful. More radical methods, and this brings pain. More importantly, this kind of influence on the magic world. Those moles who can cast spells can no longer be called moles, and after breaking the barrier between the two worlds, there will be no such thing as the magic world and the Mole world. Up and low scanned the expressions of Sirius and Harry, leaned back, folded his legs around his arms, rolled his mouth and looked out the window, feeling jealous. She hadn't had such a big feeling from her apprentice mother before. Now that even Sirius of the pureblood family looked shocked, she inevitably felt a little bit of soreness in her heart. That mad girl was pregnant. It was easy to make such a big one in private with Alan. And she finally found something that she felt could help Ellen and attacked Voldemort. This was not a big deal for Ellen herself. She would have to beg for a long time to maintain her. Ellen was still worried about herself. Worry about safety. Under the recommendation, Mick Reading app is really good. It is worth installing. After all, there are many books, all books, and fast updates. This gap with the mad girl is getting bigger and bigger, making Punlo feel that she is getting farther and farther away from Alan, and this kind of helpless taste has swallowed her. Harry couldn't help flashing a lot of images in his mind at this time. He imagined Filch and his aunt casting spells, imagining Dudley's boxing gloves replaced with a wand. Harry shook his head. He was not sure about this. Is it a good thing? This made Harry even more entangled. For so many years he was called a weird person, a monster, the kind of person by them. They risked his life to adopt him, but he did grow up in abuse. Although Harry had a deeper understanding of Aunt Petunia when he said goodbye the night before he became a senior, and his relationship with Darlie has become more relaxed, Harry still did not want to be with them at all. There was a deeper intersection. He noticed that his godfather obviously did the same, because he saw Sirius shake his black hair several times, and the frowning and narrowing of his mouth let him know that his godfather's thoughts were the same as his own. Harry licked his chapped lips, holding the last bit of extravagance to confirm his guess to Alan. Ellen, are you trying to give my Aunt Petunia a chance to become a wizard? I don't agree. Before Alan spoke, Sirius waved his hand and said hoarsely, "Think of Harry's childhood. I have made a big house for them and saved money for them. Being able to live safely in mole society is considered enough reward. Want to be a wizard... It's too unfair to Harry, Ellen, and they are very repulsive to magic. I don't think they would be willing to be people like us." Upon seeing this, Harry quickly tried to persuade. "I understand what you two father and son think... but don't you listen to my thoughts. How do I choose them?" Alan raised his hand to the bar. "Also, Sirius, you think of me too omnipotent. The potions needed for this kind of experiment are very precious and rare, so it is impossible for me to make all moles become wizards. The magical world and the mole world will have more contact and communication, but the wall in the middle will not be broken, and this kind of experiment only allows them to gain weaker spellcasting abilities." This made Sirius, who had been influenced by the education of the pureblood family in his bones, finally relaxed a bit after hearing this. And Miss Rosmeter, who hadn't come over to interfere with the conversation, saw Alan raise her hand. She quickly poured a glass of butterbeer that Harry remembered often and put it on the table. It was changed to Harry by Alan. Penlow looked at the way Alan smiled at Sirius and Harry, knowing that he would easily change their minds, and because of the thoughts just now, Penlow realized from Alan's eyes, her own lover's behavior at this time is just to make herself fun. She knows that Alan does not treat each other as real friends like each other, but now she even feels that she may not treat them as each other the same kind... Just like the look in their eyes by the crazy girl. This sense of uncertainty makes Theora more eager to have a child to strengthen contact, and she subconsciously wants to bring her a sense of security in this way. "In fact, I think so. That's why I chose them as the first batch of targets." Alan himself took a sip of the yellow beer with sauce. "Harry, if I remember correctly, if you... I'm sorry, you know that because I'm the silent man, I have gained some abilities to bypass occlumency, and I can see what happened when you sent Harry away from the Order of the Phoenix. Alan, do you mean to let us take the opportunity to retaliate against them?" Sirius said disgustedly, and he poured himself a gulp of beer. "I did think about it the time I escaped from prison, but I think if I can, I hope it's better to never see them." "I think Harry thinks the same way." "Sirius, you got it wrong. I didn't let you be cold or abusive to their family." Alan waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, "Your relationship with your Aunt Petunia and Darlie has eased a bit. I knowing this is not enough for you to hope to live in the same world with them for the rest of your life. But please think of one item. When you were sent samples at their home... Who was the worst to you in the Dursleys?" Harry frowned. He didn't understand the meaning of Alan's question, and his mind started to follow the other's thoughts. When he was a kid, Harry hated and jealous most was undoubtedly his cousin Darlie. But Harry, who is already the one who hates his family the most after Darlie's performance after his departure, actually this Christmas, he even prepared a photo for Darlie. Greeting card. Of course, Harry didn't prepare any other gifts. Author's note: in the official setting, Darlie and Harry will send greeting cards to each other at Christmas, and Harry sometimes takes his children to visit him. At this time, Harry's children will playing with Dudley's children, while their fathers sit quietly aside and barely talk to each other. Although Aunt Petunia was very mean to Harry, she learned about some of the elders and recalled some details of her previous life as an adult. It made Harry understand that his disgusting Aunt Petunia was indeed knowing it. When the Dursley family's lives were in danger, they sheltered him, even if there were factors that Dumbledore had threatened, but Aunt Petunia did calm Uncle Vernon many times, or he would send himself to the orphanage. Alan, what do you mean? Your target is the obnoxious fat man? Sirius understood a bit, but he didn't understand Alan's plan. In this family, the person who is really bad for Harry is Vernon. In addition, he is also the person who hates and resists magic the most. His rejection of magic has penetrated into the bone marrow. Alan took advantage of the phoenix to lower his head and peck. When I put a fried meatball in Penelow's hand to make the era happy, and then looked at Sirius, a boy of Darlie's age, although he has been conjured up with pigtails on the corpse. But if he wants to play computer games, he won't be too reluctant to become a wizard. In addition, Sirius, you and Lily are very familiar. I don't know if you know Harry's aunt. I heard that her sister received Hog from the wizarding world. Watts accepted the letter and learned that she was a witch. This Lily's sister also tried to write a letter to Albus Dumbledore, asking if she could also go to school there. Chapter 1296. Tell Josephine not to wait for me at the bank today. Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New. Find the latest chapter. Why? Sirius looked surprised. Lily didn't tell me this. Harry's mother seems to be a very educated lady who didn't take out her sister's personal affairs and talk about it everywhere. Alan shrugged and smiled with her fingers. But I am different. I like to say other people's bad words. So it seems that I have to tell you something. You know that I can learn something from the Ministry of Magic's intelligence file. Alan used the Ministry of Magic as an excuse to explain why he knew these things. Harry nodded first and then shook his head because he was afraid of Alan's misunderstanding. He was shocked. After 17 years there, he knew how repulsive their family was. Magic. Harry, your mother is gifted with magic, and she has many unusual abilities since she was a child, such as being able to make the petals of a flower open and close in the palm of her hand without touching it. This makes Petunia feel mixed. Chen is both jealous and disapproving. And your grandparents also like to praise Lily's ability. I think this may be one of the reasons for her jealousy. Alan spread out his hand and praised Lily, which made the two in front of him. The wizards looked a little happy, and Alan continued. Your potions professor is Severus Snape. He and your grandpa lived in Cockworth, Severus. They have similar abilities to Lily. After they met, Petunia and Snape looked down on each other from the moment they met. However, Lily was attracted by Snape, and the two quickly became good friends. When getting along, your aunt obviously feels more encouraged. She doesn't admit it, but she can also learn more from your mother about the magical world of magic and yearning. And more. Jealous. That's not. Sirius was a little annoyed when he heard this. For this reason, I've been pestering Lily since I was a child. This greasy-headed lunatic has mental problems. After Voldemort, he is still fantasizing about Lily. The actual possibility. No, he shouldn't have any illusions about Lily. Harry was also a little annoyed by the side, more because of hearing his mother's emotional problems and recalling the embarrassment of seeing Snape's memory. But Punlo, who was not willing to take the fried meatballs that Alan had stolen over, moved his ears. At this time, his attention was obviously shifted to this kind of little story that witches could not resist. Come, Sirius, the point is not Snape. Harry, your Aunt Petunia, because after receiving Hogwarts' reply, although Dumbledore's reply was very tactful, she still felt hurt and felt I was left out again. Lily's ability can make her parents proud, but she can't. From then on, Penny, who was desperate for possessing this ability, decided to break with the wizarding world. Often calling Lily a freak, she used this method to protect herself. At that time, as I said, her yearning for the magic world has been buried deep in her heart. Adopting you is not only because you are her sister's child, but also in the subconscious mind. How many thought that this would not completely lose contact with the world she hated? Okay. Even so, Sirius was still a little upset because of Snape and Lily's problems. But I still don't understand how this can avenge them. Penny and Darlie must have magical blood. It would be easy to turn them into wizards who are actually dumb guns. And this is the first time I let moles have the ability to cast spells. Harry, but without you uncle's sake? Alan smiled mischievously. So, the Dursley family originally had 3 people who were very demon disgusted. But now the situation is that 2 of them are from the magical world, and the one that is truly devilish in nature, but has to be the only one in the family who doesn't know magic but is forced to face magic. Sirius and Harry were stunned, and they understood Alan's thoughts. While Penlo looked at Alan, she knew that his overall style would not be so simple. In addition, thinking about it in reverse, their family has no home in Floating City, Sirius. So I hope that the Dursley family can live in your house temporarily, and they will be the ones who sent the fence. Alan stared at Xiao. Sirius smiled and shook his head. I'm not asking you to be mean or even abusive to their family. But I hope you and Harry can show the grace of a wizard. Alan comfortably touched the butterbeer in his hand and Sirius beer. I don't want you to treat them in the same way they treated Harry. But of course it's not good just to provide them with good treatment. I think you can show the superiority of wizards and magical lives compared to muggles. Sirius, you can take good care of them. Show all this for Aunt Harry and Cousin Harry who have joined the wizarding world. To change their past misunderstandings about the backwardness of the wizarding world. Harry, especially your Uncle Vernon, I think he has a deep understanding of wizards' stereotypes. Sirius and Harry apparently started to imagine this situation full of pleasure because of Alan's bewitching words. But unlike this means of revenge full of Alan's personal style, the two Gryffindors still felt this kind of tactful approach is a little uncomfortable, and even though it sounds good in some respects, the thought of getting close to this disgusting family again makes the godfather and godson feel painful. This is actually the condition I made to you before, Sirius. Alan increased his energy when he saw this. I think it will be very interesting. If you agree, I think I won't have this problem here. Harry, who didn't know they were talking before, was even more inexplicable, but he also secretly said that it's not good, because it means that his godfather will most likely agree. You really are more idle than me. Sirius' tone was reluctant. He folded his hands in front of the moon. His feet overlapped. Okay, let them live in, Harry. At that time, we will live in the east, and arrange your uncle and them to the west. At least in terms of distance than the house I bought next to their house during your previous vacation. Sirius said and looked at AI again. Len, even with a little cunning, but Ellen, let me say yes, I won't follow you and Harry to invite them. In the eyes of Uncle Harry and his family, I haven't gotten rid of the suspicion of a cruel murderer. Well, if I follow you and Harry in the past, it will scare them to bad things. Maybe they will think that the matter is over. I want to cheat their big house back. Harry admired his foresight a little at first, and then after hearing the second half of the sentence, he realized that Alan's purpose of calling him was not just to tell him the news. Penelope's body leaned back. She didn't say a word. Now Sirius and Harry are here, completely disrupting the Topperson world she envisioned for herself and Alan. Alan's fingers tapped gently on the table in a rhythmic manner. He fully understood Sirius' thoughts, but he frowned again as he watched Sirius throw food into his mouth and looked like a fool. It doesn't matter if you don't go ... but you have to come with me. Then I have to find something for you. Alan turned to look at Punlo. Punlo, since then we need to act together. Sirius needs to hurry up and learn how to cooperate with the Umbrella. You can take him to the Umbrella and Wolf Mother to participate in a training camp. Sorry for the delay today, but since Christmas is coming, we can take another day. Sirius, what action are you and Alan going to take part in? Harry asked suspiciously. It's nothing, Harry, just some small things to catch the Dark Wizard. Sirius comforted his godson, then looked up and said, but Alan, I don't think I need. Mother Wolf informed the team to gather at the Umbrella training ground for emergency special training. Punlo interrupted Sirius with a somewhat happy voice, as she was holding the impression of her hand. Seeing Sirius staring at her, Punlo then raised his chin and glanced at the opponent disdainfully. The problems and failures that the Order of the Phoenix revealed in the transfer of Harry last time are enough to prove many problems. Your Excellency, the times have changed. Your set of combat thinking is in the eyes of my Red Umbrella department, and the score can only get a troll. Your magical equipment, combat thinking and tactical methods are too backward. Just let Victor train you to avoid time, give you the equipment and you don't know how to use it. Oh, Sirius choked on the beer he used to relieve his anger. You are reading www.uukansu.com. He coughed violently, and said unconvincedly, go and go. We also have to take care of your attack on me just now. Just to show you the training method I have established that is more rigorous than the Armdara. Punlo showed a grinning smile, and her wand slowly drew an arc in the air. Courageous enough, just coming, as if following a certain trajectory. When the arc was drawn, two flames appeared out of thin air in the clearing in front of her, and countless skulls that seemed to be screaming silently appeared after burning, forming an arch. The door of the alien world. But compared with Ellen, her movement is obviously slower and more difficult. Ellen, help me send a message to your aunt and tell Josephine not to wait for me at the bank today. Without waiting for other people's reaction, he was eager to prove that Sirius hadn't snooped the scenery inside the door from the door, so he stepped in without thinking about it. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on favorites below to record this time chapter 1288. Ask Josephine not to go to the bank to wait for me today. Read the record, and open the bookshelf next time. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1297. The arrival of this child really cured me a lot. Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New. Find the latest chapter. Seeing the Godfather leave with Penlow without looking back, Harry groaned, knowing he couldn't escape and he had to face his uncle's family, and he wailed in his heart. Alan touched his bare chin. In his original vision, he wanted to see Sirius and Harry interact with the Dursleys. Vernon's fear of Sirius and Sirius' impatience with a reckless temper. This matter will become very interesting. Since we are going sooner or later, it's better to go early and end early. Harry squeezed a grudging smile at Ellen with such thoughts. Ellen, when shall we leave? I had an appointment with Ginny before. Go to the library. We can get back soon as we finish processing. Alan's gaze paused briefly on Harry's body. Well, don't worry about Harry. I'll give you the knowledge of the Blood Alliance directly. I have to pick someone up again. It's better to be familiar with your aunt and others. Yes. If we go there alone. You know the way of thinking of their family. It would be difficult to gain their trust without an adult present. Hearing Alan directly speaking about the Blood Alliance, Harry's face instantly turned a little red. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and realized that the other party had seen through his mind. Harry felt a fever on his face, and Alan's hands started to heat up. He listened attentively and then smiled at Harry. Severus cares about you very much. Seeing you were brought by Anchor in class, he is coming to my office to inquire. What's your situation? Huh? Wait. He'll contact someone. Alan first laughed at Harry, then remembered something and then began to touch his mark, muttering something to it. Harry felt even more upset when he heard that Snape was looking for him. This would probably be counted by Snape as skipping class from his class. The deductions are trivial, and Harry was afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to let him go to the potions office to deal with slugs. Can't give it yet? Okay, Alan said in a tone of disappointment under the imprint, and then raised his voice in surprise. You can already do it yourself? Okay. After speaking, Alan patted his phoenix with his hand, and when Anchor raised his head, Alan frowned again, and helped Anchor eat it so that the oil on his face was cleaned with magic and then took out a towel to wipe it. He wiped his beak, which made Phoenix squinted his eyes comfortably, but after all this was done, Alan murmured a few words to Anchor's little head. The Phoenix disappeared after the fire flashed. Harry's gaze shifted on Alan's body. He guessed in his heart who Alan might bring over. Although he had some bad guesses, he deceived himself and started to talk to Lavin. Crow prayed that Alan had brought Hagrid. After all, the deterrent power of this hybrid giant against Uncle Vernon and them was definitely not weaker than the appearance of Sirius, and it was a familiar face. But in an instant, the firelight appeared again. A figure was thrown by Anchor next to Harry, and sat in the position where Sirius had just sat, sweeping the greasy black hair and the figure that looked like an old bat. Even though the new faculty uniform was changed, Harry knew that his bad guess had been realized, and he moved his chair out with disgust. Snape's shawl hair was caught in a mess and greasy by Anchor. His sallow and pale face became more and more cold and terrible, and his vigilant eyes swept over the surrounding environment. Seeing Harry sitting next to him, Alan sitting opposite him, and now the other party suddenly caught him in this tavern, Snape looked at Principal Hogwarts with a probing look. waiting for him. However, his eyes drifted to Harry's lightning scar occasionally, and he began to speculate whether it might have anything to do with it. However, Alan did not immediately turn his attention to explain the meaning, because Anchor fell on the table in front of Alan, and it pecking at Alan's hand with a tilted head. Then it stretched out its paw on top. Because Snape hadn't washed his hair for a long time, he got scalp oil. Alan immediately performed the cleaning job on his Phoenix again. The only difference was that he did not use the towel just now. Principal Harris, what's the situation? What's the big thing that needs Phoenix to catch me directly? What stupid Mr. Potter did? Snape had noticed the snacks on the table and noticed what was in front of him. The situation is not as urgent as he initially expected, and Alan is also very relaxed. The anger in his heart is brewing and is being suppressed by him. This made Harry couldn't help but move his chair. If Snape were to speak in this tone in class, he might not be far away from making him taste the poison. Alan calmly retracted his hand, touching Phoenix's cheek, and shook Snape. "Oh, I'm sorry Severus, I want you and Harry to come here about. Oh, please forgive me, wait a moment." Alan pointed to the mark on his hand, and then pressed it again. After a few moments, his eyes rolled on Snape and Harry's faces, and the pale faces seemed to be blushing. "Your body now, I mean the 3 broomsticks, are full of smoke and the air is not fresh, which is not good for you," Alan said reluctantly, and his voice was full of helplessness. "Well, but remember to put on the cloak. There will still be cold air coming in here." Knowing that someone else was coming over made Snape's eyebrows raised impatiently, and Harry was somewhat inexplicable. "Luna finds it very interesting. She also wants to go with us to see. Please don't be too surprised later." Alan scratched his head uncomfortably. He looked around and found that this position is not very noticeable. In a tone, the few customers who first turned their attention because of his arrival no longer look here. That's great," Harry said dryly. He recalled the other party's act of taking pictures after he was slammed by Pansy. He thought it was in line with the other party's action style, and then he remembered the other party's sick leave. Asked with concern, "Ellen, Luna hasn't come to school for so long. Her illness is." "Principal Harris, let's see where we are going." Snape emphasized the word "us" and emphasized his question. But then a blue figure appeared in the shadow of the chair beside Alan. But Alan's gaze was cast into the shadow on the right side of the bar in the tavern, and Snape also looked in that direction alertly. Luna was wearing loose blue thermal pajamas and pajamas, wearing a pair of furry rabbit slippers. She appeared on the chair with her belly so shy, and the blessed face under the eagle-head hat on her head looked very funny. After sitting down, Luna waved hello to the dumbfounded Harry and Snape, then stretched the hand into the shadows, and pulled out a milky white transparent female ghost floating in the air. As a 3-faced spy, Snape's receptive ability was clearly far superior to Harry. He sat quietly. His deep dark tunnel-like eyes inadvertently glanced at Luna's bulging abdomen, and began to squint his eyes again. On Miss Grey, Principal Harris's indiscreet style, let Snape know that Mad Girl's appearance is only a matter of time, and now he is even more surprised that Luna just accidentally exposed the hand. Don't understand how the other party handled it. The ghost also sent it with him, and he didn't understand what he wanted this ghost to do. Harry half opened his mouth and his glasses slipped to the bridge of his nose. He stared at the swollen belly of the Mad Girl, who had been on sick leave for a long time, and realized that the other party was not suffering from a serious illness, but Luna was pregnant. Rest for so long. Helena also thought about watching the excitement of the previous generation, but she was a little bit unhappy. Luna leaned back on the chair and said. Helena was even more embarrassed to hear her mother's explanation beside her, which made her maintain herself. Ignoring other people's style, I just stood by the window and looked at the scenery outside. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Unlike Snape, who still didn't know the purpose of the journey, Harry felt that the journey was even more uncomfortable after hearing this. A crazy girl who didn't know how to get along with people and a ghost came to his uncle's house. Don't say it. The fragile nerves of the Dursley family couldn't stand it, Even he himself felt a little too much. "Luna, I told you to put the cloak on your body." Alan's complaining tone at this time showed that he was not as uneasy as he was just now. He naturally put his raven cloak on Luna and covered it up by the way. He lost her swollen belly, and then he looked at Snape and Harry and said seriously, as if it were a very normal thing, "The arrival of this child really cured me a lot. I am very happy that God brought me this a special gift, although it is sudden, but also very happy. We will bring a healthy and happy growth environment to the children. The reason why we have not been public is mainly because the matter is a bit complicated, and I am afraid that words that are not clear will make others worry. At the same time, it can also allow children to be born in a quiet environment without being paid attention to by the outside world. This incident may make you feel very sudden. I can only hope that everyone understands. Thank you." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 1289. The arrival of this child really cured me a lot. Reading records. Next time you open the bookshelf to see. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1298. Stone Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New. Find the latest chapter. "Luna, you are not sick." "This is great." Harry was taken aback, and said with a smile, "Ginny missed you so much." "Oh, thank you, Harry." After Luna's hazy eyes swept over Harry, her attention turned directly to the bar. She raised her hand impolitely and shouted directly to order, "Mrs. Rosmeter, raw gillgrass juice, 2 glasses." Seeing Luna beckoning and the shouts coming from her, Mrs. Rosmeter did not get angry at the other party's yelling, but heaved a sigh of relief. She was a little embarrassed just after seeing the other party's big belly. She didn't know how to react until she didn't embarrass or anger the other party. She didn't want this time to pass. The female boss of 3 broomsticks began to prepare, but she still couldn't help but secretly slander in her heart. The little girl's belly is big. After waiting for Alan for another long time, when he saw that he hadn't explained why he had arrested himself, Snape said with a sullen face, "Principal Harris, you want to hear people's comments about your speech? You should choose some more professional." "Severus, do you think the paragraph just now was good? Then I have to write it down." Alan put Anchor, who was upset because Luna came over, on the other shoulder. "A good explanation is still necessary." "Yes, at least it can avoid being used as a tool of incitement." Harry lowered his head and held his glasses. He refreshed his understanding of Alan. The other party was really practicing the speech in the passage. "I still think it makes sense. Dumbledore has said before that as far as the Dark Lord is concerned, if you oppose him, he will kill you on the spot. And the most terrifying thing about Grindelwald is that if you disagree with him, it will make you agree with his point of view within 5 minutes." Snape said. There was no doubt that there was a mockery in his voice. "Mr. Potter, think about your thing that is not much bigger than a walnut. Do you think, Harris, it takes a few minutes for the principal to deal with you?" Facing Snape's cynicism, Harry had long been used to it. He turned his face stiffly and ignored Snape, lamenting in his heart, "Snape, Luna, and a ghost are there. The next action, I wouldn't feel too well." More importantly, there were at least 3 people present who could casually see what was in his mind. Luna suddenly raised her hand, just like Ellen just now, letting 2 glasses of raw gillgrass juice fly in front of her on the bar, and then she picked up one of them and put it in front of Helena, who was still pretending to watch the scenery. This made Harry a bit inexplicable. But the Mad Girl's famous name made the famous undead boy not too surprised. This is indeed the other party's style. Helena, who turned around, knew that her mother had forgotten that she could not eat in front of other people, but she froze without knowing what to do, and looked at Ellen bewilderedly to ask her father for help. Alan reminded with a painful head, "Luna, take this back and drink it when you go back." Luna finally reacted. She reached out and put the strangely smelling drink into the shadows, fumbled for a while, and then retracted her hand after it seemed to be stable. Snape couldn't help it anymore. his gloomy eyes fixed on Alan's face. The cheeky hadn't explained why he suddenly called him over. His lips twisted slightly, and his low voice sarcastically said, "Principal Harris? Did you arrest me just to tell me that you are going to be a father? Or do you want me to get you some potions suitable for pregnant women? Can you do it?" Luna raised her eyes, and shook the cup in her hand when she heard the words, and the carrot on her ears also shook. "I want to smell like gills." Harry was surprised to find that Snape was just stern, but not as angry as he thought. The potions professor just ignored the crazy female student. "No?" Luna shook her head, as if sleepwalking. "Gordigan tea is fine too." "Miss Lovegood, I don't expect you to really understand the heart-pounding and bewildering beauty of the liquid flowing into people's blood vessels, but that doesn't mean you can play with potions." Snape this time, as Harry thought. He leaned forward. His thin face was full of coldness. "Pregnancy will make your head hair rise to this point. Ravenclaw buckles very much." "Miss Lovegood, what's 2 + 1? Alan suddenly put on the gentle and good guiding appearance in class, looked at Luna and asked. Luna took a sip of raw gill grass juice and mumbled casually, 3. "I can't answer better than you. Ravenclaw adds 15 points. Alan's tone was like Luna's answer to a very complicated question. This conversation made Harry want to laugh but dare not, because he knew that if Snape deducted Gryffindor points, Alan would not help him add it back. Snape's eyes became increasingly cold and hollow, and the blue veins on his forehead seemed to be faintly beating. He gritted his teeth and asked with the last patience, "Principal Harris? So what on earth do you want me to do?" "Severus, there is indeed an important thing to ask you to come over." Seeing that the other party seemed to be reaching the limit, Alan smiled unmovedly, "And the matter of turning a dumb gun into a wizard is roughly the same as." Snape explained it again. A trace of surprise flashed across Snape's face. He frowned for a moment in thought. His mouth was closed. His eyes were loose. If Harris actually had these methods to make the dumb cannon a wizard, this is not easy to study successfully. Yes, the purpose behind this is surprising. But after a while, Snape felt that he didn't care about these things. He raised his head and looked at Alan. "I understand when you find Potter. I don't comment on who you choose as the target. But I don't understand, Principal Harris, what does this have to do with getting you and me here?" Alan lifted his chin slightly, and continued in a slightly ridiculous tone, "Oh, I hope you can help persuade Harry's Aunt Petunia to participate in this project. Petunia and you are even old acquaintances. You've known since childhood. Seeing you, maybe Petunia won't be so resistant to wizards. You know that Harry and I are just children in the eyes of muggles. I think it would be easier to agree with you as an adult." Snape's face was distorted. His thin lips distorted into a smile that scared Harry. He also understood the purpose of the Ravenclaw's Mad Girl and Miss Grey's arrival, and their previous conversation showed that I already knew the shallow relationship between myself and that stupid mole, and wanted to see my jokes. The angry Snape wanted to swear, but suddenly Alan's identity as a Ravenclaw vote came out of his mind, which made him try to suppress his anger. As the head of a school, you would find the professor of the school in such an indecent way for such a thing. Such a decision made almost on the knees made me think it was a major emergency. Anyway, I don't want to go to a mole's house, or such a stupid, vicious, and selfish mole's house. Snape's voice was almost a little higher than a whisper, but the words squeezed out between his lips and teeth were clearly conveyed into the ears of other people. Harry couldn't help but shudder when he heard Snape's tone. He held the armrest of the chair with his palm and kept silent, moving the chair a little further away from Snape. Although he feels special resistance to what he said to Nep on weekdays.untilnovel.com, at this time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Snape's words were permeating, but there was some truth to them, and Alan they treated Snape this way. And Harry was surprised to find that he felt a little sympathetic to him. Helena and I watched some Mole fairy tales and movies. She was curious about the Mole City, so she stopped by when we went. Luna made further requests untimely, completely unaffected by Snape's tone. Principal Harris, I still have a lot of things I won't accompany you to go crazy here." Snape's eyes were hollow and cold. He maintained a little sense and calmness, and stood up and wanted to leave directly. Harry was a little envious, and he didn't want to have any more contact with his aunt's house, but he couldn't shake his hand and leave like the other party. "Stone," Alan said with a half-assed chocolate frog in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Severus, after this matter is over, when Miss Ravenclaw is satisfied, it will satisfy your long-term wish." In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 1290 Stone Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1299 The Park Company That Can't Even Mention the Name Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New Find the latest chapter. Harry was surprised to find that Snape, who was originally angry, was just like what he said. He seemed to be persuaded by Alan's words. He stopped and stood there without turning around, just under the magic robe. The palm of his hand clenched into a trembling fist. Without any warning, Snape found that his long-term wish was about to come true, which made him feel somehow baffled, but anyway. The excitement of the wish to come true made him a little hard to restrain himself. "Principal Harris, if I understand correctly what you mean, I'll accompany you to mess around." "You will?" Snape turned around, he glanced at Harry and stopped what he was trying to say. His eyes the bloodshot has been filled. "Just like this you will give me that stone?" "It will be as you wish." Alan nodded in response, and then saw Snape's distrustful expression shrugging. "Severus, Tom is no longer a big trouble, otherwise I can send you." "What?" "I can't send you into the curtain to spy for me, right?" After being ridiculed by Alan, Snape believed it a little bit instead. He was also a little lucky to arrange the Alley of Spiders and early in accordance with his perception of Lily. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in his mind. He has changed his appearance now. I will quit my job afterwards. Cannot let others. Harry also sat on the chair in a daze, looking at the scene in front of him inexplicably, guessing in his mind, wondering what Alan used to lure this cold and sinister guy. The stone. Maybe it is the philosopher's stone. You can turn stones into gold and make him immortal. Helena, who was by the side, suddenly realized that her parents had made her familiar look, and stared at them with their protruding eyes, staring at Snape in a daze, and at Harry from time to time. But the difference is that her parents didn't make the weird laughter after making this expression as she is usually familiar with. After finally noticing the gazes of the people around him, Snape regained his senses, and forcibly suppressed the complexity that was gushing out of his heart, which made his originally sallow cheeks flushed and his eye sockets were a little moist. "No one seems to have any objections. I'll pay the bill, and then we'll drive." Alan got up and went to the bar. "Harry, where are they now?" "Should your aunt be the housewife?" "South Kensington, in the Kensington-Chelsea area in the west of central London," Harry said. "This is a Mullerick area. Sirius compensates them so that I don't owe them the kindness of adoption." Helena watched the Mull TV series and was curious about Mull City, Luna said singly. The sudden concern made Helena look a little happy after hearing the words. She turned around and nodded to her father, who had been searching for her, and nodded her mother's statement. "Small problem." Alan smiled at his daughter, and then he looked at Luna's raised eyebrows from the corner of his eye, feeling a little distressed. "Luna has basically stayed at home recently, because she went everywhere during pregnancy." "No, I must be bored at home. Do you want to take a Mull transportation?" "Take the subway." Luna drank the raw gills juice left in her quilt. Snape's dark gaze on the side was full of gloom. He felt that things were getting more and more serious. He would immediately stop it. However, he noticed the other party's reaction. "I'm afraid I won't give that stone to myself." So even though Snape's face was stern and terrifying, he didn't say a word of disagreement in the end. "Ellen, Our outfit is not suitable for mole transportation. Harry did not have Snape's scruples. He pointed to everyone's clothes. Magic robe and pajamas are not suitable for mole world traveling. And Miss Grey, I'm sorry, I mean, it doesn't seem appropriate to appear directly in front of the moles. You know them. Harry scratched his black hair vigorously, his voice begging, Alan. And the anchor on your shoulder ... Shall we use the wizard method? It doesn't matter, Harry. I'm here to cast the confusion curse. Moles will think Anchor is a pet parrot or something. As for Helena, she won't think she is any different from them. Alan's voice was relaxed. He saw the daughter exclaimed, except maybe you think she is too beautiful? Want to make up? Luna looked down at herself. She raised her hand and waved in front of her. A little blue light surrounded her. Under the dots, her fluffy and messy blonde hair seemed more supple and smooth. Full of luster. The clothes on her body changed instantly. A blue chiffon princess dress replaced the lazy pajamas, and put it on Luna. Layered chiffon and blue gauze create a moving sense of layering. The windy chiffon is dotted with thousands of brilliant diamonds. The sunlight through the window reflects on Luna, and those diamonds shine brightly. Luna wears a pair of crystal shoes adorned with silver avons. The only dissonance was that Luna's belly appeared bigger under the upper body of the close-fitting princess dress. You have to come back before 12 o'clock in the evening, or the deformation will be invalid. Luna's raised eyes rolled around Snape's body. Professor Snape, you can dress up as my stepmother, Neville. Maybe that outfit will do for you. Snape's hooked nose, who was mentioned that Neville dressed himself as his grandmother, breathed quickly. His face grew gloomy, and his indifferent, unfathomable gaze fixed on Luna. Seeing that the other party seemed to be unconscious, neither did he. He made a retort or sarcasm, but with his hands clasped together, he forcibly endured his urge to be sarcasm. Alan was very upholding the mad girl just now. For the sake of the stone, he had to treat himself as a stone without emotion. Harry lowered his head, concealing his face flushed from holding back his smile so hard. He didn't dare to laugh out loud in front of Snape, lest he be made things difficult by this cautious and vengeful guy. Then he pitied Neville because Snape had treated him since Neville's face with Boggart. After she changed into wearing women's clothing, she was okay and troubled Neville. Luna, you are reading www.uukanzu.com, you are a crazy girl, not Cinderella. Alan barely controlled his expression, but his voice still trembled a little. Don't make trouble for Harry. You and Halion recently now watched the animation produced by the Paradise Company that can't even mention the name, and watched too much. Luna didn't give up, turned around and asked her daughter, Helena, are you going to play my stepmother? Facing such a mother who wanted to reverse her identity and pretend to be a little princess, Helena, the ghost's body seemed to be unstable. She floated a few steps back in an instant, and then floated to her father with no expression on her face. Take a look at my mother who is starting to go crazy again. Luna, you can't take a few steps with your crystal shoes so hard. Alan held back a smile and pointed at Luna's belly. He turned his eyes to Harry. Harry, you are right. The most familiar in the melon world. Now is the time to test your illusion and mole fashion mastery. Come on, show us how we should wear in the mole world with a magic wand. We all listen to you. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 1291, The Paradise Company that can't even mention the name, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Like Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1300 Copyright Rapper Severus Snape Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New. Find the latest chapter. South Kensington in the Kensington-Chelsea area in the west of central London. This area is mainly composed of the business district around London Underground South Kensington Station, the cultural and educational area around Expo Road, and the surrounding parks and residential areas. It is a royal municipality under the jurisdiction of the Greater London Area of England, England. It is part of Inner London. Since Kensington Palace, where the British royal family lives, is located in this municipality, the official administrative area name is specially added Royal as a distinction. Imperial College and the British Museum of Natural History are located in South Kensington. Inhabited by the wealthiest residents in the City of London, it is a well-known wealthy area in London. Housing and prices here are one of the most expensive areas in the world. When he got off the subway, Harry let out a long sigh, and finally passed this subway trip without any risk. The mad girl is still obedient, and it's normal to dress herself and Ellen. Even though Miss Grey was cast by Ellen to make moles look over, she wouldn't think it was a ghost, even if she was seen by the moles from the pit stop. Passing through the railing, under the effect of the spell, it only made the mole feel dazzled, but the point was that Harry was not just a ghost beside him. The undead boy couldn't even look at the potions professor next to him. He looked nervously at Ellen dressed as an ordinary mole boy. He felt that Snape would retaliate after returning this time, though the outfit on him now was that Alan told him in secret to let him do it. At this moment, Snape had a dark green baseball cap on his head, covering his greasy black hair that was braided, and he was wearing an exaggerated bright green fur coat on his legs. Wearing dark green wide leg pants, with a gold chain thick with a few thumbs around his neck. There is also a huge dollar sign with a dollar letter on it as a symbol instead of the Slytherin initials. The strange gaze that those moles clinging to them just kept Harry's heart on his mind, especially when some African-American tourists started talking to Slytherin but found that his mouth was full of authentic British accents. So Harry made a burst of laughter, very worried that Snape would not be able to control his temper and kill or poison the moles in this car. Snape quickly went out of the station. The gold chain around his neck rustled on him from swinging. He habitually opened his arms to support the unfolding cloak, but the cloak was gone. This action just made this the temperament of a white English wizard with a big nose is more in line with his black street dressing. Snape, who also felt very awkward, just like being a parent in a group, walked out of the station with a ping pong on his neck accessories and let everyone out. He wanted to end the farce quickly and make peace as soon as possible. Lily reunited. But later, the aroma of the fried food disappointed Snape's expectations. It was a snack cart selling Scottish fried eggs. Despite the cold weather, the bold boss selling Scotch eggs was hot. He was warmly receiving a man who had just left the station, and helped him put the food in a carton for the final loading work. Smelling the tempting fragrance, Anka pecked Alan's earlobe with his beak, and then muttered softly at the boss booth. Alan recalled the same Scotch egg taste that he had just tasted on the 3 broomsticks, and he felt that the mole approach seemed better from the fragrance. Luna had already caressed her belly under the loose coat, raised her head and sniffed the fragrance that floated over Harry. Scotch eggs from different regions have their own unique flavors. 3 broomsticks are made with black blood sausage. This stall owner's Scotch eggs look more pure, and they are freshly made. Alan looked at Harley. I'm afraid your uncle's house won't prepare anything for us. Let's fill up our stomachs first, shall we? The scent gave Harry a biting sensation in his stomach, but he touched the only coins in his pocket just now. Hearing that, he took out the coins in his hand and counted them. He raised his head embarrassedly. Alan, I don't have enough money for moles to buy a copy for each of us. You know they were only useful to me during the previous vacation. Cast a confusion charm on Gingy Arlong. As long as his mind is not as small as Potter's, when he wakes up, he will exchange it himself. Snape was a mixed race who had lived in moles for many years. The wizard gave advice to the students, and then habitually flicked his hair. But because the greasy long hair was braided and the flight path was different from what he usually grasped, he was hit by the braid in his own eyes, which made him lower. His throat was full of irritation. In addition, I don't recommend that you eat it. The oil in the pot is so much that American moles want to attack it. Don't find me again in the middle of the night to give you a potion to treat your stomach. Snape felt it was torture to get along with these little wizards, and was tired of contacting these moles. But he knew that instead of stopping them, it was better to let these bear kids do what they wanted, otherwise the incident would only bring about more trouble. But before they could make a decision, Luna had followed the fragrance and walked by herself. Luna's raised eyes under her faint eyebrows seemed to be out of focus. "Sir, how do you sell this?" Hearing an ethereal chanting sound, the bald boss wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel on his shoulders. He raised his head and fell on the little girl standing in front of him. "The girl in front of me is dressed very thick, wearing a blue plush coat with light blonde hair that is waist length. Her eyebrows are very light, and her eyes are a little protruding. She looks as if she is surprised at the Scotch eggs she made." The little girl obviously exuded a weird temperament, but the beautiful face and eager eyes looked at her asking for the price, which looked really cute. "Little girl, £3 a share." The boss pointed to his price list, and then subconsciously wiped his hands and prepared to dig the meat and prepare to start making. However, no response was heard for a long time, causing the boss to stop his actions and raise his head, looking at the little girl who had turned her head in front of him but didn't speak. The boss followed Luna's sight and found a middle-aged white man dressed in black street style in the United States. He was probably playing some rap but was not very successful. A tall female model wearing a little old-fashioned but elegant enough clothes. It looks like the cold aura is not easy to provoke. Then there are two high school students, one of whom is normal except for being a little short with glasses, and there is a raven on the shoulder of the other. "What's all this mess?" The boss was puzzled, and then he heard the boy with glasses telling the strange girl in front of him that there was not enough money to buy for everyone, which made the boss finally realize that he understood. The bald man looked at and always estimated the number of people in front of him. Then he kindly pretended to look at his accounting book again, then raised his voice and said happily, "Wait for little girl, you are very lucky, as I am today for the 100th customer you sold. You got 3 free orders." Luna had turned her head around when she heard the words, but she did not answer. Her light grey eyes looked hazy, as if she was detached from everything around her. "In order to ensure that the food is delicious, I fried it to order, and I can make up to 3 servings at a time." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, the boss had directly put a few Scotch eggs into the pan for frying. "He was kind," he reminded me. "The main reason is that there are too many people waiting for a short time to get off work. But I can't be too busy." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. You can give you more when you come early. Luna waited for the boss to finish and nodded, then she stretched out her finger and said, "We don't have enough money for 70 shares. This number is clearly beyond everyone's expectations." The bald boss was overjoyed for a while. He looked at the seemingly unmatched people again, and he was surprised. Maybe some of them came to London on a tour group, and it was probably because he looked at his own fried eggs. But the temporary money is not enough to buy from other people in their group who are not here. The boss wiped his hand towel on his handkerchief, and he straightened up and said generously, "The little girl, how about £2 for me? Is your money enough?" Luna's unfocused eyes made her look in a daze. After a few more seconds, she seemed to understand what the boss said. "Enough, thank you." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this chapter 1292, Severus Snape reading record, and you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Harry Potter, Invincible, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support!